public interest. Far too often, whether due to a lack of time or resources or even inclination, they don't follow
Power
up on what the
Rangers!
outcomes of those cases are, which can seriously impact people's lives. Take Darcel Trotter. He and his brother were accused of sexual assault in 2012 by a woman who not only recanted her accusations but pled guilty to filing a false police report. The problem is, their charges had already made the local news, which then never got around to mentioning that the charges were dismissed. And years later, with uncorrected stories still sitting on news sites, Darcel was having to make calls like these.
How you doing, Jim? My name is Darcel Trotter, and it was an article regarding being accused of sexual assault. Me, my twin brother.
Did we do a story where the charges were dropped?
No, you guys never did that.
We should have had a follow-up story and the charges were dropped.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have been. And if I could just talk to the Jim there for a second. Hey, Jim. I don't know if that's short for James, Jimothy, or Jamiroquai, but either way, Jim, your paper goofed. You can't just report the start of a story and ignore the end. Imagine if the news hadn't covered the end of Balloon Boy. Oh well, guess he's still up there. The balloon has left my immediate line of vision, so who really gives a shit? So the news media can be overly reliant on eye-catching crime stories that are quick and easy to turn around. And the speed with which the Daily Crime Beat operates actually leads to one of the biggest issues in crime coverage, which is that it often relies heavily on a single source. It is why, if you watch the TV news, for any length of time, you will undoubtedly hear one particular phrase.
The Lovington police say they know who is responsible for a prank at a local park.
Police in Fairfield say an officer was attacked with bear spray.
Police say no suspects are in custody.
Police say.
Yeah, police say. It's a phrase that you constantly hear from the mouths of news reporters. It's right up there with "this just in," or "back to you," or "I apologise for the accent I did on Cinco de Mayo." And look, there is obviously nothing wrong with calling the police to ask questions. When you're working on a deadline, you can't always reach arrested civilians or their attorneys, who sometimes don't even want to talk with you anyway. And police can be easy to reach. Many larger departments have even set up robust media relations divisions. The LA County Sheriff's Department has 42 people on its information bureau at an annual cost of $4.8 million. And the LAPD spends over $3 million for 25 people in similar units, which is already a little telling, because while a certain amount of spending is necessary, you don't spend that much on PR if things are going great. For context, all those budgets combined equal just 1 month's salary for Ezra Miller's publicist. They are so tired. They need to sleep. Even smaller police departments can have public information officers, or PIOs. And as this one proudly notes, his press releases can make it straight to air.
Something major happens, whether it's a shooting or some major car accident, whatever it is, you go back to your office, you type up this long press release, and you send it out to the public and all the news agencies. Within minutes, you have reporters from all over the country calling you. There's something strangely satisfying that when you put out that press release, hours later, you're watching the news, and every station that's talking about your story is literally reading your press release word for word.
Okay, set aside the fact that everything about this man answers the question, what if Fred Durst, but worse? That claim that the police's version of events can be parroted verbatim in the press is genuinely alarming. Although I cannot really fault him for being excited at seeing his work read word for word on TV. Ask my writers, and they'll tell you they experience the exact same thrill whenever I read one of their little jizz jokes. Their parents couldn't be prouder. And by the way, hey Chrissy, did you like hearing me say your McGruff dog jerking it joke? I bet you did, you college graduates. But the fact reporters will echo PIOs does explain certain things, like the ubiquity of phrases like officer-involved shooting. You see it in police accounts all the time, but it's a weird term for reporters to repeat because it deliberately omits crucial information about how the officer was involved. If you went to someone's house for dinner and they said, tonight there is a rat-involved dinner, you'd justifiably have some follow-up questions. Are we going to a Chuck E. Cheese? Is the chef being controlled by a tiny French rat under his hat? Or are we going to be on an episode of Kitchen Nightmares? All three are technically rat-involved, but some options are easier to live with than others. And honestly, police departments don't always need a PIO to push their narrative, as outlets will sometimes just grab shit from a law enforcement agency's social media. For instance, police love posting evidence from busts that they've conducted, like this one. which a Texas news station not only shared on their own Facebook page, but even included on their evening broadcast.
A search warrant executed Monday has left 3 people behind bars. The Tenneha Police Department has released information on the raid. Among the items seized were 2 pounds of marijuana, illegally possessed prescription pills, drug paraphernalia, packaging materials, guns, and cash.
Now, if you don't really think about what you are looking at there, I guess that seems like a story, right? But is it? Because as many quickly pointed out, when you examine that photo, you realise not only is that not a lot of drugs, there is way less cash there than they are going out of their way to make it look. Most of those are singles. That is $70 total. One commenter on the station's post said, "Sick, this is Play School's My First Dealer set." With another adding, "Who was the drug dealer? El Cheapo." And that speaks to the fact that there can be a gap, sometimes small, but sometimes massive, between the story police are telling everyone and the story that actually happened. Because cop stories can, for a lot of reasons, turn out to be very wrong in ways both serious and incredibly petty. Take the trend of cops claiming mistreatment at the hands of fast food employees, which local news can be only too happy to gobble right up.
A possible hate crime against police is being investigated right now at a Shake Shack in downtown Manhattan. Sources tell CBS 2 3 officers became sick after having shakes from the restaurant tonight. Police suspect an employee may have contaminated the drinks with bleach.
The Layton police sergeant ordered a sub and a lemonade from this Subway, but after taking a few sips of his drink, he quickly found out he got much more than what he paid for.
He was having a hard time maintaining his body. His body was jerking.
What caused those side effects, police say, turned out to be a double dose of illegal narcotics.
DJ, a local law enforcement officer, told Eyewitness News he suspects someone at McDonald's took a bite from his sandwich before he completed the sale.
Tonight, a McDonald's in Junction City is investigating after a police officer found insulting words written on his coffee. The F word has been blurred out in this image, of course, but you can see the word pig written right below it.
Okay, so there was a lot there, but real quick, there was no bleach in the shakes, no drugs in the lemonade. The cop with the sandwich later admitted he'd simply forgotten he took a bite from it. And the one with the coffee admitted he'd written fucking pig on his own cup, which is a serious act of self-loathing, unless that is, you are Miss Piggy, in which case, it's a sleigh. Out of the way, boys. She's got fashion to work and frog dick to slurp. Whose coffee is that? It's this fucking pig's. And that speaks to one of the major problems with deferring to police, because as many of you have undoubtedly been yelling at your TV, like I am a Wheel of Fortune contestant who cannot solve the puzzle, police lie, and they lie a lot, as you've seen on this show. They lie to get search warrants to conduct raids and to get confessions during interrogations, and they even lie under oath. So often, in fact, here in New York, it came to be known as tested lying, all of which should be more than enough for the word of the police to be treated with immense skepticism rather than repeated verbatim. Take the notorious press release that Minneapolis police put out following the murder of George Floyd. It's titled, "Man Dies After Medical Incident During Police Interaction." What you may not know is it was picked up almost word for word by local news the next morning.
We do begin this morning with the developing news. A man is dead after what police are calling a medical distress after being handcuffed. Now, officers were responding to a forgery in progress. It happened on the 3700 block of Chicago Avenue South. When they arrived, officers found a man they believed to be the suspect sitting inside a car. They apparently told him to get out. He resisted. Officers eventually got him handcuffed, which is when he appeared to have the medical issue. The suspect was taken to the hospital, where he died a short time later.
Now, obviously, that is a hugely self-serving statement from the police, because by saying George Floyd died because of medical distress, their role was completely erased. His medical distress, and I'm using the biggest air quotes humanly possible here, was the result of an officer pressing his knee into his neck for 9 minutes. Repeating that claim by the police is an act of malpractice akin to Walter Cronkite saying JFK died of a headache today. Sure, it's not technically wrong, but it's the understatement of the fucking century. The point is, it was only after the release of cell phone footage recorded by a brave 17-year-old girl that police narrative fell apart. Otherwise, that bullshit press release might well have been the version of events that everybody heard. And that's not a one-off. An investigation last year of police killings in California found at least a dozen examples of initial police statements misrepresenting events, with reports citing vague medical emergencies without disclosing that officers had caused the emergencies through their use of force. And in most instances, media outlets repeated the police version of events with little skepticism, which clearly isn't good. There is a time and a place for media outlets to operate without skepticism, and we all know it's the cover of health magazines. Not an ounce of critical thinking on this extremely real cover that includes the headlines, "Lose 9 waist inches in 21 days," and "News, a potato a day ups weight loss by 340%. That is rock-solid science, presumably. And there are times where the trust that reporters place in some police sources have been particularly egregious. Just take what happened in Chicago after the police shot teenager Laquan McDonald 16 times. In their initial coverage, multiple local outlets featured interviews with one particular person on the scene, whose version of events heavily favoured the police.
I don't know what his mental state was, but he wasn't dropping the knife and he was coming at the officer. You obviously aren't going to sit down and have a cup of coffee with him. He is a very serious threat to the officers, and he leaves them no choice at that point but to defend themselves.
Well, that's a very detailed picture painted by Palm Beach Potato Head there. But a few things that you should know. First, while he sounds like an eyewitness, he was not there for the incident. Second, videotape later revealed that that story he was telling was complete horseshit. Police shot McDonald when he was walking away from them. But finally, reporters should have known to take anything that guy said with a massive grain of salt, because Pat Camden was the spokesperson for the Chicago Fraternal Order of Police, which functions as part police union, part special interest lobby group. His only agenda was to protect cops, and it was way too easy for this little mustachioed weirdo to hear that there was a shooting, drive to the scene, jump in front of cameras, and grab control of the narrative. And Camden did this a lot. One analysis found that in a 4-year time span, he provided an initial version of events for 35 police shootings. And in 15 cases, crucial aspects of his statements were later proved to be false or misleading, which is just wild. If you get caught cheating at one casino, they ban you from every casino. This guy peddled bullshit to the press 15 times, and yet somehow his picture wasn't pinned behind every news desk in the country with the warning, "Do not ask this man about anything." So often, it seems like news outlets would be serving their communities much better if they weren't quite so trusting when it came to what police tell them. And to see a lot of what I've talked about tonight in one place, just take what happened in Brookside, Alabama, where a few years ago, local news was excitedly reporting on a new initiative from their police department, which, police said, was getting real results.
We tell you stories all the time about crime going up, but we got some good news. The town of Brookside says they're seeing crime go down.
Brookside is not a big town, but its narcotics interdiction team, they've been busy.
Another drug bust this weekend on I-22.
And the Brookside police have been so busy.
Our number one goal is to not prosecute people. It's to save lives. That's why we got into this. We want to save lives. We want to keep our citizens safe. We want to keep people who are coming to Brookside safe and enjoy our town.
All that coverage is just so weird. It's part local news fluff, part propaganda, and something bordering on a tourism ad from Officer Teddy Ruxpin there. But think about it. It's a bit strange that one tiny town in Alabama had suddenly become a hotbed for drug smuggling, right? Well, it turns out, yes. And I will say, to its credit, one local station did dig a little deeper, airing a report about the fact that a weird amount of drivers were questioning the tickets written by that police department. A story, incidentally, that led that department to tell employees that anyone talking to that reporter would be fired. But it wasn't until 2 years later that an in-depth investigation from AL.com revealed what had actually been happening, and that is that Brookside, a town of just 1,200 people, was having its finances rocket-fueled by tickets and aggressive policing, with bullshit traffic tickets being issued at a truly ridiculous rate.
Brookside dragged so many people into court that police had to direct traffic on court days. Money from fines and forfeitures soared more than 600%, to the point where it made up half the town budget.
It's true. It got to the point where the police department was taking in $487 for every man, woman and child, and spending it on, among other things, a SWAT team, a jail, a fleet of unmarked cars, and 2 drug-sniffing dogs, one of which they named, and this is true, K9 Cash. here is that dog, and I will say, he does look like a canine cash, and that's not a compliment. Bad dog. But the point is, what was actually happening in Brookside turned out to be a pretty far cry from the initial coverage of, hey, great news, this small-town police force is apparently Miami Vice all of a sudden. Anyway, no further questions. And the thing is, by presenting police uncritically, you're not just helping them dodge accountability, you're giving them a huge lobbying platform. Right now, you don't have to look far to find cops on TV suggesting that the fix for any rise in crime is to undo the criminal justice reforms of the past few years and to give them more money. And this can get real results. Even the current rainbow fentanyl scare started with a DEA press release, which happened to drop just as Congress was in the midst of budget negotiations. Everyone picked up that story, and what do you know, last week, Chuck Schumer announced his intention to allocate nearly $300 million more to law enforcement so that they can fight the scourge of rainbow fentanyl. And look, I'm not saying all crime reporting is bad. There is some incredible coverage out there. We feature it on this show all the time. And a lot of what I told you tonight came from great investigative reporting. But the daily crime, whether from lack of resources, lack of scrutiny, or lack of follow-through, far too often takes police at their word and not as an interest group who should be treated as such. So, what should happen here? Well, the police could change the ways that they both behave and communicate, but given that that's not going to be happening anytime soon, it unfortunately falls to the rest of us. For news outlets, they could try and snap out of their automatic deference to police, which is actually possible. Just watch what happened when a political web series from The Hill invited on a public defender to discuss the case of Jayland Walker, who was killed by police after fleeing a traffic stop. Watch her push back when the host seems a little too eager to accept the police line.
There's no world, no traffic infraction, the punishment is death. Not a one, never. So there's no reason why 8 officers should choose to go and shoot him to death.
I guess I just don't have a lot of sympathy in this particular case, although I do...
You don't have a lot of sympathy in this case where he was shot 60 times?
After leading the police on a high-speed chase and returning fire?
First of all, let me just say this. The police, no. Let's because too often media reports on what are police stories as though it is the ultimate truth. We see too many discrepancies for us to consistently lean on what the police say is the truth.
Absolutely.
What we know is police say, which has not yet been substantiated or corroborated, they say they believe that one bullet might have come from the window. They said it. That's what they say. Their argument is maybe.
Right. Who knows if that's
exactly. But what I do know is that they shot this boy 60 times for a traffic infraction. I know that.
Yeah.
So.
All right, we'll have our rising panel join us next.
That is amazing! If for nothing else than to watch baby Ryan Seacrest try to wrap up the segment after getting his arse absolutely handed to him. But while it's incredible to watch him in real time backtrack from, I don't have a lot of sympathy, to, oh, absolutely, I agree, who knows what's true, it should not be incumbent on that woman to walk him to that point. She can't be on every local news set. She has a life to live. And there are small changes that might help reorient all of our thinking. Some experts have suggested that rather than going with police say, outlets should consider going with police claim instead, which seems like a good start. And to be fair, some outlets are looking at other changes. Some, like the USA Today network, have stopped publishing mugshot galleries, saying they feed into negative stereotypes and are of limited news value, which they are. And the Arizona Republic has pledged that it will follow any case that it covers to its conclusion in courts or otherwise, which hopefully will save people like Darcel Trotter from having to make phone calls like the incredibly restrained one that you saw him make earlier. But the larger cultural change might be for outlets to fundamentally reconsider whether the crimes they're covering are actually newsworthy. Because the truth is, not all crimes are. And crime is only one small slice of the much bigger picture that they could be painting of what is happening in communities. The fact is, because crime news is pumped at us 24/7, the way it's reported is deeply linked with how it's both perceived by the public and prosecuted by the state. And look, we've said before, local news is incredibly important, which is why it is so critical that it is done well. So, to the outlets who do put an undue amount of weight on police statements and prioritise sensational crime coverage over more complete pictures of public safety, if I may, I would like to throw it over to one of your own.
See what you've done? I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. But you may want to start changing your ways.
Exactly. Our main story tonight concerns antiquities. Basically, relics from bygone times that can tell us stories about people from the past. Like your nana, but less overtly racist. Specifically, our story concerns what happens when those relics go missing. And I'll start by giving you just one example. If you go to Greece, you might go to the Acropolis Museum. While you're marvelling at sculptures that are over 2 millennia old, you might notice some odd details, like this sculpture, which appears to have a white foot, or this one, where someone's whole upper half seems to be suddenly and overwhelmingly white. It's what's known in the art world as Season 2 of The Wire. Well, there is an explanation for where those missing pieces are, and as a British person, I'm a little bit ignorant.
So the darker stone is the original, whereas this white plaster, that represents what's in the British Museum.
Exactly. And here it is, in the British Museum. The missing marble head and chest floating in a display space.
Yep, we took it. Honestly, if you're ever looking for a missing artifact, 9 times out of 10, it's in the British Museum. It's basically the world's largest lost and found, with both lost and found in the heaviest possible quotation marks there. Specifically, those marbles, known in England as the Elgin marbles, were taken by Lord Elgin, a 19th century British lord who hacked them off the Parthenon. It's something that the Greeks are understandably furious about because they weren't lost, they were taken, which is clearly worse. It's like being unable to find the last puzzle piece and learning that you didn't actually misplace it. A British earl snuck into your house, stole it, and then sold it to a museum over 1,000 miles away. Greece has been demanding the return of the Elgin marbles for decades now, but the response from some of the British Museum's defenders has been, even by British standards, unbelievably patronising.
One can't even think about returning the Elgin marbles to Athens until the Greeks start caring for what they already have. I'm sure they take great care of the Parthenon sculptures if they're returned, but if you knew a woman was abusing her child, you wouldn't let her adopt another. And that's what the Greeks are asking for.
What? That is not a great comparison, especially because it admits the fact that the woman's child in this example was basically kidnapped. So it's less a woman asking to adopt another child than it is her demanding the return of her first one. And look, the Parthenon marble should absolutely be returned to Greece. Even that woman you just saw now says that she thinks they should go back. But those marbles are just the tip of the iceberg. The fact is, antiquities, largely from the global south, which includes Latin America, Africa, Asia, and the Mideast, have been taken and enshrined in European and American museums on a much larger scale than you may realise. In 2018, a report commissioned by the French president found that over 90% of all Africa's cultural heritage is held outside Africa by major museums. But as the voices arguing for antiquities to be returned are getting louder, others are resisting any change. In 2010, when asked whether the UK would ever return the Kohinoor diamond to India, Prime Minister David Cameron refused, saying, if you say yes to one, you suddenly find the British Museum would be empty. Which is incredibly frustrating, and it's frankly no wonder that some are now taking matters into their own hands.
In June, a Congolese activist removed a 19th century Chadian funeral pole from the Quai Branly Museum in Paris as part of a protest campaign against plundering during the colonial era.
Yeah, that happened. And obviously, that man was unaware of the museum's very clear policy, no stealing African antiquities, starting now. So given just how many antiquities in some of the world's most prestigious museums are essentially stolen goods, tonight, let's talk about museums. And this is going to be a larger story than normal, and we're going to do it in 2 main parts. First, concerning how antiquities ended up in museums in the past, and then about the thriving modern market that keeps them supplied with objects to this very day. And look, we don't have time to recap the entire history of colonialism and the plunder of antiquities. There are so many stolen artifacts that we could talk about tonight, from the treasures of Tipu Sultan to the Zodiac of Dendera. But in order to say a lot in a little, let's stay with the British Museum. In its own promotional materials, it makes a big feature of just how important and influential its founding was.
In January 1759, the British Museum opened its doors. The first national public museum of the world. Initially, the objects were based on the founding collection of Sir Hans Sloane. And this is Hans Sloane, scholar, entrepreneur, physician, who was connected with the best minds of his time. In fact, our collection has always been about connecting people.
First, I'm going to say what we're all thinking. That guy has definitely Googled, could night at the museum actually happen? Not because he's scared of a big bony dinosaur chasing him, but because when no one is around, he definitely fucks the art, and he definitely doesn't want any of it talking. But that notion of museums as a place for people to connect with our shared history, with cultures all over the world, clearly isn't fundamentally bad. But it's also not wholly representative of the actual history of how many museums came to be. For instance, Hans Sloane, who on his best day looked like that, had some interesting connections of his own, specifically the fact that he was married to an heiress to sugar plantations in Jamaica worked by enslaved people, and bought many objects in his collection with that wealth, meaning that the museum's very foundations are inextricably tied up in slavery and colonialism, with the same being true of many of its most prized holdings. Take the Benin bronzes. It's a term that refers to a huge range of objects produced in the Kingdom of Benin, which is currently part of modern-day Nigeria. Now, the Benin bronzes were looted from the palace of the King of Benin, or the Oba, in 1897, after the British military invaded and violently toppled him. That mission was vindictive, and it was destructive, but it was also extremely targeted.
The British soldiers, armed with machine guns, conquered the city and burned it to the ground, but not before carefully taking thousands of artifacts. They piled them up neatly, photographed them, and even labeled them loot. This photo, taken at the Benin Palace after the raid, shows soldiers with the dismantled plaques that were brought to the British Museum and sold all over the world.
Okay, first, that's obviously awful, but second, it is pretty remarkable that a British soldier went to the trouble of carefully labelling each of those photos, and the captions he used were loot and more loot. At the very least, he could have chosen something more descriptive, like, I don't know, Dan, Terry and I after doing cultural genocide. But the looting of the Benin bronzes wasn't just a physical loss, it was a cultural and historical one. Take these plaques. They are not just pieces of art, they're something much more important, as this member of the Benin royal family explained.
Those things are like our own diaries. Whatever was significant, the Oba would tell the guild of bronze casters to cast it in bronze, to keep a record. So taking them away was like yanking off pages of our history.
Right. For that kingdom, these were their memories made physical. And these plaques were laid out in a very specific order, which was then lost when the British tore them from the palace walls, meaning that the British, in effect, stole and scrambled a nation's memories. A crime so fucked up, even Black Mirror hasn't thought of it yet. The bronzes are currently scattered among 161 museums and institutions around the world, with only 9 such institutions located in Nigeria. And understandably, there have been calls for the return of the bronzes for decades now, and a handful of museums have complied. But the British Museum, which holds more bronzes than anyone, has repeatedly refused, pointing to the British Museum Act of 1963, which explicitly forbids it from giving an item in its collection away, with very limited exceptions. And the thing is, that law does exist, but laws can also be changed if you want to. And the more you hear British officials talk, the clearer it becomes that that is not what they want at all.
Well, I think that they properly reside in the British Museum. The collections of our great national institutions have been developed over many, many centuries, in many times in questionable circumstances. I think the question now is about what we do with these. I love the Benin bronzes. I've seen them many times throughout my life, and I think them being in the British Museum, which is a world repository of heritage, allows people to see it.
Yeah, that offensively English man loves the Benin bronzes. And while I'm so glad that Oliver James Dowden, MP for Hertsmere, has seen them many times throughout his life, the fact is not everyone gets to do that, as this Nigerian artist and art historian will attest.
1995, in London. That was my first time of seeing an original ancient Benin artwork. Was, yes, at the British Museum to see for the first time these objects. It was a mixture of pride in the achievement of these ancient artists and anger mixed with a sense of loss. Most Nigerians will never see them.
Exactly. The generations of British children who've grown up loving the Benin bronzes come at the expense of generations of Nigerians who haven't. And again, this is just one example of so many. And whenever the question of returning stolen objects comes up, there are usually a few stock responses which are worth quickly addressing. The first is basically that these were acquired in a different time, and you can't judge the present by the standards of the past. When France was recently roiled by a debate over whether to return African art, this catastrophically French art historian basically made that exact case.
These artifacts, who do they belong to? They belong to the museums where they are now, because there are laws, you know. And if even for the artifacts which were looted in the 19th century, the war, there was laws, and the looting of war was legal. Maybe it's not moral, but it's legal. And if you want to come back on this, why don't you come back 19th century, 17th century, 16th century? You cannot stop. You don't know where to stop.
Okay, so how do I explain this so that that man will understand? Yes, there may not have been laws explicitly making looting illegal, but the idea that that gives you carte blanche is, how you say, horse shit. And setting aside that Didier Reichner, the looting apologist art historian, seems less like a real person and more like a character in Tinted, How We Saved the Egyptians from Themselves, the fact is, looting wasn't just an acceptable, unavoidable byproduct of war under the law. It was sometimes baked into the plan from the outset. In fact, during one notorious British raid in northern Ethiopia in 1868, the army even brought along an expert from the British Museum to bid for some of the choicest items. And importantly, people knew the practice was wrong even back then. After that raid on Ethiopia, the British Prime Minister said he deeply lamented, for the sake of the country and for the sake of all concerned, that these articles were thought fit to be brought away by a British army, and urged that they be held only until they could be restored. And he was saying that in 1868. We didn't even know how to fix a UTI without leeches back then. But we knew that raiding other countries for their shit was deeply lamentable, which is British for super fucked up. Now, the second common argument is that objects are actually safer under the care of Western institutions than they would be in their home country. Here is that case being made by an art dealer regarding pre-Columbian art from Peru.
According to the law, I would like to think of as Solomon's law. The one who loves the baby best gets the baby. The one who will pay the most for the baby gets the baby. If Peru cannot properly take care of its national treasures, the rest of the world will take care of it for the Peruvians, as it should be.
That man seems great. But you know what? He is right. It's exactly as King Solomon famously declared. The real mother is whoever agrees to offer $200,000 over the asking price or cash, inspection waived. With that argument, you can't be trusted with your own property, you'll just damage it. It's hard to land even before you learn that the caretaking record of some museums is mixed at best. Remember that woman insisting that the Greeks couldn't possibly take care of the Parthenon marbles? Here is a fun fact. Multiple leaks have been reported in the British Museum's Greek galleries. And in the 1930s, in what museum officials later admitted was a heavy-handed attempt to clean the sculptures, they actively damaged them by scrubbing them with wire brushes and a harsh cleaning agent. So look, even under Solomon's law, whoever loves the baby gets the baby, but if you scrub the baby with wire brushes, we take the fucking baby away. And the final argument that you hear is that these museums are an open repository of the world's treasures and can actually increase the number of people who can enjoy them. But you've already seen someone point out that is only true if you can get to the museum in question. And also, it's worth noting that most display only a tiny fraction of their collections. The British Museum, for instance, has a collection of 8 million objects, although only around 80,000 of them, just 1%, are on public display at any one time. And it can be pretty galling for people to find that their heritage, which is often part of a vibrant present-day culture, is sitting in storage in the British Museum's underground loot prison. Here in the US, we've stashed away many Native American artifacts. And just watch as members of the Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho tribes are allowed to visit artifacts in storage at Chicago's Field Museum.
So just beyond here is the storeroom where we'll be looking at some of the artifacts.
When I think about objects that belong to tribal members that are just sitting there in the dark, I felt angry. I felt sad.
Just walk in and there's just like rows and rows and rows of all these objects.
They've been boxed away since they were collected. Nobody can see them, touch them, be around them.
That is devastating. And it gets a lot harder to pretend that these objects are fulfilling a mission of educating and connecting people when they're in a basement in a box labelled with a fucking Sharpie. And at this point, you may well be thinking, well, obviously we shouldn't have taken those objects in the past, but now we know better. But you should know, this practice is still very much going on. Which brings us to the second big part of our story, the modern antiquities market, because items are still being bought, sold and donated all the time between private individuals, museums, dealers and auction houses. And when it comes to those items, the key word to understand is provenance. Basically, the full history of an object and the path it took to end up here. Because not every piece is like those famous Benin bronzes where it is clear from our history books who took them. For most items, research into provenance is absolutely critical. It's not just how you know whether an item is real or fake, but also whether or not it got to you legally. The auction house Sotheby's even has a whole video on its website bragging about how much it loves researching provenance, even though it seems to view it as less an ethical imperative and more as a pretty sweet marketing perk.
So, provenance.
That's my favorite part.
Provenance is the history of ownership for a work.
Since it was brought to life.
Who that work of art had been made for.
Whose walls it's been hanging on. How many different hands has it passed through?
Who else has looked at it? In some cases, who else has loved it?
Who wore it? When did she wear it? How did she wear it? How often did she wear it? For me, this is what we kind of live for, is to get the great stories to tell.
And often the story of its ownership can be just as interesting, if not more interesting, than the artist.
Provenance is something that, in a way, doesn't matter. And yet,
yeah, and yet, in another way, it really does. A quick side note, never in my life has there been such an intimidatingly bougie collection of people. You can almost hear them saying, actually, it's pronounced poisson. And while I do not doubt that Sotheby's loves backstories that add lustre and, crucially, value to the objects that they auction, they and many others seem much less interested when those stories uncover something seamier. One gallery owner who recently pled guilty for her part in trafficking looted antiquities said that buying and selling objects with vague or even no provenance was so much the norm in the art market, it was a conspiracy of the willing. And to see exactly what that conspiracy can look like, just look at one attempted sale where Sotheby's ignored some pretty glaring warning signs.
3 years ago, Cambodia learned that Sotheby's auction house in Manhattan was attempting to sell a 1,000-year-old masterpiece for $3 million, the feet of which were still at the temple in Cambodia. Sotheby's was warned by the very expert they hired to appraise the statue that it was, quote, definitely stolen. They knew the feet were still there. Despite what their expert told them, they decided to put the statue on the front of one of their more prominent auction catalogs of the year.
Holy shit! How did that conversation go? The expert said, this is definitely stolen. And Sotheby's said, yeah, but it might not be, right? And the expert said, no, it is stolen. And Sotheby's said, you're so funny. And the expert said, I'm sorry, what? And Sotheby's said, seriously, Jamie, you're too much. And the expert said, thanks, but again, it is stolen. And Sotheby's said, tell your mama said hi. And the expert said, my mom's actually dead. And then they printed it on the cover. Now, legally, I have to tell you, Sotheby's insist that they did nothing wrong and that they conduct extensive due diligence before offering items up for auction. But you should know, in the case of that statue, federal prosecutors eventually intervened, forcing Sotheby's to hand it over to Cambodia, where it was eventually happily reunited with its feet. It's a real Cinderella story, isn't it? If Cinderella had been amputated at the ankle. And interestingly, and to that point, it is not uncommon to see statues missing feet or hands. And while you might assume that it's damage due to time, it's often a sign that it has been stolen, with looters or thieves sawing off heads to sell separately or hacking a sculpture out from a temple wall so rapidly that they leave the feet behind. And if I know this, and you now know this, then Sotheby's definitely fucking did. And again, this is why provenance research is so vitally important. But many buyers fail to do even the bare minimum, meaning that the demand for stolen goods will always be met by a steady supply. Just watch as a dealer in Nepalese artifacts, Deepak Shakya, basically walk someone through just how easy it can be to get paperwork to justify removing an object from the country.
By law, the country's Department of Archaeology cannot issue export papers on items more than 100 years old. But Deepak says he has a tried and proven way.
So government, no problem getting these out?
I mean, we have to give some money to Undertable, otherwise, no problem.
Okay.
I mean, it's not legal.
Okay.
But still, I mean, we can get the stamp. It's no problem.
Okay, that is way too easy. I don't know how hard it should be to illegally export a culture's treasured antiquities, but it should at least be harder than find a guy who has a guy. That man was later arrested and charged, presumably alarming any museums with large collections from Nepal. And just look what happened when those documentary makers sat down with a representative from the Rubin Museum right here in New York to ask a pretty basic question.
In Nepal, authorities recently arrested a number of antique dealers. Has the Rubin Museum done any dealings with Deepak Shakya or his family, the Shakyas?
I don't think we should answer that. Okay?
The museum's PR person intervenes.
Hmm?
You have to do a lot of research to know that. Do you want us to like get back to you?
That'd be good.
Okay. A pretty good rule when you're asked, do you work with arch thieves, is that any answer that's not an immediate no is instantly suspicious. And while the Rubin later claimed that, to their best knowledge, they didn't have any connection to Deepak Shakya or any objects from him, they did return these two objects from their collection just this year that were very much stolen, and the Nepalese group that pressured them to do that recently identified another object that they say is stolen, which, you will never guess, just happens to be in the Rubin right now. But don't worry, the Rubin told us they're looking into that one now too, and I'm sure they'll get back to us. After all, it's what they do. And the thing is, there are lots of dealers around who use museums to launder their reputations. Take Subhash Kapoor. He was once one of the leading sources of Asian art for museums and collectors. The Met currently has 86 objects from him in its collection, and even threw him a private reception in 2009 after he donated dozens of Indian drawings, which was a real win-win because the Met got the drawings and Kapoor got to tell people that he had art in the Met. And it's not like they would work with a disreputable dealer, right? But Kapoor was ultimately identified as a prolific trafficker of stolen goods, and he didn't even bother coming up with good cover stories. The most common one that he used was that objects had come from the family collection of his girlfriend. And you might be thinking, that is so stupid, it would only work on a group of real ding-dongs, to which I'd say, you're absolutely right, it seems to have worked on the Met 86 times. And buying art without doing proper provenance research can blow up in a museum's face in spectacular fashion. Take what happened a few years back at the Met Gala. The year 2018. Kim Kardashian made an appearance wearing head-to-toe Atelier Versace that was, notably gold, just like this guy, Nejamank, or more specifically, his coffin, which the Met had recently acquired. Guys, a photo of the two of them had to happen, didn't it? Well, when it did, the internet absolutely exploded. Then, this happened.
The Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York, receiving a tip after Kim's photo from the Met Gala went viral. The Manhattan Assistant District Attorney was emailed the photo by an anonymous informant in the Middle East, saying he recognized the coffin and knew it had been looted. Museum officials saying they bought the sarcophagus for $4 million from an art dealer in Paris in 2017, but were fooled by fake papers saying it had been legitimately exported decades ago.
Wow! Say what you like about Kim Kardashian, the woman has a real knack for producing incredible images just by standing next to men that look like they died a long time ago. Now, it turns out, Nejamank's coffin had been stolen during the Egyptian uprising in 2011, and as the story unravelled, it became very clear that the Met should have been a lot more suspicious when it was offered to them, because the red flags included 3 conflicting ownership histories, the involvement of known traffickers, and a forged export license that bore the stamp Arab Republic of Egypt, before the country used that name. And that is too many red flags. It's like if Madame Tussauds bought and displayed a clearly alive James Spader. Your only job was to make sure this celebrity was waxed. How'd you fuck this up so badly? Let the man go home. Now, the Met has since relinquished the coffin and apologised to Egypt, but the museum's approach to provenance research cannot be do nothing until Kim Kardashian takes a photograph in front of one of our objects and we're humiliated on the international stage. This cannot be all her responsibility. She's too busy revolutionising shapewear. And it's worth noting, in the last 5 years, the Met has had no fewer than 9 search warrants executed on it, resulting in 37 pieces being seized. And none of this is a victimless crime, because the trafficking of looted antiquities has financed some of the world's worst actors, from the genocidal Khmer Rouge in Cambodia to the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. And the harm also extends to the personal level, because again, if I could impress one thing on you, it's that when these objects end up in the West, we put them behind glass and we call them art. But in their home context, they can be much more. For instance, this stolen sacred statue was in a Dallas museum until March of last year. And when it was finally returned to Nepal, it was immediately put back into use for religious worship. There was just a level of abject callousness on display here, which, to be fair, some institutions are finally coming to terms with. Take the University of Aberdeen in Scotland. It recently began reassessing objects in its collection and facing the grim realities of what it had been holding on to, like this glass sphere. Now, the story behind how it got to Aberdeen is both fascinating and completely horrible.
This Hindu holy man had been challenged to hold the glass sphere for 12 years in order to obtain a beneficial afterlife. He only managed 8.
Subsequently, we discovered that in the anatomical collection of human skulls, we have this skull.
Wow. Is that his head?
That is, yeah.
Let's have a look.
Oh.
Gosh.
That's him.
It's amazing. And awful at the same time, isn't it? They're cremated, aren't they? And he hasn't been cremated. That's profoundly offensive, isn't it? And here we are in the 21st century, and we still haven't really put this person to rest. God, that's terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and for about 100 different reasons. Because a head in a box is less something you'd expect to find at an academic institution and more in the basement of a fucking serial killer. And that's emblematic of so much. The fact that for so long, not only did no one see the significance of that object to that man, no one saw that man as significant, period. So what can be done? Well, some institutions, like the University of Aberdeen, have been taking this reckoning seriously. They are beginning discussions with a local Hindu temple about what to do with that man's remains. They actually also had a Benin bronze, which they repatriated late last year, which is great. But too often, the reckoning only goes so far. A few years ago, the UK's National Army Museum returned to Ethiopia a stolen lock of hair belonging to an Ethiopian emperor, but took pains to point out that it was, and I quote, definitely not a precedent. Look, the fact is, museums should be getting asked hard questions about every aspect of both their acquisition process and their collections as part of a long overdue conversation about where their items came from and whether anyone wants them back. You know, some countries might even be willing to loan items back out to museums around the world, but with a clear understanding of who actually owns them. The point is that conversation should be led by the groups that those items originally belonged to, because while obviously museums should not be violating the law, they shouldn't be violating basic moral decency either. There is so much that we need to do to reckon with the harms, both past and present, of colonialism. But this should really be the easy part. And until such time as we genuinely engage in that reckoning, I'd actually like to present a potential plan B.
Hi, I'm Kamal Nanjian, and I'm here to introduce you to the Payback Museum. The first public museum in the world devoted to providing recourse to nations who've been plundered of their greatest treasures throughout history by colonial dickheads. This is a collection that's all about disconnecting people, specifically disconnecting Western countries from their shit, you know, the way they did to everyone else. Come on, I'll show you around. Welcome to our Africa wing. This is where there should be Benin bronzes, The spectacular tablets that tell the comprehensive story of a glorious kingdom. But they were put in a bag, shaken, and dumped out all over Europe like a bunch of Scrabble letters. So until we get them back, this room is home to one of the Stonehenge arches. Yeah, Britton, you might have noticed you're missing one. We took it because you were just leaving it out, letting it get wet. I mean, look, there's like grass and shit on it. And frankly, you can't even think about returning it until you start caring for what you already have. Honestly, I don't even like it. I think Stonehenge sucks. Big dumb rocks. But I don't want to return them despite you. You having fun? I am. Let's move on. In our Latin America wing, we wanted to feature a collection of gorgeous, ancient, indigenous Peruvian textiles. But they're all in a museum in Philadelphia, so instead we have the Liberty Bell, an early American example of a fucking bell. And we didn't stop there. We also had Mount Rushmore. To be more accurate, just the tip. And to be more specific, of George Washington's nose. And you might be thinking, why are you depriving thousands of bored school children the sight of this oversized schnoz and this fucked up dinger? Well, you know the rules. Whoever loves the baby best gets the baby. And your babies got. Now we've got something real special. I'm thrilled to announce the grand opening of our brand new state-of-the-art Asia wing, where we are beyond proud to display a number of priceless 10th century religious statues. Or at least we were. Now we only have their feet. So instead, we got a couple things from France. Oh, we got most of the Mona Lisa, overrated bunch of shit from Versailles. Eugene Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People, which I swear we're gonna frame at some point, or at least get some poster putty, tack it onto a wall like in a college dorm room next to a picture of Bob Marley. You know what's fun? The story of its ownership can be just as interesting as the art itself. Who's owned it, who's loved it, who yelled stop as we ran out of the museum with it, if that's what happened, which it definitely didn't because we have the papers saying it's fine. See? Don't worry. We followed all the laws. Now, if you come with me, our last stop is where the real treasures are. Here we are in the storeroom where we keep some of our most prized possessions. Items so valuable, we know it's morally indefensible for us to have them. The good shit. Every one of these boxes here will blow your mind. We've got loot, more loot. Oh, this one's very, very special. In this box lie 3 of Gerald Ford's ribs. You're wondering why do we have 3 of Gerald Ford's ribs? It's because we could not get 4. And you're probably thinking, wait, he hasn't been dead nearly long enough for that to be okay. And I say, oh yeah? How long do you have to be dead for it to be okay? Huh? I'm serious. Give me a number for how long after his death it's okay to have a part of someone's body sweating in your museum's hot storage. So please, if you're from one of the countries that own this stuff, come, enjoy it. Our museum is a world repository, so you can visit your stuff anytime, between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m., and not on Mondays. And I know you might want some of this stuff back, and we would love to give it back to you, but if we give it to you, everyone else is going to line up, and suddenly, this whole place is empty. So, the answer is no. It's all ours forever. Smells like payback. Rib dust.
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Think, what does Russian news say about the war in Ukraine, about the protests happening inside Russia, or maybe about Mr. Zelensky? I'm sure that's pretty different from what you are seeing in your local news, but what exactly do Russian people see on their TV? In this video, we will find out. Hi, my name is Nikki. On this channel I started this series What Does Russian State Media Tell Us About? And last week I asked my viewers what kind of news they want to see from Russian perspective, and I picked 5 topics for this video, leaving 2 other major news for the next episode, so be sure to subscribe to my channel if you find this video interesting to watch. And let's get started with something light. A comic news about referendum for Russians to join the Netherlands. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, like what the heck, referendum for all Russians to join Holland? Then no worries, you are not alone, because there is no single word in Russian news related to this topic. Basically, this idea comes from Dutch TV show introduced by their local comic. He says that if Russian president organizes referendums in a country where he has no territorial claims, then he technically can organize the same thing for Russian people, which he did in his comic show, introducing a really funny, well-designed video, and that video went viral internationally. And then I started to think, like, is there anything being said about this thing, about this comic referendum in Russian news? And here what I found out. Like, I'm using this website of Russian Первый Канал, first channel, with his really huge library of 650,000 news. If I write anything about, like, the Netherlands, Nederlanden, in Russian language, I'll find quite a lot of news, but nothing about this funny event. Like, I didn't really expect Russian state media covering this kind of funny news, but that will be really interesting to see. Now let's jump to another piece of news that hardly appears in Russian media, and I'm talking about protests happening inside Russia. Same website of Russia First channel. Here I type protest, which is protest in Russian, and I pick the time duration from February 24th to the day of recording this video. What I found is 93 results of video news about protest, but interesting thing that there is no real news on protest happening in Russia. Remember, there was like long time ago, February 24th, 25th, and also beginning of March, when we had anti-war protests in Russia. Well, here it is, literally no news on that time period. The first news about protests coming from March 16th, and I think that is really interesting representation what is happening like inside Russian media, because there are a lot of videos on protests in Europe. According to First channel in Russia, many people in Europe protest because of poor economical conditions of their countries and also because of current energy crisis. For example, check out this news. It comes from October the 2nd and says in Europe people massively protest because of inflation and coming winter. Let's see how this lady introduces
every single
this
game
news
is
to Russian
dying.
people.
Your favorite game, it's fucking
Hunger, cold, and
Come across
humiliation.
men that is not just looks. Okay, they go after a woman that has some type of
that embraces her feminine nature,
brain to put like I would say there's certain guys that with a certain status, they don't go after just looks. They go after a woman with brain, a woman that has a lot going for herself.
No, you don't know what we want. So
but that's what you want.
No, man.
That's what you
man.
know.
Everybody in the chat, it's the same thing.
Because look,
no man has ever said, "I love her for her brain."
But you know what? You're a man that is a fool. Because
every guy watching this will agree with me.
You are a man that is a fool if you think that way. Because
okay, not me. Every single person watching is a fool.
Listen, when you're looking for a wife and someone to be with, someone to build with, especially to have kids with, that's very dangerous.
Hallo?
You know what?
Yeah, well, let me take your same mindset. You're a
Was hast du zu deiner Verteidigung zu sagen?
Welche Verteidigung denn?
Okay, wenn du nicht weißt, von was ich rede, ja.
Ja, dann.
Dann sehe ich keine Zukunft mit uns zwei.
Heißelei, okay. Und jetzt danach zu Mädchen oder was, dass du nicht mehr sagen kannst, was der Grund ist.
Philipp, ne, sowas muss ich mir von dir nicht anhören. Ist ganz einfach.
Einfach eine Maschine bin ich, muss ich schon mal sagen. Meine Comebacks sind einfach. Ach, Johannes, Alter. Heute war der schlimmste Tag der Welt, obwohl ich nur 4 Stunden gearbeitet habe.
Warum, was passiert? Ah, du bist on-stream, ne? Also, Vorsicht.
Ich habe einfach bis fucking ewig nicht schlafen können. So 2,5 Stunden Schlaf oder so. Dann dahin geeiert. Boah.
Wenn ich dich jetzt frage, wie die Spiele ausgegangen sind, kannst du mir darauf eine Antwort geben?
Nee, ich habe nicht ein einziges angeguckt.
Echt? Okay. Ah ja, das ist übel. Ich muss Also an solche Tage bin ich mir manchmal nicht sicher, ob es nicht gescheiter ist, wenn man daheim bleibt.
Weiß ich auch nicht. Ich bin dann nach 4 Stunden einfach gegangen.
Ja, das hat auch meistens keinen Wert dann.
Nee. Das hat echt keinen Wert.
Wir haben heute Software-Update gemacht, ne? Ganz gut gelaufen. Und dann machen wir die erste Funktion, wollen wir starten, ne? Alle Umbauten sind erledigt, ne? Matze kommen, ne? Und wir starten. Erste Funktion meldet Fehler, ohne dass es ein Fehler ist. Und ich frage, warum? Ich sage, ja, weil die Stößel nicht die richtige einbaut sind. Das ist eigentlich sehr gut.
Aber immerhin direkt das Problem erkannt, ja, das, ne?
Ja.
Ah.
Meine Antwort war nur, ich glaube, ich tue ab morgen wieder vorbereitet. Ach nö. Kann kein Darius.
Lass uns sein.
Den hab ich nicht. Okay.
A guy that's a leader.
Oh, damn.
Oh, hold on, hold on. Hold on. See how? No. I literally, you see what I did there?
You called me a fool for saying what I want.
Nein!
I'm saying that's what you want, but you can't generalize it with every man
wants that. No man has ever
Philipp,
said
ich hab
that.
was
So
für
what?
dich, ne?
been with men that said that they
Ich möchte eine ehrliche Meinung dazu hören, ne?
would happen to them, they can hold.
Nicht so gut mit ehrlichen Meinungen.
That's not brain, that's different.
Huh?
He likes you.
I agree with you.
Oh nein, ich finde es nicht mehr. So auf Nein-Gag.
Und einmal was von dir schon ist für immer verloren.
Ja, darauf habe ich Lust, muss ich sagen.
Notice how he says what he wants. You're a fool for wanting that. When she said earlier, I want a man that's a leader, whatever, and Fresh asked these questions, dominant, whatever.
Yes, I do.
Hold on. He didn't call you a fool, did he? Why is it that we don't shame women for what they want, but they love to shame us for what we want?
It's not that. I'm just saying that's
what you
very
just
super.
did.
Listen, that's not what. That's
You call him a
you're
fool.
switching it. I called him a fool because he said he just
What?
generalized everything and said, oh, all men want that. When I
Das finde ich ja niemals so, ne?
then they're lying. Then they're lying. But I don't honestly don't believe that all men just want a woman
Das
for her
sieht schnell
looks.
aus, Jonas.
There are men that actually wants more than that because nowadays any
Oh,
woman
doch.
can throw that in the table now. Like you're just gonna marry
Ja,
a
Philipp, aber du
woman
musst
because
Ton
she's
anmachen
her
dazu,
looks,
ne?
so you're not thinking about if something happens
Lässt es
to
mir
you.
mein Ohr weg,
You're
wenn
not
ich den
thinking
Ton
about the
anmache.
long run.
Wie
You're not
bitte?
thinking about the future.
Lässt es mir mein Ohr weg, wenn ich den Ton anmache.
Ich glaube nicht.
But the majority
Oh doch, tut's.
are good men. It's a very small percentage of men that are sleeping with all the women. Like it's a very 15% of men. You want them to be cute? Cut that in half. You want them to make money? Cut that in half. It's a very small percentage of men that are sleeping with all the girls. Like every girl has a guy in their friend zone that would treat them well, and they know would treat them well, and they know likes them. And it's like we don't pick them. And then we're gonna cry because the guy we picked is bad to us. But you could have picked the guy in the friend zone. But
Jetzt, Philipp, sorry. Das hat mir mein Ohr wegblasen.
Ja, ich kenne die kam schon ein paar Mal von der Sache.
Let me explain what men want, and you're gonna
Sie sagt's echt prägnant, muss ich sagen.
Naja, geht, oder? Ich sag mal, ja, klar, für die, sag ich mal, die darum kehren, so, sagt man dazu. Dann auch eine spezielle Art von Frauen, die genau auf diese Gruppe abzielen, und ob man die dann unbedingt auch als Freundin haben will, ist halt auch fragwürdig, ne?
So, Alter, ne? Ich beschwere mich jetzt das ganze Game. Dann gehe ich AFK.
Aber warum du
Warum nicht?
Warum die in Brand?
Was ist tun so? What? Oh, sorry, ich dachte, ich krieg den weg rechtzeitig.
It's Zion, I don't care.
Meiner! Wen heißt das? Meiner!
Nee. Nee.
Ich sage, ich carry dich jetzt. Ich habe ein Herz für Kinder.
Ich will ja nichts sagen, aber ich habe probably most damage, ne?
Ja, wahrscheinlich. Weißt du, woran das liegt?
In meinem Skill.
So nett. What? Oh Gott, ich miss. Mein Bestes getan, Boys. Ja. Was tu? Nicht schlimm. Ja. Oh Gott. Damit möchte ich nicht gewinnen. What? Okay. Ich hätte ihn wegkicken können. Ich dachte nur, das killt dich never.
Ja, hast du wieder verkauft wie jedes Mal, ne?
Ja, es tut mir leid.
Na, anscheinend, weißt du, dann lügst du mir auch noch dreckig ins Gesicht. Ah, ich weiß auch nicht, gar nicht. Du hast dich verändert.
Oh. Ich wollte so hart, ne?
Ja, toller, ne?
Okay, das war nicht schlimm.
Schneeball gesehen. Ich bin halt einfach ein guter Spieler.
Ich hab so arg versucht, dir zu helfen, Philipp, ne?
Warum lügst du denn? Alles liegen tut man nicht.
Ja, da kommt der Gangplank, der one-shottet mich.
Und ich one-shot die.
Hier, nimm das Speed.
Bitte! Scheiße. Ich kein Damage, wenn du nicht isolated bist.
Aber isolate, ich bin ganz allein die ganze Zeit. Ich hier sterbe, ne? Ja, nicht, wenn ihr alle sterbt. Ich hab noch Damage gemacht, ne? Bin ich okay.
Ich glaube, wir sollten nicht so viel Kills dem Ding geben.
Im Yi?
Mhm.
Ich glaube, das ist okay, muss ich sagen.
War eine sehr, sehr schlechte Idee, habe ich gehört.
Frag mich, wer dem so viel Kills gibt, ne?
Also ich habe nur 4 Tote.
Oh, warum?
Komm doch nicht mal ran, Alter. Gib mir doch wirklich den Stack.
Bitte! Warum hilft der mir nicht? Jetzt geht er!
Ja, weil er eine Maschine ist und die einfach 1 gegen 3 ist. Ach, Johannes, der hat halt Cooldowns, musst du warten, ne?
Bist du die Kamil?
Nee. Oh, hat er mich gerade geultet?
Einschlag. Was ist passiert, Philipp? Einschlag.
Scheiß Game.
Oh, ich verfehl. Das war mein Mura.
Ach, dein Mura, dein Mura. Oh, jetzt bin ich aber schnell, du.
Einschlag. Warum? Ich hatte ihn doch.
Ja, du bist useless.
Ich hab 2 Kills, ne?
Und dein Gate brauchst keine Kills. Du musst nur ein Gate stellen, dann ist immer egal. Nein, hat ein Item Tower, ist einfach egal. I don't care about that tower. Ach, Digga, warum executest du mich denn immer so übel?
Gutes Item.
Nee.
Alter! Macht
Alle
der
sterben
Damage.
nicht so Bobos.
Frag mich, warum ihr alle sterbt.
Überall sterben die Bobos. Alter, die absolute Legende hat sich executed.
Du hättest noch anulten können, ne? Und verschwindet Brand-Ult, wenn er stirbt?
Nö, ich bin außer so Range gelaufen von der anderen.
Oh.
Weil ich cleverer Spieler bin, ne? Hätte ich nicht erwartet. Lobt er mich einfach.
Ich bin allein. No, get weg von mir! Bitte! Oh! Das ist so ein schöner Plan, ne? Slow von Kha'Zix ist einfach fair.
Alter, der flasht auch noch. Kann so nicht arbeiten.
Mit beide, oder? Ja.
Kann
soll ich
so
dir was
einfach
sagen?
nicht arbeiten. Nee.
Ja, okay. Philipp, ich bin noch nicht da, ne?
Der doch auf.
Fast!
Hast du mich verboostet, oder?
Hä? Ich hab noch 2 Spells rausgekriegt!
Ja, warum hast du den nicht einfach tötet?
Ja, ich hätte ihn tötet, wenn ich den dritten rausgekriegt hätte.
Aber, weiß ich nicht. Gute Chase hätten das rausgekriegt, ne?
Ich hatte unter 100 Leben, ne? Das ist dir bewusst.
Ach, Johannes, Ausreden über Ausreden, ne?
Du bist einfach ein schlechter Verlierer. Ich sag's dir, wie es ist, ne? Sag's dir, wie es ist.
Also, ich hab Spaß, ich bin Cyan.
Anita hat mehr Damage als meins.
Meins auch besser.
Ist true. Der macht dir ja gar kein Damage mehr. What? Der ist direkt neben dir. Er hat ein Geheimnis.
Ich hab ihn.
Hat der keinen Mount gehabt?
Mhm.
Ich dachte, der killt da locker einen.
Das sah kurz so aus, ja.
Problem, ich snipe den jetzt einfach weg, ne? Auf dem Weg zum Heal. Kein Problem. Ich mach mein Spiel mit dem Yi. Ich denke, ich brauch Sonias. Philipp, du hast ihn erwischt.
Ja, ich habe auch den K6 gepredicted, ne? Wie so eine olle Legende.
Zeit für ein ADI. No, 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 no.
Bei mir oder was?
Ich hab keine anderen. Ein Tag!
Okay, okay. Oh! Kabil Damage Reduced hier in dem Modus. Ja. Na, Johannes hat schon Skana gefunden. Oder hat er dich gefunden? Ich glaube, der hat dich gefunden.
Also Tank war ja wieder tot, ne? Schönes Schild. Und den Boy mal lasse.
Oh,
was denn der?
Daneben. Oh, ich hab gemisst. Trolle.
Oh. Philipp, nicht jeder kann so reinrennen wie du, ne?
Doch. Aber ich sterbe auch in gefühlt 5 Sekunden, ne? Ja, du wie da Busch. Ah ja, naja, was haben denn jetzt alle alles gemisst oder was? Ah! Oh, ich hab den Brand nicht gekriegt. Keiner hört Fortschritt. Hat er sich gerade dazwischen gestellt, dass ich den anderen nicht krieg, oder was? Was ist das für komische Teamplayer? Ja, scheiße ist es, ne?
Keine Lust mehr. F.
Was?
FF. Ich habe keine Lust mehr. Ja.
Warum denn jetzt schon wieder Johannes? Einfach mal ein bisschen Positivity ausstrahlen. Durchrennen, Ende machen.
Nee. Machen nur Assis.
Den anderen nicht entdeckt. What? Johannes, auf dir lastet jetzt große Verantwortung.
Du wirst die beenden, was meinst du?
Mhm.
Ja, wenn ich actually mal spielen darf, ne? Oh, nicht schlecht. Und schön, wie der K6 einfach komplett ignoriert hat. Jesus.
Hm?
Liebe gesehen, was der wieder kriegt.
Ja, das ist halt mächtig auch kleiner. Fett.
Oh nein! Genau!
Warum liebt er sich eigentlich so viel? Der hat nicht mal einen Lifesteal-Item.
Doch, der hat 2.
Wo hat der 2?
Meinst du? Du hast gegen den Yi gekämpft.
Ja, aber wo hat der 2 Lifesteal-Items?
Der Stance und Blade.
Der Stance hat doch kein Lifesteal.
Nimm mir, oder was?
Das kann doch nie Lifesteal. Ah doch, es könnte vielleicht ein Lifesteal geben, wow. Boah, ich die Kurve nicht weit. Oh mein Gott, toll. Wusste ich doch, dass die kleine Sau da gleich rausspringt. Ja.
Du bist beschäftigt mit dem Scanner.
Ich hab nach hinten gecued.
Hey, was du da erzählst, ne?
Geh doch mal killen, Johannes.
Wenn ich Peel hätte, würde ich das machen.
Digga.
What?
Flash hat einfach an mir vorbei.
Der ist hier stand, Dirty! Hat der mich cute, oder was?
Das ist so Flash-Cute, ne?
Ah, okay. Ich dachte, der hat dich cute und hat mich noch erwischt. Ich wollte gerade sagen, der ist Bildschirm weit weg gewesen.
Der ist aus dem Busch geflasht wie eine Katze.
Katzen sind männlich. Die erobern Büsche, die flashen nicht raus. Die erobern sie. Ja?
Alter, ich bin einfach Full Tank. Ich sterbe einfach in Instant. Juckt die gar nicht.
Ich habe jetzt irgendwie für jetzt wird alles gut.
Ich glaube, in dem Game wird nichts mehr gut.
Meine Q crittet doch, ne?
Ja, die crittet.
Also jetzt gebt mir 2 Minuten zum Poken, ne? Dann können wir spielen.
Du machst halt mal Damage mit deinem Poke.
Ich bin gerade Half-Life gemacht, ne?
Und der Klett ist drin auf jeden Fall.
Happen? Happen? Und jetzt wird's übel, ne? Oh!
Kein Lifesteal. machen. Am Ende.
Weißt du, was das Schlimmste ist? Der K wird gleich 60k Mediated Damage haben.
Der K?
Ja.
So, was hat er gebaut?
Nix, er ist K, er ist ein Jungler.
Ja, das ist
50.
Du rumholst, kann ich ja nicht ändern, ne?
Lass es doch. Alter. Outtankt, ne?
Hä, warum machst du nicht mal Damage?
Weil ich verfolgt wurde. Mit so einem Yi. Und mein Scion hat beschlossen, einfach immer reinzurennen, anstatt zu peelen.
Also ich habe Full Tank gebaut, ne? Aha.
Ja, was ändert das?
Schande auf dein Haupt. Ne? Schande auf dein Haupt.
Ein richtiger KDA-Spieler.
Du oder was?
Nee, du willst die Damage-Zahlen nur am Ende sehen. Du hast keinerlei, dir ist vollkommen egal, ob man gewinnt oder verliert oder ob andere Leute mitspielen dürfen, ne?
Hä? Ich habe 18 Tote, die Camilla 23.
Said single as fuck is because you're acting very masculine right now. Hold on, you're aggressive. You're slamming the table. Relax. You're slamming the table. You're raising your voice. You're yelling. No guy wants to settle down with that. You can go, oh, I'm sorry. It's not hurt. It's just annoying to be around. And no guy wants to settle down with that. What we want is a feminine woman who knows how to nurture, who knows her place, who's not running around in the club all the time. That's what we want. And when we're honest about it, you say toxic.
Ich will nicht aufstehen, es wird so angenehm unter der Decke.
But that's what men want. That's what everybody watching wants. We just want a feminine woman who can balance out. And
In welchem Stock lebst du, Philipp?
But that's what you want. Listen, I'm not here to judge you.
Weil-
Like I said,
You did. You called me a fool.
Dritten.
and I apologize.
Echt, wie, hast du einfach den ganzen Tag das Fenster offen?
Ja.
Weißt du, wie viel Energie du verschwendest, ne?
Wieso immer keine Heizung an?
Ja, aber die anderen haben ja Heizung an.
Die haben sie auch so an. Die haben sie auch im Sommer an. Wieder nicht.
Ja, aber du lässt denen ihre Energie quasi raus, ne?
Nee.
Sagst du, funktioniert das nicht, oder wie? Denn ihre Energie bleibt bei ihnen, sagst du.
You expect us to assume that role and be submissive and dominant. How do you expect us to be that way when you're creating a space that isn't emotionally safe for us? Yeah, you provide the money, the protection.
Ja, das verstehst du das Prinzip nicht. Ne? Wärme steigt nach oben. Und wenn ich hier unten kalt mache, ne, dann blockiere ich die Wärme.
Warum bist du unten? Warum bist
Ja,
du
für
unten?
die unter mir sind, weißt du? Die unter mir sind, dann steigt die Wärme nicht mehr nach oben, weil bei mir ist so eine kalte Blase. Und das
Und
blockt
die
das.
Wärme, die will nicht zu der Kälte, sagst du?
Nee, deswegen, die kann ja nicht. Das geht nicht, weißt du?
Wieso nicht?
Bleibt die unten.
Kannst du mir das erklären, wie das funktioniert? Ne?
Ja, du musst es so vorstellen, ne? Also
Okay.
warme Luft will nach oben steigen, ne?
Außer wenn es oberkalt ist.
Nee, jetzt wart doch mal.
Okay.
Also, die warme Luft will nach oben steigen.
Ja.
Das würde ja schlussfolgern, dass es oben wärmer ist, ne?
Ja.
Richtig? Ja. Und jetzt will die warme Luft nach oben steigen, merkt aber, es wird kälter, dann ist er verwirrt.
Das sag ich, außer die kalte Luft, außer es ist oberkalt, dann will die warme Luft da nicht hin. Das habe ich doch gerade gesagt, ne?
Ja, aber ich wollte das natürlich auch in der wissenschaftlichen Weise erklären, warum das denn so ist.
Okay, das war die, okay.
Ja, und dann bilde ich sozusagen wie so eine Schutzschicht für meinen
Barriere ist das Wort, das du suchst. Du musst Barriere sagen. Ja,
Ja, Barriere ist outdated.
Dated.
But don't you think it's vice versa though?
Mhm.
If a woman is attractive woman, then it's vice versa.
No, let me tell you why. Hold on, let me.
Keine Ahnung, es ist überhaupt nicht so kalt at the moment.
What about any man that's out here with a
Also man kann gerade gut mit einfach Jogginghose, T-Shirt oder so.
Was?
Also ich finde, man kann gerade gut mit Jogginghose und T-Shirt, das ist eigentlich noch angenehm.
Ich frage mich legit, wo bei uns die Wärme herkommt, ne? Die meiste Zeit ist Heizung aus. Aber
3
es kommt
PCs, 2 Fernseher.
2 Fernseher.
Bestimmt mehr als ein Fernseher.
Na, und da ist noch einer. Man stirbt direkt auch bei, ne? Okay.
Alles, Johannes, alles.
Ja, bei mir verstehe ich es ja, da ist klar, ne? Ja, schön. Wie Grad hat's draußen gerade eigentlich immer? Nicht so kalt, gell? Hallo, heute Mittag hat es 20 Grad gehabt.
All these guys want girls that are
Kein Wunder, dass mir warm war in meiner Wintermontur.
Mhm.
Probably. Here's the thing: they'll have multiple ugly girls. And then to answer you, you said it's vice versa. What's more common, beautiful women or successful men?
I get it, but
Answer the
then
Ich bin
question.
gleich wieder da, Johannes.
successful men. I get what
What's
you're, I get
what's
your
more
point.
common?
Beautiful women.
Okay, so who has the leverage?
It's not who has
Answer the question.
Show me who has the men.
Okay, so the reality is, since there's less of him and more of you, he could dictate the terms. It's just that ladies don't like to not have an upper hand in relationships. But once you deal with a certain caliber guy, you lose the leverage.
It shouldn't be about, I mean, this is just my personal opinion. It shouldn't be about having the upper hand when
it's 100% about having the upper hand.
to lead. That's the upper hand.
The whole thing is
Not
like
necessarily.
You do realize
allowing it.
someone has to care more in the relationship every single time. That's the way it goes. There's no such thing as 50-50. It's a lie. It's cap. So what I'm saying is that you need to care more as the woman for the relationship to work. If the guy cares more, it never works. So again, the man has to have the upper hand. It is his world, and you might not like it, but then you can exit the world at any time. The difference is this: women want to be in a man's world that tells her it's his fucking world. That's the difference. You don't know what you're necessarily attracted to and aroused to. You don't like the way men make you feel because he has other girls, but that's what women are attracted to.
We got a lot of manly women in this podcast.
Well, can I say something?
Women in this podcast.
Like the way men make you feel because he has other girls, but that's what women are attracted to.
We got a lot of manly women in this podcast.
Well, can I say something?
But that's what women are attracted to.
Ach, Johannes.
Well, can I say something?
Ne,
Ja?
ja, ich habe mir so einen Plan entwickelt, ne? Wie ich easy peasy mich gut ernähren kann, ne?
Ja.
Also, könnte in sein der Plan, ne? Aber
Bitte zu?
ich habe so Riegel gefunden, ne?
Ja.
Wenn du 2 davon isst, dann hast du dein Protein und deine Kohlenhydrate für den Tag gedeckt.
Bist dann auch satt?
Das weiß ich nicht. Dann kannst du den ganzen Tag, restlichen Tag noch Gemüse fressen und musst dich um nichts kümmern. Das ist doch echt der Move, oder?
Ja, die Problematik ist, Hunger haben ist nicht so geil.
Ich glaube, die müssen richtig stopfen, die Riegel, Alter. Da hat einer, glaube ich, 400 Kalorien oder so.
400.
Ja, nee, dieses andere Ding da. Davon, wo du 2000 am Tag essen darfst, wenn du normal isst.
Kalorien.
Und wenn du abnehmen willst, ist 1000. So.
1000.
Ja, was weiß ich, kenne mich auch nicht aus. 1500.
Also Philipp, wie deckst du dein Protein- und Fettgehalt, wenn du 400, 800 Kalorien... Was?
Ja, 800 Kalorien, dann ist schon noch ein bisschen Gemüse.
Und du isst so viel Gemüse, um 800 Kalorien zu essen?
Nein, dafür habe ich ja die 2 Riegel.
Ja, du brauchst ja nochmal 800.
Ja, dann esse ich halt noch einen Riegel, dann mache ich 3 Riegel. Aber dann habe ich ein bisschen zu viel Protein.
Das könnte funktionieren. Aber ich glaube immer noch, du hast Hunger danach.
Ich glaube, das ist richtig ungesund, ey. Ah. Ich habe mir gerade überlegt, wenn ich nie was frühstücke, ich muss gerade ein bisschen testen, wie ich irgendwie besser in den Tag starte. Da überlege ich mir, ob ich so einen Riegel mir am Morgen reinschiebe. Aber es ist halt auch nicht so Deluxe. Aber ich habe auch keinen Bock mehr, irgendwie so ein Oatmeal oder irgendwas zu machen am Morgen.
Ja, ich habe es eine Weile gemacht. Das wird so annoying nach einer Zeit. Das ist der Wahnsinn. Aber ich glaube, ich bin auch einfach eine Snowflake, was das angeht, ne?
Ich bin aber auch so faul.
Mhm.
Ich bin ja da auf deiner Seite, Johannes.
Ja, ja, ich hab doch auch nicht angefangen mit dir zu kämpfen, Philipp, ne?
Okay, das hat doch bestimmt mal jemand gedacht. Die ersetzen auf Englisch Substitute, ne?
Substitute.
Hm?
Substitute. Das
Direct,
geht. Kann ich dir jetzt das sagen, das geht. Daher kommen die ganzen Shakes. Aber das Problem an den Shakes ist, wenn du was pürierst, macht es dich noch weniger satt. Und dann nimmst du die Kalorien extrem gut und schnell auf. Das ist richtig. Aber du bist halt nicht satt. Und Hunger haben ist ein bisschen Shit.
Aber ich esse ja gerade zur Zeit gar nichts. Also das höchste Gefühl ist, ich hole mir auf dem Weg, je nachdem, welche Bahn ich kriege, entweder ein Brötchen vom Bäcker oder ein Leberkäsbrötchen vom Metzger.
Und dann ist der ganze Tag einfach gar nichts anderes.
Ja, jetzt eine Zeit lang habe ich ja immer mittags dann bestellt. Aber ich will ja gerade ein bisschen weg, weil beim Döner habe ich ja eh nichts mehr bestellt, weil ich dafür nicht mehr scheißen muss bei dem Döner. Und dann, wenn sie beim Chinesen bestellen, bestelle ich ja beim Chinesen mit, aber sonst meistens laufe ich zum Lidl und hole mir halt irgendwie,
Achso, du isst schon noch was, okay.
keine Ahnung, irgendwas Kleines halt. Nochmal ein Brot oder so. Aber hier ist halt voll viel Brot.
Ja, ich auch in letzter Zeit. Ist wird auch ein bisschen frustrierend nach einer Zeit, gell?
Ja, ich muss ehrlich sagen, ich bin ja ein Fan, also mich juckt das jetzt nicht so, aber. Und ich muss sagen, ich habe halt so 4 Bäckereien und also 3 Bäckereien und einen Metzger.
Achso, ja.
Die machen alle unterschiedliche Sachen, so.
Ja.
Der Vorteil.
Ja, bei mir der Bäcker / Metzger, also der Metzger, der intet ein bisschen, der hat morgens nie mehr Fleischkäse wegle, ne? Immer wenn du zum Metzger dann gehst und sagt er dir, ja, ist noch nicht da und du denkst dir so, okay, cool. Aber der Bäcker, muss man wirklich sagen, der ist schweineteuer, ne? Aber der hat sehr viel Variation, muss man echt sagen.
Ja, die sind alle teuer. Also das eine, der Metzger ist bei mir das günstigste.
Ja, bei mir komischerweise auch.
Kostet mich, glaube ich, eine Zeit lang 1,50, jetzt 2,50 der Leberkäsebrötchen.
Ja, so geht's mir auch, ja.
Und wenn ich wenn ich bei dem einen Bäcker, bei dem gehe ich immer hin, wenn ich meine Bahn verpasse, da kostet mich das Mozzarella-Tomatenbrot kostet mich 3,80 € oder so.
Ja.
Komplett geistesgestört.
Ich verstehe es auch nicht ganz, aber ich muss auch ehrlich sagen, ich möchte auch nicht, dass Bäcker pleite gehen, ne? Das wäre echt übel.
Ja, das ist ja kein richtiger Bäcker, das sind ja diese komischen Kettenscheiße da.
Bei uns ist so eine Kombination aus Bäcker, das ist so eine Bäckerkette.
Verkauft ihr doch so Brot oder so?
Ja.
Wobei die wo ich bin, verkaufen eigentlich nur so süße Stücke und belegte Brote eigentlich hauptsächlich und Brötchen.
Ja, das ist verheerend. Die süße Stückle wäre ja meistens gar nicht mehr selber gemacht, ja, die wäre aus China importiert.
Kauft ihr auch nicht, keine Ahnung. Also so Süßigkeiten juckt mich echt gar nicht mehr. Würde ich sagen, da bin ich echt weg von.
Ja, ich auch.
Das Einzige, was ich mir ab und zu gönne, ist so ein Crepes.
Crepe?
Also Crepe, ja.
Ah, du bist echt ein verwöhntes Stadtkind, ne?
Hä?
Weißt du, wie weit du hier fahren musst, bis du zu einem Crepe-Laden kommst, ne?
Ich habe da auch keinen Crepe-Laden, aber bei uns ist jede Woche so ein scheiß Markt. Das ist immer irgendwas, da kriegst du immer einen Crepe.
Das könnte sein, ja, das bei uns auch gibt.
Kenne ich mir ab und zu mal einen Crepe, aber sonst bin ich echt kein Fan mehr von süßen Sachen.
Das war auf Montage ein bisschen übel. Die hatte so eine Süßigkeiten-Schale immer unterstehe und immer wenn du dein Zimmer nicht putzt haben wolltest, dann haben sie dir nochmal eine Süßigkeit in so ein Täschle gelegt. Da habe ich echt viel Süßigkeiten gegessen in den 3 Wochen. Aber wenn das einfach da ist, dann wird es auch gegessen, ne?
Ja, wahrscheinlich, wenn ich es kaufen will, will ich es natürlich auch essen. Ist wohl richtig. Was ich mit Matze, der tut immer so, als wäre er nicht da, aber ist da. Voll toxisch. Warum bin ich eigentlich Lied?
Liedgeber habe, weil ich dachte habe, wenn du jetzt 3 Jahre brauchst, bis du wieder kommst, ne? Dann kannst du selber starten, dann habe ich nicht die Verantwortung.
Johannes, das ist aber zu viel Verantwortung für mich. Ist dir bewusst, ne?
Du bist jetzt im Arbeitsleben, Philipp, du musst dich da dran gewöhnen.
Ach, ich übernehme gar keine Verantwortung mehr. Jetzt halt einfach nur noch und machen nur noch das, was die mir sagen. Alles andere ist eh falsch und alle gehen dir auf den Sack.
You were a fool, which I kind of said it, didn't mean it that way, but I said it in an offensive way.
Ja, da haben wir diese Tafeln für diese Messe gemacht, ne? Und der eine, der das normalerweise macht, der war ja krank.
Ja.
Dann hat halt der eine, der Basti und ich, das halt so in 15 Minuten halt so eine Schnelllösung dahin geklatscht.
Ja.
Hauptsache das funktioniert. Und dann hat der heute, weil ihn das so aufgeregt hat, dass es nicht genau passt alles und es so kompliziert ist. Eigentlich hat er den ganzen Tag an dieser beschissenen Anzeige. Und das ist eine scheiß Anzeige. Was juckt mich das da, ob ein Zentimeter Rand da ist?
Warum hörst du sowas überhaupt zu?
Hm?
Ich höre solche Leute gar nicht zu. Ich gucke immer, dass ich so schnell wie möglich wegkomme.
Nee, der hat mir die ganze Zeit Fragen gestellt. Ja, wie ist das denn hier? Wie habt ihr das denn gemacht? Ja, warum habt ihr das denn nicht so gemacht? Und hier, da der Rand, wo hast du den eingestellt? Und ich so, Digga, Alter, keine Ahnung. Lass doch einfach sein. Funktioniert, macht sein Shit und das braucht man eh nie wieder.
Wenn es so wichtig ist, warum war er dann nicht da?
Aber er krank, ne? Der arme Bub. Dann wir wollten, ich bin hier nur gekommen, weil wir heute 2 so Review-Kacks machen wollten. Und dann war, weil die so lange gebraucht haben für die Kacke, haben wir dann die Review auf morgen verschoben. Und ich wollte morgen gar nicht kommen. Jetzt muss ich morgen wieder hin.
Philipp. Ich glaube, du musst da mal auf den Tisch hauen.
Ja, aber gesagt, dann bin ich Mittwoch nicht da. Dann bin ich aufs Sack gehen.
Der Bachelorarbeit ist eigentlich fertig?
Nee. Nee, Johannes, nie. Ich glaube, die wird auch nie mehr fertig. Was haben wir für ein Kackteam? Haben wir auch nicht mal erzählt.
Oh. Ja, Skin.
I can't even taste the air up here.
Ja, seht mich halt. Alter. Ach, ich hab keine Lust.
Hätten wir aber lassen können, ne? Und ich bitte falsch. ich sehe das nicht. Danke, jetzt geht mal einer auf den. Wie viele Decker kriegt die?
Einen.
Eine Lüge. Geht gerade der erste Decker auf irgendjemand anderes geworfen und der zweite Decker dann auf mich.
Die liegt ja nach jedem Kill kriegen ja alle Cooldowns resettet.
Oh Gott. Ich dachte, das ist mein Weiger Cage.
Wir haben keinen Weiger.
Ja, danke Philipp.
Bitte.
Warum hielt die sich so?
Du Spielers. Ich irgendwie nicht tanky oder was?
Ich darf nicht mitspielen.
Aber ich oder was?
Wer noch Ult? Da habe ich meine Antwort. Er hatte Ult.
Reicht nicht, oder was?
Habe ich dich reingeflasht, hä?
User joined your channel.
Das hier schon wieder.
Was hast du dich denn schon wieder hierher verlaufen, Alter?
Ich weiß genau warum. Und du weißt es auch. Wie läuft die LoL-Karriere?
Alter, mein Priddle ist abgelaufen.
Ja, kann ich natürlich tun. Das krasse AP-Damage-Ding, ne?
Das AIDS-Bild, Alter. Ich bin Tank, by the way, ne?
Okay.
What? Okay, das halt einfach, weil es eine gute Seite ist.
Du kannst nicht upgraden. Du brauchst ein Upgrade. Dringend. Der Tank. Hätte für ein Ulte können, aber. Ich muss für sie halten. Ich nehme 1 1 gegen 1.
Ja, auf jeden Fall, Jungs.
Wieder mein Hextrinker, ne?
Okay. Sagst du, der reißt raus, oder was?
Gerade eben hat sie das ziemlich wenig interessiert. Nee, du nicht. Die Wave mal umgesprayt, ne?
Ich bin trotzdem stunned, wenn ich da rauskomme.
Oh, es hittet mich halt einfach. Ich kann ich jetzt nicht Ult! Kann ich mir das nicht machen, wenn ich Ult hab? Warum denn, Philipp?
Nicht 5 Leben noch?
Ja, nur weil du im Busch gewartet hast, bis sie alle kommen. Hier hätte jetzt sogar 3 Items gehabt. Mano.
Mhm.
Schon wieder verloren oder was?
Ja.
So when we come to the household, we're a
Ja, es ist
team.
halt,
So
ne?
for you to say that,
Ist halt einfach, wenn ihr ohne den Arameister spielt, ne?
Does anyone know
because
what the
you said
point
it's
is?
just the looks. I said this, the
That's
point I'm trying to make.
So,
I'm gender rolling it because guy says, okay, a guy just want for looks.
Schon eine
And
traurige
I'm
Pille.
saying no, there are men that actually want, you know, a woman
Jetzt die
that
ganze
can
Woche
hold
frei.
it down too. Because at the end of the day, like you
Good.
said,
What you're
okay.
talking about, here's the thing. What you're talking about is a minority of the package of what men look for.
Yeah.
Predominantly,
Ich so gern
men
arbeiten.
look for.
Hey, hast du nicht gesagt, du hättest die ganze Woche frei?
You're not even going to get in the door to
Nee.
show these other traits that you're talking
Yeah.
about. Your looks is the primary
Ja,
agency
Mittwoch
for
gegen
what you're
arbeite
looking
ich
around
nicht,
right now.
wahrscheinlich Freitag auch
A lot of
nicht.
you guys have makeup,
Donnerstag muss ich mal schauen, ob ich Homeoffice.
extensions, weave, dressing a certain way, tits out, etc., eyelashes. What are you doing that for? You ain't doing it for yourself, even though you're all trying to say you're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for the appeasement and validation of other men. There's a reason why she wants to go to a nightclub and dress up versus being at home and dressed up with her guy. Women enjoy attention and validation from other people. It is what it is, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Willst du
It's
ins
just that
Bett,
men
oder
don't
was?
like to be honest about why what their
Ich
real intentions are,
hätte jetzt
because
viel
they don't
schlafen
want to be
hier.
judged by society.
Ja, warum nicht?
Weiß ich auch nicht.
Ist doch selber in Schuld, ne?
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fed It.
Wir müssen mindestens noch 2 Runden Worlds heute gucken.
Mhm.
And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast After Hours Edition. We're joined Sneeko and a bunch of lovely ladies, man. Got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it.
Let's go.
All the night is my world. City light, ain't it good? In the day, I'm in my
I asked you to stop with the question and you didn't. Do you
Get
want
out.
me to
That's
leave?
serious. 'Cause if you want to leave, you could. You're more.
I guess I'm just believing.
I mean, listen. If you want to get out, if you want to leave, you could. You're more than welcome. To
I
leave.
asked you to stop with the question and you didn't. Do you
Get
want
out.
me to
That's
leave?
serious. Go. Put your shoes on outside. You don't got to put them on in here.
I know the night is not as what seems. I must believe in something, so I'll make myself believe it. This night
All right, we're back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Fit Podcast After Hours Edition. Few announcements, guys, before we get into the show. Number one, check us out on patreon.com/freshfit. Got all the behind-the-scenes content there. And more importantly, check out Sneeko on patreon.com/thesneeko. Go support him because he got canceled because YouTube is lame.
That's where you can find all the videos that they deleted for
Pretty
9
much.
years on
Yeah.
Patreon and the Creativity Kit.
Nice. And then also his creativity kit is below, guys. It's thecreativitykit.com. Link to the top of the description. Go check them out.
3
over there.
calls a week on the Creativity Kit.
Hey, Liddy.
There you go.
And then also, guys, check us out. We're no longer on Anchor. We're on Megaphone now, guys. We moved on up. So check us out on Megaphone, guys, if you guys want to listen to us on the go. Just make sure you wear headphones so you don't get fired from your job or canceled. It's website link is there. Megaphone.fm/channel/fresh and fit. Check us out over there, man. Wear them goddamn headphones. Also, check us out on Discord, discord.gg/fresh and fit, guys. Then also get the merch, freshfitpodcaststore.com, hoodies, t-shirts, etc. All the merch you guys have come to learn and love. And then also check out our other YouTube channel. Sorry, guys, I'm a little under the weather here. Fresh Fit Clips. On there, we post clips every single day, 3 clips per day. And yeah, if you don't have time to watch a full-on podcast, that's 2 to 3 hours. Go and check us out over there at Fresh Fit Clips. And then also, Fresh, go ahead.
You guys, for the vlog channel, man, check it out. Our whole trip from London to Romania back to Miami is all vlogged on the vlog channel, including Sneeko as well, with funny rants, and Myron as well. Check it out. 100K on the way. Let's go.
I think you're actually going to get 100K this time.
Thank you, bro. For
These
once,
vlog-
you're being positive.
These vlogs are going to do it. They're great. Check them out.
Thanks, man. There you go.
And then also, guys, go check out my YouTube channel. It's called Fed 1811. On there, I break down criminal cases. I just did an episode on a documentary reaction that I did on a murder for hire from 1993. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the Jeffrey Dahmer serial killer case as well for you guys on Sunday on the live stream. I know that's been blowing up on Netflix, the Jeffrey Dahmer case. So I'll break that down for you guys and give you a former
How
investigator's
many of you guys
perspective.
watched that documentary?
First episode. I'm the one who's watching it.
I'm telling you,
Crazy.
girls love CSI.
Ugh,
You
yeah.
guys love serial killers.
Yeah, it's
Can't get enough of the murderers.
We do.
It's interesting.
It's strange.
Yeah,
Speaking of murderers,
you guys better like the goddamn video because I'll tell you this: that Netflix series was very difficult to watch for me, man. I was very uncomfortable through a lot of it, but hey, I'll break it down for y'all. Go ahead, Chris. You have some?
Ladies, DM me Nancy Pucks on IG. Shout out to the girls on the panel for sending me DMs. And yeah, we're back, ladies. So send them DMs. Book shows Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Arrival time 9 p.m.
Play Runaway on the piano. It's not that. Oh, could I remember the first note? fuck, I'm not gonna do it. Hold on. Let me think. Hold on. I can remember this. It's that note, isn't it? It would never be E flat. Nobody ever writes in that key. It's gonna be in the key of like C or sharper. Hold on.
If you flake, shout out to the team, by the way, in the back.
And shout out to Anwar and Eric on the couch.
There we go.
Yep, shout out to them.
Shadows in the back.
Yeah, shadows in the back, working in the shadows.
So today, you guys submitted pictures of yourself, but with groups of people, right? So it's a group picture. Go ahead, editor. Throw a group picture right there. That's what a group picture looks like. With these group pictures, I am going to look and try and figure out which person in that group picture watches my stream. But we're going to try and figure out if I know who my viewers are. You guys submitted pictures over the past 2 days. We have them on a PowerPoint, ready, locked, and ready to rock, baby. Here we go. So this is the first one. I'm looking at this picture, and I'm trying to figure out which one of these people watches my stream. Okay, if I had to break it down here on what 3 people watch my video / stream, what people watch me, I would have to knock it down to these 3 people right here. It's got to be one of these 3 people. This kid's too young. I don't have 6-year-olds watching my stream. There's no way. I'd like to think they're not. I'm going to go with the really good-looking one, the stud of the group, and I'm going to say it's this guy. I don't know why. Just he looks like a stud. We'll just go with that guy. We're going to go with that guy. Okay, all right, off to a terrible start. 0 for 1. 0 for 1. He looks like a nice guy. And if that's you look like an amazing guy. You look like a great guy. Okay, all right. At a Padres game, we got 4 dudes here. I've never seen these. I don't know what you guys look like, bro. I don't know what you guys look like. This is, oh no. Okay. All right, first off, I want chat to guess. Left, middle right, or right. I want chat to vote really quickly. I want to see what chat says. And then I'm going to make my guess. I'm going to tell you why I'm going to make my guess. My first thought is this guy. This is just that guy. He looks like, I don't know. He just looks like my type of guy. Oh, not what I meant. He looks like the type of guy that watches me. This guy looks really chill too, though. This guy would probably be my second bet. This guy looks like he would just be annoyed with me. I feel like he's a very sophisticated human being, and he's too smart to watch me. No offense to these 2 dudes. This guy looks like, he would, hurt me. So, probably not that guy either. I'm gonna have to go with these 2. It's between these 2. Kayla, which one do you think watches me? Out of these people, which one do you think watches my stream?
There's only one.
Yeah, there's only one of them, but it's a group picture. One of them watches my stream, and they submitted the picture. I don't know who it is. Right? Middle right? Oh, you guessed middle right as well. I'm starting to think him too.
So, was seid ihr unmotiviert jetzt eigentlich hier?
Was denn los? Was ist denn?
Ach, ihr seid unmotiviert.
Nee, wo hängt's denn quer? Ich wollte halt einfach nur ruhig sein, weil du gesagt hast, du willst schlafen.
I knew it! That was my original guess! Damn
Aber ich dachte, wenn ich jetzt nichts sag, dann machst du ein
That was
Nickerchen.
my first guess! I knew it! Why did I listen to you guys and why did I listen to you?
Schmutz.
Ah, ihr seid doch alle.
Das ist scheiße.
Wow.
Ja, was geht denn jetzt noch? Oder geht jetzt alles?
Ja, was weiß ich, was du machen möchtest.
Ja, der eine tut schon so wieder, als wäre er AFK.
I'm joking!
Warum beleidigst du Assa?
Obwohl man seine Chips-Tüte bis hier hört.
Ich wünschte, ich hätte
I'm joking again. Okay.
Als ob du hast immer irgendwo Chips rumliegen, bestimmt.
This is a big... There's 20 people in this picture, man! Who resembles my personality? Who do I see myself?
Du kannst deinen Chips-Sound nicht faken, der ist einfach legendär.
Or I'm thinking this guy. I'm 0 for 3. I'm literally 0 for 3 right now. Or I'm thinking this guy. I'm 0 for 3.
So, wie sieht's jetzt aus?
Or I'm thinking this guy.
Wobei, was, wer?
I'm literally.
Ich habe noch ein paar Maisbällchen hier rumliegen.
First off.
Hey, thank
Are
you
you
for the
guys in
sub.
4th grade?
Okay.
Okay, I have two people I think it is. This guy. He looks like he looks like he. Or it's this girl. It's neither of these two. It's
Also
neither
noch
of
in der
these
FIFA
two.
oder was, Pille?
Neither of these two. It's this guy or this girl.
Hello there, Steve.
Girl or guy, pick, chat.
Mal start's dann auch nächstes Jahr oder so.
OG, hey, Clash, thank you for the dollar. Bro. Hello there, Steven. What's up? What's up, baby? How are you, dude? Alright. I'm going with the girl. I'm going with the girl. Advice for this around the. Pull it off. You got it.
Ja, was weiß ich?
Right here.
Willst du noch nachher machen?
I'm up, by the way. He looks like a fantastic guy. Right, 3 studs. Typical Slick Stevie viewers right here. Studs. Absolute studs. As you can tell, extremely wealthy. We've got ourselves a nice stairway back here. Nice wooden floors. Nice
Bin ja auch noch
wooden
Ründchen
door,
TFT spielen, aber
nice
ich will Johannes
stone
nicht
wall
ausnutzen.
right there. Beautiful
bin
couch.
TFT spielen.
Beautiful rug. I'm gonna honestly... I don't know, dude. They're all throwing up peace signs, which makes it hard to
time to choose,
diverse
Pille.
their... Oh! Here's how we're gonna guess. This guy's on his iPad looking thing. He's totally watching my stream right now. This dude was watching my stream
Und er
when,
hat zum Grind,
when they
oder
took
was?
this picture. Guaranteed.
Ja, da gibt's so voll das coole Deck.
Also, he looks bigger
Ja.
than me and he has facial hair.
Was das Problem ist, Pille? Ich hab das Deck nicht.
My second chance, my second
Das ist ja nicht so teuer.
Actually, I'm gonna lock
Das
in with
sagst
this
du
guy. I'm
immer.
locking in with
Und
this
dann
guy.
komme ich
He's got my
online in
phone on
Hearthstone
he's got my
und
stream
kann
on
mir
his
einfach
phone.
3 Karten
This guy is more my style.
Das stimmt nur 30.000 Dust.
Ah, da geht's ja, nee, das ist ja ein Schnapper.
Ja, aber das hat jetzt 40 Karten, nicht mehr 30.
Oh no.
Was, die Decks oder was?
Oh no.
Hier gibt jetzt so eine Karte, wenn die in der Deck da 40 Karten reinmachen oder 40
You
Leben.
guys know how I feel about the color orange. I
Das
think
ist doch
actually,
Leben,
no,
ey.
I know it's this guy. I know it's this guy. I don't know why I know
Das
it's this
klingt
guy.
ja
but
nach
it's this guy
richtig
right
Spaß.
here. It's this guy or it's this
Es
guy.
hat sich
I'm gonna
einfach
go with
nichts
this guy, actually.
geändert,
I'm gonna go
Pille.
with this guy.
Doch.
Hunter
This guy right here.
56%
It's definitely
Rate.
this guy. I am jealous of the mustache. It's definitely.
Das ist so Face Hunter.
Oh, easy.
Nee.
Easy. It's definitely.
Das ist ja Beast Hunter oder was
This guy
ist
right here.
das?
Hunter,
It's
Wildtierhunter.
definitely this guy. I am jealous of the
Mit
mustache.
Death
It's
Rattle.
definitely. Oh.
Ich gucke immer nur von dem einen die Videos und der spielt immer nur diese Bobo-Decks.
100%. 110% this guy. You know what? You know how I know it's this guy? Look at
Bei
his hair, chat.
41.000 Games
You see the similarities?
62,8%ige
Win
Winrate.
here right now, chat. You see this guy? This one right here. I don't even.
Das ist schon wieder
second
frech
that
einfach.
Easy. That
Der
one is the
zweite-
easiest
Gut.
one so far.
Aber wer spielt
Oh, I
hart
like
so?
this.
Alles
I
unter
like
Legend
these
sind so
dudes.
80-jährige
I like these
Hobbys.
dudes a lot.
Was nicht immer auffallen, spielen die Video mit Face Hunter
Beautiful.
abziehen.
Good night, Reese. Have a nice one, bro.
Ja, was haben wir hier?
I like these guys
Imp
a lot.
Warlock.
Alright,
Das
we're
hat
going
sich
with red
auch
on this
nichts.
one.
Das hat sich
The
nichts
reason I think
geändert.
it's red because he's a Tom Brady fan.
Warum haben die
and,
überhaupt
you know,
neue
I love
Karten
Tom Brady.
reingetan?
So if
Imp
we're
Warlock haben wir
relating things here,
2016 auch schon
gotta go with
gespielt.
red.
Nee. Wir haben Zulok gespielt.
Es gab auch Imp Warlocks.
Guck mal, wie viel, muss man gucken, wie der
Wenn keine
Wender,
Kindred kriegt, lief ich. Ne?
Wender Rogue, wie viel der
Group
kostet.
picture ever. You have all the same painted faces. You're all doing the same poses.
Belkos.
Wait, is
Ich
that
bin
dude's
eigentlich
photos?
so ein
That
so
dude's
ein-
face
so
is
ein Six-Man
photoshopped
bin ich eigentlich.
That's a fake face right there. That's not a
Das
real
haben wir
face.
das.
Okay, it's
Ey,
definitely
mit
this
dem
guy. I
Spiel
know
wird's
it's this
ganz
guy. I don't know. How else am I supposed to guess?
Also.
Okay, I would have never guessed that. Who sent this? Ban them from my chat.
Dinos.
Definitely this kid. He seems more, I don't know. Seems like a well put together child.
Unser Team
I
ist
gotta
halt
go
wieder
with this kid.
in
This kid looks
Sahne.
like he's in his own world and he looks like he watches, I don't know. He looks like he watches Aiden Ross.
Ist schon mal auffällt, dass Assa sich permanent am Beschwere ist.
What the
Ja,
heck?
das macht er gern.
Wahnsinn,
Ich
oder?
denke mir
picture-
immer jetzt gleich
this
auf die Gegner
picture
wieder
is
dreimal
20 years
engaged und wir
old.
haben einfach nicht
Look at
ein
this. This is
CC.
the old Snapchat. This picture's from
Ja, er muss halt mal
1980.
dodgen,
Definitely
also.
this guy. And I think I know who this is. It's
Kennst
definitely
das?
this guy.
Ausweichen.
Why is this guy? Because he's trying to be the center of attention when he's not
Nee,
the center of attention. And
das
he's
will ich
also
nicht.
near 0 females. And when here's how I know a Slick Stevie viewer. If they're away from females,
Ich will einfach Full
that's them.
Lethality.
The furthest one away from the females is the Slick Stevie viewer.
Aber was wolltest du jetzt von mir,
It's this
Pille,
guy.
mit was?
And he's furthest away from the females,
Wender Rogue.
100% that guy. I will
Ja,
put
schon
my
wieder
life on
Rogue.
it that it is this
Ist
guy
das
right
der,
here.
der Dings oder was?
Das wird sie denken.
Was ist hier
Why do
Spooky
you guys
Mage?
go so far away from the
Mit dem
females?
schwören immer so Zombies.
Das Surfing
Have I
Laser
taught you
Seeführer.
nothing?
Den hatte ich auch schon mal.
Taught you nothing?
Alter, Bronzebart. Da ist er wieder,
That it
he's
is this guy
back.
right here.
Ja.
That it is this guy right here.
hab nur alles gedustet, ich
That
hab
guy.
gar nichts
I will
mehr.
put my life on it that it is this guy right here.
Ach ja. Macht nichts.
Why do you guys go so far away from the
Also finde,
female?
ne, Schurke hat eine 44%ige Winrate.
Ja, hätte ich ja gesagt, dass das gut ist, ne?
Nothing.
So, aber
Have I
wie
taught
heißt
you
der?
nothing?
Bender Rogue.
Please be a female. Please be a female.
Was
I
ist
need
denn
to
auf
know if I have at
Deutsch?
least one female viewer.
Wenn das hier
I need
unter
I
Wender
need at
steht.
least one female viewer, dude. Are there any
Alter,
females
schon wieder ein
that watch
K6.
anything?
Wahrscheinlich dann Secret Rogue.
Oh, und eine LeBlanc.
Typischer Schurke
I
ist
feel like
hier.
it's this idiot. The guy with the
Das
fake
typische
beard.
Schurke?
That's something I would do.
Ja, da wo die Deckliste einfach AIDS lang ist.
Yes or no on this guy with the fake beard? My second would be this guy. This guy as well. I'm also thinking this guy. I'm going with this guy. No. I'm gonna go with this guy. This is my final answer. This guy right here. This guy right here.
Ich glaube, die ist das irgendwie nicht.
Oh,
Hier, da ist er doch
he just looks normal, so I
17.500
wasn't
Dashkos.
expecting a normal guy to watch me. Are these twins?
Der erste direkt, oder was?
These are twins.
Ja, Secret
These are
Rogue, ja.
identical. Same glasses, same smile,
Was ist da diese
same
Karte erstmal?
neck beard,
Das
same
Wender,
haircut,
oder was?
same
Ja.
everything.
Ah, hier.
This is the hardest one.
Prinz
Literal-
Renetal
they are
oder so.
literally twins.
Nee, achso,
Prinz
das will ich jetzt.
Genital.
Nee. Der wichtige ist der Wender.
Okay,
Der
I'm gonna have
andere
to go
macht
with
nur
this
so
guy.
40
I don't know
Karten.
why,
Ja,
but like,
aber
oh, yeah,
das
I
wollte
do.
ich wissen
A
mit
slick
diesem, wie
Stevie
der heißt.
viewer
mit
being
dem
married,
Dings.
very low chance of that happening. Definitely this guy in the camouflage.
LeBlanc und K6 gegen unsere kommen.
Go get some bitches, motherfuckers!
Oh yeah,
Go
that's
get
this
some-
will be fun.
You guys are making me look
Philipp,
like shit right
das ist
now.
eine
You guys
Performance
are making me
Szene.
look like shit. Go get some ladies.
Oh, die haben das Ding.
Come on! For fuck's sake, dude!
So viel zur Performance.
Come on! What? Okay, yeah, you might as well give me the whole
so eine
fucking country of,
Scheiße.
I don't know, France to guess from here.
Es
But
ist
give me
doch-
the fucking
Der AP-ler macht weniger Damage als der K6, ne? Mit einem Spell.
Stevie viewer, there's probably a 0% chance of anyone bald here being a slick Stevie viewer. This guy right here is my top priority. This guy right here. He looks like he watches me. The rest of these guys look... Oh, is he wearing a Fortnite shirt? He might be wearing a Fortnite shirt. He's my second option. He's my second option. Fucking nerd. Probably this dude. I gotta go with that guy. I gotta go with that guy. I didn't even see that guy. He's like 4'2". How did I miss him? Oh my goodness. If you weren't hiding behind your teammates, maybe I would have guessed you. Alright, we got 34%. 34%. Love you guys. And if I said anything rude about you, I meant it. Okay.
Johannes, Full Poke.
Wir haben ziemlich viele AP-ler, ne?
Subscribe right now. I will donate 5 cents to charity.
Glaubst du,
to
du
save-
kommst großartig zum AD machen?
I don't know what charity yet. We'll decide that when we hit 100,000 subscribers. You guys will pick a charity that we will donate to. I don't know. Subscribe if you want to help people in need. Anyway, the people that are watching me right now are going to be sending me Amazon links. Chad is going to decide if I buy them or not. We have, I think we're going to spend $500 tonight on Amazon. We'll do 1,000. Let's do 1,000. You guys are going to be spending the money. I'm going
Ach, Alter, ich hab keinen Bock mehr gegen Weiger zu spielen, diese Hurensohn-Majoros, Alter.
Maybe we'll see if I'm feeling lucky. If you're feeling lucky. We'll see. Chuck sending
Geh mir auf den Sack mit so einer Scheiße, ey.
That'll make the cooking streams a lot easier, boys. Yes or no? Do we buy the pasta thing? 77% of you want me to buy the pasta maker. This is actually a good purchase because I will actually use this. As you guys watch my cooking streams,
Oh,
I make
come
pasta,
on.
man, like from scratch. I make pasta. This would help me a lot. This would make the cooking streams go by a lot smoother. So I think this is a W purchase, and I think we add this to the cart. A life-size llama cup. We're buying the llama. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, our total is already at $78, which means we've already spent 1/10 of our money thus far. You guys are quick with it, man. I will say that. Who sent me a step stool? Who sent me a step stool? I don't
Philipp,
need
du
this.
musst Carrier. Nimm die Farm.
Get that out of here. Oh, of course it was citrus. Get that out of my face. An inflatable hot tub for $495.
Ja, unplayable für mich.
I live in an apartment though, so I can't put that in my room. It would be in my room. What? Is that Dr. Phil with some long legs?
Ah, ja.
The sexy Dr. Phil pillow. Yes or no? Oh, chat's saying no on this one. Chat's trying to save us $16 on something else. Chat said no. Chat said no. Said get that out of here, buddy. Chat said absolutely not. All right, on to some different links. What do we got here? Oh, hear me out. A Ryan Reynolds mug. My second question is, do we buy another Ryan Reynolds cutout, or is that too late? Are we done with that? Okay, so people are saying we should buy this one. This one's literally the same price as the other one we just said no to. Okay. All right. So our total, that runs us almost up to $100. Okay. We're going to end that there. Chat wins that one. Add to cart. There we go. Poll is up. Do we get the Wayne Rock Johnson cutout? Yes or no? Type 1 in chat for yes. Type 2 in chat for no. The poll is up. Here we go. We do need some more cutouts. We do need more cutouts. I'm not saying this might be the one cutout we get or the only cutout we get, but it might be the cutout. Wow. Chat, chat is intense about this one. 85% of people want Dwayne Rock Johnson. You know what? I think Dwayne's doing great back there. Put him right back where Ryan was. F in the chat for Ryan Reynolds, who's no longer with us. Or we put him right there. I don't know. I kind of like right there, though. Whoa! Whoa! Buddy! If we do buy this, I will put it on. All right, what is chat saying? Do we get the maid outfit? Yes or... Wow, okay. Not even...
Come on.
You want to see me in a maid outfit. Chat, explain why you want to see me in a maid outfit, though. You made me paint my fingernails, and now you're gonna try to get me into a maid outfit. Advanced graphics, Bob Ross and friend life-size cutout. Is that a squirrel on his shoulder? I'm actually digging the cutouts though. You guys pull up to the screen and you see all these cardboard cutouts in the back of my room. I like the idea. I'm not mad about buying cutouts, cardboard cutouts, especially when they're only $40. The Queen was double this price. It's just time, boys. 58% of people want me to get the Bob Ross cutout. That is $46 down the drain. Just like that. All right. Our total has come to $218. This isn't... Poll is going up, boys. Do we buy the PJ Paul Jones men's swim brief? It's a Speedo that... Poll is up.
I'm not amused.
Wow, 92% of you want to
I am not amused. Ich spiele alle Range Pimmel Champions. Wow! Die 3 Screens wegstehen können, ohne irgendwas zu machen.
Total has come to $238.76.
Das stimmt so nicht. Wenn ich 4 Screens weg.
Whoa! I am actually. A huge Hezbollah flag.
Na, das Spiel AP. Geht den auch.
Okay, this I could legit actually see working. Poll is up. Do we get the Hezbollah flag? Oh my god, bro. We're literally gonna spend $1,000 on Amazon on the dumbest things I've ever bought in my entire life. What is this?
Hat irgendwo eine Dings reingelegt.
Ach man, wie kann man denn so eine Scheiße rollen? Das alles Fotzen-Accounts sind.
I just got paid today from Twitch. Taking the money I made and throwing it right back
so Kinder, ey.
YouTube, if this video doesn't blow up, I'm gonna delete my channel. So like
the video, please.
Please. Well, for Hezbollah, 75% people said yes. So we are gonna get
amazing Caitlyn. Verbringer, ja.
Boys, is it time for a new apron? We already have an apron though.
Guck auch so ein Idiot, der nicht zur Seite
Very
steppt.
similar to this. You guys are all the items you guys are sending me are literally like under $20. You guys are being very cheap. Probably because you're looking up dumb stuff on Amazon and they're all pretty
Du
cheap.
kannst ja nicht mal gut spielen in dem Game, weil die müssen nicht mal, nicht mal treffen mit ihren Skills.
Poll is closed. We're getting it. What if I got this? Chat, what if I got this and wore it? I just put it on in front of Caleb, bro.
Ich sterb, Alter.
Alright, pull up on this.
No chain 1600 damage.
This shirt is on the poll. Type 1 in chat if we should buy it. Type 2 in chat if we should not buy it. Poll is up.
Das ist unglücklich.
Alright, we have to get the single shirt with
Sag's euch, wie es ist. Ne?
Okay, we gotta get this shirt.
Please. Oh, come on. Einmal, wenn ich's probiere.
Komm mal, den Channel Johannes ist wieder am Rumheulen.
Chat says yes.
Philipp ist wieder hinten nochmal Felix.
Schau zu Bobo jetzt mal hier. Du kannst jetzt sich AFK stellen und dann nicht AFK sein, ne?
This is a very fitting shirt.
Ja. Man sieht es, ne, wenn du immer wieder in den PC gehst.
It really does. Because I do.
Johannes, geht's bei euch gerade
What
aus?
is this?
Was?
What is this?
Uns war heute 20 Grad, blauer Himmel, Sonnenschein.
Ja, ich war komplett verwirrt.
Innerhalb von einer halben Stunde hat es gerade so ein, also es ist seit um 8, als würde es aus Eimern schütten. Also wirklich.
Das weiß ich nicht.
Es blitzt, es donnert und es regnet richtig heftig. Es hat innerhalb von einer Stunde ist zugezogen und hat angefangen zu regnen. Das ist crazy.
Wow! How about this? Hey, let me get an update on Miguel Cabrera. Alright, chat says yes. Alright, we're getting it. This is a Shrek piece, but you put the toothpaste in his front end, and then he shits out white cream. I think it's sus that the toothpaste is white and it's coming out of his ass. It seems a little weird. You know, so,
Piss dich, Nutte.
it is $3.45, but I will be honest with you guys, and I do need to take it up a little bit, start buying a little bit more expensive.
Wenn ich jetzt noch ein paar Bs treffen würde, dann wäre es insane.
Er ist auf mich geflasht, der K6.
Ich musste wegflashen.
Oh, ich hab Waffe geswappt, das wollte ich nicht.
Der ist fast tot!
Man.
Es lebt keiner mehr.
Yes, we are. Add the cart. Here we go. Now we're
Ich dachte, ich kann mich auf euch verlassen, ne?
Nee, K6 hat mich angeflasht.
Ach, deshalb war der auf einmal neben mir.
Ja, der ist Invis Jump und dann Flash.
I like popcorn.
Ja, dann wieder 50 Kilometer überschwungen halt.
I don't know how much I really like popcorn, but I like popcorn. Alright. Poll is up. Do we get the popcorn maker? We haven't literally found anything that I liked at this point, so we're just gonna put a poll up. Man, you guys are spending some bread today. $400 later. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Can we add that to cart?
Alter, cool, Emote. Q macht mir jetzt wie viel Damage? 410?
Jetzt geht's los, Boys, ne? Keine Sorge.
Now, do we get the slot machine here?
410 Damage, warum denn noch nicht, ne?
The slot machine one?
Fast für tot, ne?
Right, $582. This boudet. Now, chat. You know me. I like to take a lot of shits. And when I say a lot of shits, I mean a lot.
Der ist doch da drin.
I like this shit.
Kann
This would help save a lot of toilet paper and a lot of cost on just about anything. You know what I mean? How am I gonna feel about water going in my asshole? I don't know. I don't know. Poll is up. Type 1 in chat if I should boudet. I will do a review on this. I will let you guys know how this works. I'm genuinely curious. $672 is our new total, chat. Chat, what about this dude? Dude, that motherfucker's huge. Yo!
Alles gemeint.
Danke.
Somebody send me like an actual bag that isn't $300 and actually ship in decent amount of time. Jack Hockey, bro, what is that? What do you think, chat? Should we get rid of like $64 worth of shit to get?
Oh nein, bitte. Turn off.
Popcorn machine? Alright, we'll drop the popcorn machine. Is that enough?
Nee, also das mich hittet, man.
Approximately $927, which means we still have about $73 to spend. What the f is this? What the f is this? You expect me to wear this?
You expect me to wear this? Are you kidding? Look at that. You know what I imagine? You know what I imagine somebody that wears those looks like? Long ass hair, smells like shit, smoking a cigarette with Tim's on in a flat bill. That's what I expect. The people that wear that, that's who I expect them to look like. That's what I expect them to look like. Oh gosh. Oh goodness. Oh. Good golly gee. Oh no. You want me to get the sweatshirt too? Alright. What?
Johannes, wir haben...
And
Seh das, ich hab's
I
gesehen.
think that puts us damn near our total.
Du kleine Muschi!
We spent $983
Und du auch? Nein! Wie bist du da?
in $2.5 hours.
Die geht schon wieder her.
So, technically speaking, we still have $7. Pull up, mods! Could I get waves from using that? Is that like an actual thing? Would that work? Where with the Cheetos?
Ich spiele aber Support, Vladimir, für uns.
Chat, red or black for the,
What? Oh,
red or black?
ich hab's.
Chat, we have hit our limit, so we are
Weil es sollte einfach auch noch ein bisschen selber Damage gehen.
officially hit
Wieso, wir brauchen
Ich brauche noch ein Item. Ne?
$97.44.
Auf jeden Fall einen gehen.
But we got ourselves a do-rag, Cheeto pants, Cheeto sweatshirt,
Was, Full
a
Pen?
beanbag, a projector,
Ja,
a bidet,
Pen.
Ich war ja mal überlegen, wie viel Zonen jetzt mir zu gehen, aber es ist auf den
buys a
K6
slot machine. We got ourselves a flag that says tax this.
Ich bräuchte noch eine
We got ourselves
Text-Item,
a
aber
Shrek
irgendwie...
toothpaste dispensary thing.
Ey,
It
mach's
shits
nicht.
out
Geh einfach
toothpaste.
full...
W's in the chat for that. We got ourselves a, I don't know what a hat. Of
Bin
some
richtig auf den
sort.
Sack.
A shirt that says MILF Hunter. I love Mommy Milker shirt. Tom Brady poster thing. I heart my sexy wife. Smoking hot wife. Single AF. We also got ourselves another one of these bad boys. A Harambe pillow. Bob Ross cutout. A made out.
No!
Wayne Rock Johnson cutout. A Ryan Reynolds mug. We have 3 cutouts. We got 3 fucking cutouts. A llama cutout and a pasta thing. Oh, the damages on this one are gonna hurt. They are going to hurt. My card is shut off. $1,000. Please like the video, share it with your grandma or someone so I can make the money back. $1,000 that I just wasted. Please, I'm thankful.
Ich bräuchte eine 300 Gold Donation, ne?
You two, welcome back, baby. You guys are looking really sexy. We're back. I'm ready. You're ready. Another video. You know me. Every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I'm on it. You know, I'm a real grinder now. You know, look at me. Uploading 3 times a week. It's quite impressive. It's great to see you guys anyway. Anyway, we're closing up on 70,000 subscribers. So subscribe to me if you love your mother. You know how it goes. If you don't love your mom. Fine, whatever. Here we go. We are going to be doing a tier list on fast food restaurants. Some of these I've never heard of. Some of these are pretty good. Some of these are in. We're going to be ranking them on this list right here. The best ever, pretty good. Actually, let's change this. We're going to be ranking them on this list right here. We're going to put GOAT, pretty good, and never would eat, don't know. Here we go. Arby's. You guys want me to be honest with you? You guys want me to be honest with you? I'll be for real right now if I have to. Arby's, for me, personally, it's one of the worst places I've ever ate in my entire life. It's terrible. I haven't eaten there since I was like 7. It's bad. It's really bad. You know what really surprises me? How is Arby's still in business? Who eats there? Who's keeping Arby's in business? I would love to know who you are, because I'm telling you, I've never seen anybody in the line of an Arby's. I've never seen anybody come out with a Arby's bag. I've never heard anyone say, hey, just got back from Arby's. I'm sorry. That's the last place I will ever go, ever. I would never eat Arby's. I would never in a million years eat Arby's. Jack. I don't know what Jack is. I don't know Jack, so I'm going to kindly pass Jack. Never had it. A&W. A&W, I've had it once. It was nothing that really impressed me. Nothing really like, the root beer is good. But, you know what I mean? Nothing that really, their food isn't all that great. You know what I mean? It's really not all that great. Auntie Anne's. Now this one right here has a special place in my heart. And I don't know if it's the same to you guys, but I only had this place inside of a mall. You would go to the mall with your mom, your dad, or friends, and you guys would be like, hey, let's go get some pretzels over at Auntie Anne's. And you go over there and you get some pretzels, and they have really good pretzels. And their pretzels slap. You guys, am I the only one that's ever done that? You guys went to the mall and got Auntie Anne's, correct? Right? Was that just me? I'm honestly gonna put Auntie. We'll put Auntie Anne's. We need another slot. Should we put in another slot like good, pretty good, and then goat? Because I feel like this isn't but it's not pretty good. It's like a snack. We need to add one more row. All right, so good.
Ja, du machst
Good,
du bad.
go. So
Ja, das ist so
content
Spaß.
and good. I don't think it's gonna
Ja,
compete.
jetzt
It's
wird-
not like some of the best of the best. Okay, Boston Homestyle Meals Market.
Honored. Honored.
Alter, 10k Damage, ey.
Hast du gemacht?
Der Weiger hat noch weniger
Alte
als ich.
Maschine.
How the fuck hat der Weiger weniger Damage als ich? Au.
Find's
Alle
schön.
Fragen.
Wer hat einen Tank, Vladimir? Das hab ich gar nicht gesehen gehabt.
Ja. Jetzt ganz gekauft. Locken für Schild.
Mit dem Namen Love Daddy Milkers.
Möchte ich nur kurz anmerken. Macht nur 80% seines Damage in Aram. Der Blau macht 110. Ja, ne? Nee, das finde ich auch einfach fair. Das ist schon
Find's schön, wie sie 5 Ws von mir gefressen hat. Die wollte nicht leben. Sag's euch, die wollte nicht mehr leben. Philipp, guck mal heute nicht ein Game an, oder wie?
Ich wahrscheinlich nicht, ne.
Was meinst du?
Philipp will heute nicht ein Game angucken.
Weiß nicht, wobei GDG gegen G2 könnte sogar ganz interessant sein.
Ich weiß nicht, wer heute alles spielt. Morgen früh einfach.
Ganz cool, dass am Donnerstag die Games so früh sind. Das einzige Schlechte ist, dass ich am Donnerstag in fucking Berlin bin und sie nicht gucken kann. Das geht mir jetzt schon auf den Sack.
Warum reist ihr eigentlich die ganze Zeit, Matze?
Die ganze Zeit.
Ihr habt jedes Jahr mindestens 1 oder 2 Mal was.
Das ist doch nicht viel.
Hier?
Ist schon das Bett jetzt, Pelle, oder was?
Ich bin als Berater angestellt, ja, und es gibt bei uns Leute, die sind jede Woche in Berlin. Also wir sind normalerweise 3 bis 4 Mal haben wir so On-Site-Events in Berlin. Die letzten Jahre waren es weniger wegen Covid.
Was halt, wenn er in so einer Snob-Unternehmen arbeitet.
War es schon vor Corona, dass ihr so viel Homeoffice hattet, oder wie?
Nee, vor Corona waren die, Johannes, man darf den echten Grund nicht sagen. Das ist nämlich eigentlich nicht in
Du bist
Ordnung.
aber on-stream, ne? Ich möchte das nochmal sagen.
Der Grund, warum wir Meetings in Berlin machen, ist nämlich ganz einfacher. Wir haben ja alle Geschäftswagen.
Ja.
Wenn du so ein Lappen bist wie ich, so ein echter Schwabe, der nur Geld spart, dann spielt es dir keine Rolle, weil dann hast du schon eine 1% Versteuerung von deinem Auto und fährst einen T-Roc, der 28.000 kostet, da sind die Steuern nicht so schlimm. Wenn du aber einen Taycan für 150 fährst, kannst du halt nicht eine 1% Versteuerung machen. Weil.
Doch, oder? Das geht doch.
Ja, du kannst es schon machen. Aber das ist ein bisschen teuer, Johannes.
Ja, wie machen die das dann?
Ja, die führen ein Fahrtenbuch. Für die lohnt sich ein Fahrtenbuch. Die versteuern praktisch die privaten Kilometer. Genau.
Okay.
Und das Problem gibt es aber, wenn du ein Fahrtenbuch führst und du hast weniger Geschäftskilometer als private Kilometer, musst du eine Strafsteuer zahlen.
Okay.
Deswegen passiert das bei manchen, dass die 2.000, 3.000 Euro Steuernachzahlungen haben wegen ihren dummen Autos. Da war halt irgendjemand mal so schlau und hat gesagt, hey, wisst ihr was? Wir sind zwar alle in Ludwigsburg und München und hier im Süden, aber lass uns unsere großen Events einfach immer in Berlin machen. Und dann fahren die halt alle mit ihren Porsches nach Berlin, damit sie sich Geschäftskilometer sammeln. Und das lohnt sich halt.
Fuck die World, ne?
Ist schon eigentlich nicht okay. eigentlich nicht okay. Aber wenn du überlegst, von jetzt zum MAP-Lab, von mir jetzt, sind halt mal gleich.
Oh nee.
Das lohnt sich halt schon richtig hart, weil wenn du überlegst, es sind 650 Kilometer. Das heißt,
Du hast doch trotzdem mehr Privatkilometer als Geschäftskilometer, auch mit in das 600, oder?
Das sind halt 1300 Kilometer, die du ansetzen kannst.
Ja, aber du hast doch trotzdem mehr Private, oder? Ja, ich habe ja sogar mehr Private.
Die haben ja noch meistens ein anderes Auto, die fahren die Porsches ja nicht die ganze Zeit rum.
Ach so, natürlich. Wie konnte ich das übersehen?
Ja, das kostet ja auch, der Sprit ist ja brutal. Gut, jetzt die MAPler, denen ist der Sprit wahrscheinlich Bums. Aber sonst an sich wäre der Sprit ja A viel zu teuer und B, du kannst das Auto ja auch nicht immer fahren. Also je nachdem, welchen du hast, aber die meisten Autos kannst du nicht immer fahren.
Du meinst wegen dem Platz her, weil du nichts unterbringst. Oder wegen was?
Je nachdem, welchen Porsche du fährst. Wenn du jetzt einen Cayenne fährst oder sowas, dann ist es nicht so tragisch. Aber das ist auch die Versteuerung nicht so schlimm. Aber wenn du jetzt halt irgendwie einen 911er fährst, einen Zweisitzer, den würde ich jetzt nicht zu jedem Event nehmen. Weißt du, ist einfach unbequem. Also brauchst du ja den Sportwagen nicht fahren. Oder jetzt im Winter fahren die in der Regel auch ihre Autos fast nicht.
Ja, also.
Fährst du einen 911er, brauchst du im Winter nicht fahren.
Im Winter brauchst du. Ja, auch gerade so. Ach. Ich bin aus dem Business raus, ne? Raus! Ich habe mein billiges Auto, das teuer aussieht.
Gut. Du, nee, keine Ahnung, mir ist das echt. Ich gehe da hin, weil ich Vortrag halten muss.
Weil, was? Du musst Vortrag halten. Kann man sich da reinhocken?
Wo reinhocken?
Ich möchte mir deinen Vortrag anhören.
Ach so, nein, da kann man sich nicht reinhocken. Das ist ein bisschen arg internal, Johannes. Ich muss, es hat in meinen Zielen drin, dass ich
Vortrag halten muss.
Ja, und ich habe halt mein Jahresziel war ein Thema Knowledge Sharing oder was es hieß. Also die wollen unbedingt Knowledge Sharing bei MAP vorantreiben. Weil, was ja auch irgendwo Sinn macht, weil dieses Silo-Wissen ist halt ein Problem. Und wir müssten da also Konzepte erarbeiten du willst mich verarschen! Was hat mich gerade geblockt?
Oh, bitte! Lass mich den shielden! Oh, ich hab das Falsche.
Ich durfte gerade nicht. Was hat mich gerade gesnared oder geblockt, was auch immer das war? Das ist...
Gilt die Q, gell?
War schon wieder für 12 Minuten geroutet, einfach geil, ey.
Vom Auto-Attack.
Ist Ori gerade viable?
Nee.
Ich mein Damage ist gar nicht schlecht.
Ich darf nicht wehen, oder was? Guck mal, ob du gebufft bist, Johannes.
Ne, 75%.
Alter, wieso? Du bist genervt.
Ja. Ich glaube, das ist nicht mein Damage. Ich glaube, das seid ihr.
Du bist nicht genervt. Du bist nur gegen AOE-Damage gegen Minions bei dir genervt.
Oh. Das kann raus sein.
Ja, warum steht da, dass du weniger Damage machst oder dass du AOE-Damage gegen Dings?
AOE-Damage gegen Minions ist reduziert. Er kann nicht weniger Damage, das nicht mehr.
Weil ich mach 5% weniger.
Na gut.
Aram muss ja auch mal ein bisschen vorsichtig sein, ja, und das wird, du machst halt Damage oft auch gegen genervt Tanks und sowas.
Ach, so der Penis, ich geh ins Bett.
Hä?
Nacht.
Kannst doch jetzt ins Bett gehen.
Ja, ich hab heute nicht viel Schlaf.
Warum preist du jetzt rum?
Und genau den Grund weiß ich, trotzdem bin ich wieder eine Frage stellen.
Zu laut machen, das ist zu laut. Ne?
Bis morgen.
Nacht.
Nacht.
User disconnected from your channel.
Einmal kriege ich einen Ramos und dann haben die natürlich 3 APler.
Assa, deine Zeit, ne? Zielt dich so. Oh Gott, ich hätte den shielden müssen. Slow. Auto-Attacks. Oh, fuck. Oh no. Ey. Die Welt ist so unfair.
Easy.
Zwei APler. Nicht gut für mich. Mein Team da, habe ich einen Ball. Ein Ball, soll ich da reingehen? Hast du Ulti?
Nee. Ich hab gerade eben 2 geultet.
Warte, bis du Ulti hast und dann machen wir das.
Vorsicht, der hier könnte Ulti haben, ne? Der komische Fiddlesticks hier.
Ja, der kommt doch gleich wahrscheinlich.
Ja, ich hab mal meinen Ball da reingesetzt.
Also müsste es mal wischen, das ist schon mal wichtig.
Johannes ist einfach Hard-Counter für Fiddle. Johannes, wenn ich den Ball krieg, musst du mal mit mir mitlaufen, gleich im Ulti hast.
Ich hab Ulti. Oh, das wird übel.
Das noch.
Ich musste früher ulten.
Ja, die Ulti war
Gott,
gut.
please.
Die Ulti war doch okay.
Boah, der Ult, nicht. What?
2 Leute, ich hab dich in 2 Leute reingetragen.
Ja. Aber ich hätte noch mehr gehabt, wenn ich noch später ulten hätte dürfen. Aber.
No! Soll ich das zeigen?
Ja.
Das wollte ich dir nicht zeigen.
Echt nicht?
Bitte? Ja.
Ich dachte, das wolltest du uns zeigen.
Ich wollte, dass der sich selber tötet.
Oh Gott. Ich inte.
Nimm's. Ich brauch's nicht.
Ich hab den gehittet.
Sag das mir doch früher.
Ich dachte, du schaltest ja dein Hirn ein, ne? Voll.
Bei dir kann ich nicht erwarten, dass ich da mein Hirn anschalte. Hast du das Fnatic Game angeguckt, Johannes?
Ja, ich habe alle angeguckt.
Also heute Nacht oder wie, oder hast du Nacht?
Nee, heute Morgen.
Also ich bin richtig überrascht von Fnatic, wie die spielen.
Ja, ich finde, die sehen gut aus, ne?
Die sehen richtig gut aus. Ich dachte am Anfang, das Hardcore doomed, aber Alter, gerade wenn die so weiterspielen, Alter, nach dem Int-Start, so eine Performance. Ach, mein Rollen hört auf, wenn ich einen Schneeball schieße. Das ist ja voll asozial. Die hat sich gerade selber gekillt.
Die Ultis sind okay. Oh, Wasser! Jetzt komm! Kein Buschi sein, beide Kämpfe!
Ich hab nichts mehr, ich bin aus.
Da hinten gehalten. Ich kann nicht mehr machen.
Oh!
Er ist ja komplett verloren. Sintra, du bist jetzt auch verloren. Ja, ich hatte leider nichts mehr. Out of order.
Okay. Auto-Attack mich bitte weiter. Hat sich gerade Half-Life gemacht.
No! War zu weit weg!
Oh, eine Force of Nature. Diven wir die jetzt, oder was passiert jetzt?
Ah, das Shield braucht ja ewig, bis da ist. 15 erfüllt. Teamwork! Jawohl. Oh!
Johannes.
Oh, ich habe kein Shield für dich. Der wird kommen. Oh, das wäre so schön.
Wieso geht er da rein? Johannes, komm.
Weiter, weiter!
Nico wird gleich kommen.
Ready, also.
Ich hab den 10 wieder ult. Oh Gott.
Ich hab nix, Matze, was soll ich denn
Keine
rennen?
Ult, ne?
Die haben sich gerade Half-Life gemacht, indem sie mich attackt haben. Schon okay. Problem ist halt einfach, dass ich kann hier nicht unkillable werden, weil die einfach fucking...
Was war Ult noch? Ult noch! Oh Gott!
Ich hab geultet, ich bin right in time gestorben.
It all went so wrong!
Oh,
Oh, 4?
Ah, ist aber gefehlt jetzt.
2?
Die neue Sintra ist ein bisschen busted.
Mara halt.
Ich glaube auch, dass Team Normal ziemlich insane ist. Das Double Q und so weiter und so fort auf einem Burst Champion ist schon.
Ich wollte eigentlich beide, ne? Ich hab nicht sonderlich viel Cooldown.
Da macht sie dann nichts mehr an dir Damage.
Er macht keinen Damage, der Fiddlesticks macht aber Damage.
Nett, warum willst du sterben?
Ich will nicht sterben, aber die tötet mich ja nicht. Ich hab meine W an. Die W an tötet er mich nicht. Wann soll ich da reingehen? Die sind so dumm, Alter. Haben die gerade beide Ultis auf mich geworfen? Sind die dumm. Ich bin so useless.
Oh, ich inte.
Alter, dieser Champion, ey.
Sieht auch gut aus, ne?
Da war gerade Damage gerade.
Zwei Beine procced, Half-Life Boy. Und jetzt! Oh, Alter! Oh!
Ja, gut. Flash
Der Anfang war so schön.
Ey, ich hätte auch flashen können.
Alter, du willst wieder verarschen.
Ich hätte dich da gut brauchen können, ne?
Was soll ich denn machen, wenn die alles auf mich schmeißen? Was ich gerade sagen wollte, Jan, ist, was ich gerade echt crazy finde, ist, wie Humanoid gerade spielt. Er hat in der Season, Alter, gegen BDS, der glaube ich 5-mal oder 6-mal gestorben. Und jetzt spielen sie gegen SGT und der smurft einfach. Jetzt meine Force von der Edge erwarten.
Ja, Chin könnte halt ein Problem werden. Den Kills, ne?
Braucht einfach mich mit Ball auf mir. Ich brauche einen
Hey, Johannes.
Engage aus Season.
Oh, da kommt noch was. Killt ihn zusammen. Okay. Die, I guess. Jetzt, Asa Times.
Hat einfach diesen einfach zu.
Komm, Asa, ja! Jetzt Ulze. Dan. Lass den Urbeter recht machen, ne? Der holt sich die jetzt. Ja!
Er holt die dich gleich an, also.
Ja. Da hinten ist Pony. Hättest du ruhig machen können, wenn die Ulti rausgewesen wäre, auch tot gewesen. Das ist okay. 3 AP hier.
Jetzt kannst du dich aber exekuten lassen.
Oh. Weiter einfach.
No,
warum der Johannes?
Johannes Kuller vor.
Oh Gott.
Was noch Ulti?
Ja.
Wenn ich gleich einen Schneeball hitte, gehe ich da rein.
Ich habe keine E, ich habe kein Shield, ich kann es nicht geben.
Jetzt, Johannes, jetzt.
Ja, und wenn du davor...
Wie soll der das denn machen?
Okay.
Ja,
Guck mal, wie viel Damage. Ich habe gerade wieder 2 Ulti.
Das war meine Ulti.
Darum, du sagst, Johannes, er soll die Ulti machen. Er kommt doch niemals dahin.
Der muss mir hinterherlaufen.
Ja, wenn du Schneeball...
Schneller sein.
Besten steht er schon da vorne, oder?
Oh. Ach, so lau, Mann.
Du musst einfach nur den Heker taunten.
Der Heker rennt die ganze Zeit an mir vorbei.
Das ist wahr.
War schon traurig.
No ADC, no win.
Also, Leute, ich habe es gerade probiert. Ich habe geultet, während er noch im Schneeball war. Mein Ball war sofort weg, ne? Bitte bei mir.
Ich weiß. Ich hab's ja gesehen, wo du geultet hast.
Ja, du hast gerade geultet, während ich Schneeball gedrückt habe, oder was?
Ja.
Ja, aber ich glaube, die Interaktion startet da, wo der Ball zu dem Zeitpunkt ist, oder? Oder war
Irgendwie so. Entweder ist sie zu mir zurückgeflogen oder es war mittendrin.
Ist ja egal. Er kann halt dir niemals follow, wenn du einen Schneeball hittest. Das ist keiner Welt möglich.
Aber ich habe gedacht, weißt du, Riot hätte ich zutraut, dass sie das genau da drüben die Ult dann machen.
Du kannst ja auch die Sachen dodgen, wenn du mit dem Schneeball halt perfect times.
Ja.
Das ist viel schlimmer, dass das existiert.
What you do for a living, current dating status,
Das halt Ultis dodgen oder sonst irgendeinen Kram. Das ist
I got banned. I don't care anymore.
in Ordnung.
Okay. Hey man, let's do body count. I'm just you bro. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Go ahead.
I guess we'll start here.
Name.
I'm Kayla.
Care anymore. Let's
Education level, and if you want to, of course, your body count.
do body count this time. I got banned. I don't care anymore. Let's have some fun.
Okay. Hey
All
man,
right, let's do body count.
I'm just you bro.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Go ahead.
I guess we'll start here.
Name.
I'm Kaylani. I'm 22, and what I do for work, I just cocktail poker games. Body count, 1.
1,000?
No, when? Whenever you get a BBL, it starts over.
Is that
New
true?
body.
Is that true?
No, it's true. Yeah, whenever you get a BBL, your body count starts over.
Well, okay.
You know who also said that?
God.
Your best friend.
Oh.
Who? Oh, AJ.
Yeah.
Shout out to AJ,
She said
man.
that shit too.
She got somebody's baby in the future.
Oh.
Okay, moving on.
Also ich kriege aber auch hier nur Träumchen heute, ne?
Hi, my name is.
Wait. Forgot some questions. Fresh you.
My bad.
Oh my god. Okay. Highest education level completed.
High school.
Okay. And then 22. And where are you from originally? Texas.
Oklahoma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I live in Texas now. Dallas.
Where'd you go to high school?
No,
Norman North.
Well, I mean, like in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
Was?
Okay. So that's where you're from. Okay.
Kann doch mal rollen,
Alright,
wenn
cool.
jemand will.
What about you?
No,
What's
no.
your name?
Hi, my name is Jasmine. I'm 34.
Wait, 34?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do for work?
That was him, by the way. That's great.
I'm a business owner, a small business owner. My Instagram page is.
That's fine. That's in the description. Don't worry.
We got you. We
I
got you.
promise you they'll find
We
you.
got you, girl.
Okay.
What kind of business do you own?
Hookahs.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you like distribute to clubs or something or what?
I do
Business do you own?
hookahs.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you like distribute to clubs or something or what?
I do everything. Whatever you want, I provide.
Whatever.
Okay.
So tonight we need hookah, right? Tonight we need hookah.
If y'all did, I could have.
All right, cool.
Okay. So you run a business with hookahs.
Yeah.
34. Where are you from originally?
I'm from South Florida,
Miami or?
Miami, Florida.
Okay. Like you went to high school here from
Yeah.
here? Okay. Cool. And then highest education level completed?
I associates.
Okay.
And does your body count exceed your age?
That's a yes. Okay.
All right.
So someone said that you're a red flag.
Hey.
That's
I wonder
fine.
I wonder why.
I'm okay with that.
Red hair,
I love it.
red nails.
I love it.
Thanks for explaining that, Fresh.
Bro, okay,
In
never mind.
detail.
I love it.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
All right.
What's your name?
My name is Bree.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Where are you from?
I'm from New York City.
Okay.
What do I do for a living? I am a professional pole dancer / exotic dancer. So I do professional gigs on the side, and I also work in a club.
Okay.
Okay.
So you're a stripper.
Yeah. You can
Okay.
say that.
All right.
Entertainer.
Okay. Highest education level completed?
Bachelor's
Okay. Where'd you get your bachelor's at?
in LIU, Brooklyn.
Okay. What'd you major in?
Psychology.
Cool. Are you from Brooklyn?
Grew up in Brooklyn, yes.
Okay. Coach the Ghost or Pop Smoke? No, I'm just kidding.
Kann ich euch vertrauen, ist die
Alright, cool. So
Frage,
you're from
ne?
Brooklyn. Single relationship.
Du spielst mit dem absolut krassesten Luschen aller Zeiten. Wieso
Sehr
lachst du
gut.
da?
Es tut mir leid.
Alter.
War
Ich
nicht
hab
so
sogar
geil.
extra den Pulsfire-Skin für dich ausgepackt.
Was ist das erste Item bei Matze?
Bei mir
Sag,
heute.
sag.
Johannes, es gibt nur einen Weg und der heißt vorwärts.
Ja. Alter, ich hätte gerade was da reingeschossen, ne? Ich hab den Sapling nicht gesehen.
Sag, direkt ihm sein Shield weggemacht.
Wer hat den Maokai auspackt? Ich hätte den Maokai gespielt.
Wie kann man emoten?
Okay.
Kann mir einer sagen,
What? Habe ich gerade alles daneben gehauen? Oh, das sollte ich vielleicht nicht machen, ne? Okay.
Kann mir einer mal sagen, wie man emotet?
Hey.
Hä?
Hey. Hat schon gesagt.
Okay. Ah, da haben die noch nie Talia und sowas gespielt. Könnte mal einer unserer fucking Tanks hier frontline.
Ja, wir haben keinen Tag. Oh doch, wir haben es halt.
Maokai und Amumu gehen nicht vor.
Ja, aber ich dachte, die spielen vielleicht AP, ne?
Ich bin Short Range, ihr Dicker.
Aber eigentlich sind wir ganz zufrieden, so wie das läuft. Oh Gott. Alter, sind das alles Götter oder was ist da los?
Nee, das Problem ist einfach eher, dass... Alter, ich kann nicht an die vorlaufen.
Nee, kann schon nicht. Ups.
Alter, wir haben... Ey, unser Team geht mir jetzt schon auf den Sack. Jetzt sterben.
Du musst nicht sterben gehen. Alles ist gut.
Muss ich sterben gehen. Gut, dass ich engagen muss als Tank.
War gut.
Dafür fast gestorben.
Ah, versucht er meine Türme mit seinem Dot zu killen?
Ich glaube. Hat's halt so geschafft. Nicht gerafft. Nicht
Alter,
funktioniert.
Matze, du nicht.
Bin tot. Hätte ich eine Gelbfaust, hätte ich sie alle getötet.
Och. Die Speere nicht.
Der musste shoppen. Der Skin ist echt ein bisschen fies.
What the fuck? Okay, die sind rot.
Alter, you gotta be kidding me. Speere sind richtig weird. Ich brauche Heals.
Bitte! Irgendeiner! What? Matze, ich brauch dich hier!
Ich hab 1 AP, Alter.
Ja, was ich konnte.
Alter Schwede, der Shen, ey.
Oh gut.
Der hat mich geflasht, Alter.
Ja, mich auch.
I concur. It's not a cycle at all. It's smaller than the diagram.
Hier gerade so viel Damage gemacht wie sie mir, oder was?
Ich hab sie gerade Damage gemacht, also irgendwie war viel, gell?
Aber sterben.
Ich kann, ist okay, dass der da steht und der da steht. Muss ich vorgehen? Geh da jetzt rein, der muss ich töten einen. Bitches, Alter.
Oh, Assa.
Kann er so viel wickeln, wie er will, ey. Ich muss aber sterben, ich hab fast 5000 Gold gehabt, ey, holy, ey.
Alter, useless piece of...
Ich weiß auch nicht, was sie machen.
Gar nichts machen die. Dieses 15.
Ich weiß auch nicht, warum die immer dieses komische Frostfire Gauntlet hier kaufen. Geht doch einfach Sunfire und renn die runter in diesem Scheißmodus.
Okay, jetzt können wir spielen, Boys. Ich hab's auf der Ite.
Sagt das wirklich nicht für uns.
Hier second Anti-Heal, right? Ja. Matze, du musst killen.
Kann ich killen, das konnte nicht. Wir haben den Malsa. Wir haben ja keine Frontlanes.
Da kannst du rausholen.
Ja, ich war lau, ich dachte, ich nehme einen wenigstens mit. Es wird einfach, keine Ahnung, Maokai und Amumu engagen halt nicht. So, der ist 12. Ich muss warten, ich habe Item. Ich muss 50 Gold abwarten. Er ist wieder Ulti. Geh doch jetzt rein einfach. Wieder AP am Mumu.
Nee.
Tank.
Ich will beide Full Tank.
Dann verstehe ich.
Hab ich auch gedacht. Oh, ich lauf rein. Du bist tagged.
Fucking hell, Alter. Die dürfen halt free auf uns engagen die ganze Zeit. Holy fucking shit. Geh ich jetzt eigentlich Bloodthirster? Ich muss fürs Bloodthirster gehen, oder?
Nein. Borg.
Hä?
Die Borg.
Ja, safe kein Borg.
Das Item ist komplett broken gerade. Was ist das für eine Frage?
Okay.
Du brauchst Infi schnell. Und dann pennen. Oh Gott, warum hast du... Ja.
Das ist Frontline.
Ja, aber du musst auch den ihre Frontline killen, weißt du? Oh no.
Ich wusste nicht, dass da 2 Leute drin hocken. Ich hab keinen Bock, einen Aram zu tryharden, es geht mir auf den Sack. Bis 2 fucking... Ich glaube, vielleicht muss ich sogar Servaldas kaufen, bevor ich den gehe.
Ja, du brauchst Crit-Item. brauchst Crit und Infi. Die Tankskiller von denen, weil die ist auch basically ein Tank. Die UD Ribbon.
Boah, Alter.
Ich bin auch wieder wie so ein Honk nach vorne gelaufen.
Eine Ulti, Alter.
Beeindruckend.
Das war ungefähr die Ulti wie beim Blue Buff bei den Worlds, Alter.
Ja.
Ich kann halt nicht vorlaufen, mir fliegt zu viel in die Fresse.
Alias One.
Ich muss was machen, bevor ich tot bin.
Hallo. Oh, okay. Malsa hat gerade keine Ult. Oh, warte mal, hat der Momo gerade eine Ulti getroffen?
Weißt du, wie man keine Ulti treffen kann?
Das hat er die ganze Zeit hingekriegt.
Der hittet nicht, der Speer, oder was?
Das Ding drin.
Ja.
Da sind Traps drin. What? Der hittet. Alter, die Hitbox in diesen Spielen ist doch weird.
Problem ist halt einfach, die dürfen uns halt einfach totpoken.
Die dürfen uns ich kann halt nicht rein.
Ne, kann schon nicht. Ich stelle halt einfach keinen Damage.
Ja.
Ja, ist mir jetzt egal. Ich trau jetzt. Ich wolle eh nicht spielen, ne?
Ich kann halt nicht Item kaufen, weil ich einfach... Oh, fuck. Guck ich jetzt G2 oder gucke ich kein G2?
Ja, ja. So sind sie alte Randys.
So, und jetzt ist die Frage, Maokai Elo, ich will eine Prediction hören.
Ja.
Wasser?
Was denn?
Maokai Elo. Prediction.
So ein klassischer Goldspieler.
Silber 3.
Also besserer Goldspieler.
Amumu?
Amumu?
Female wahrscheinlich Bronze oder so.
Amumu tippe ich, dass er sogar Platin war.
Unranked TFT Silber.
Ah, okay.
Okay, and then my bad. Go backwards. Single relationship.
Single as fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
shit.
Single AF. Let me make sure to write that down. And then what about you?
I'm in a relationship.
Wann kriege ich jetzt eigentlich mal hier meinen Titel? Hey.
Cool. All right.
Or
So,
body count. Why are you skipping that?
go ahead. You got
Ja,
it.
doch,
Yeah.
Titel,
No
der
problem.
heißt
I forgot.
Aramgott.
I'm writing a million things here, man.
Oh, I'm not sharing that.
Not
Ahnung, wie viele Dings ich da machen muss, Alter, das ist...
I said I'm not sharing that.
It's over. All right. There's your answer.
Below or under
So
20?
brutal.
20. Below or under 20?
I'm not sharing.
Why not?
You would love to know. I'm sure you would love to know, but it's nobody's business.
Schnelles machen,
Okay.
It's over 20.
If you say so.
bevor es losgeht.
If you say so.
Was sagst du?
Ich würde ein schnelles machen wollen, bevor es losgeht.
Emma,
Uh-huh.
I'm in my 30s.
How old exactly?
37.
37. Okay. Where are you from
You
originally?
would ask Miami.
Miami?
Miami, Florida, yeah.
Okay. Went to high school here?
Yes.
Highest education level completed?
Associates.
Okay. What do you
Currently
do?
in Barry.
Okay. What do you do for work?
In the medical field.
Nurse? Nurse?
No, that's why I say that. 'cause
All right. So she's a nurse. Okay.
Yikes.
Cool. And then Sig, what's your favorite part?
Body count exceeds your age?
the only body I count is mine.
Good
answer.
With the bar. With the bar. You see, so far they have so many different ways to avoid answering this question. BBL reset, I'm not sharing, only body I count, whatever the fuck. All of them have really good ways to avoid this question. I mean, there's no point of being ashamed of it. If you're loud and proud, if you're outside, if you're single as fuck, we should be able to yell it.
All right.
Yell your body count. There's no point in being ashamed.
You're a virgin.
Huh?
When you single as fuck, you're a virgin. Period.
So you're a virgin?
Period.
So you haven't had your period?
Nothing.
Okay, sorry.
Common L.
All right.
That was yo, where's the drum at? No, fine.
Don't worry.
Okay,
You got it.
okay.
What about you? What's your name?
I'm Brittany Love. I'm 19 from New York.
New York. What do you do for work?
I am a content creator and OnlyFans
And
model.
politician.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, with the name Brittany Love, we already knew what time it was with that one. Content creator. I'm assuming XXX content.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Ooh.
And then, and you're single, right? You?
I'm engaged.
Oh, you're engaged.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool.
Nice.
All
Congrats.
Thank you.
right. How long you have been engaged?
A year.
Okay. Cool. So you found him at 36.
Yeah, done it.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
Okay. Hey, rather late than never. Okay, going back to you. 19, content creator, highest education level completed, high school.
I'm in school right now. for
You're in college?
architecture- Yeah,
Okay, but-
architecture and
Haben die schon wieder für
Highest
ein
completed is high
unser
school, right?
Team.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Das ist
and
so
you're
ein schönes
in
Team.
pursuing your bachelor's, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, in architecture. All right. And then where are you from originally?
New York.
Okay. And then single relationship.
Relationship.
All right.
Is it difficult at all doing that type of content, maintaining a relationship?
No, he likes making it with me.
Cool. You guys make it together.
So it's only him.
When you.
It's
what
only
do you
him.
mean?
You only
Like-
make it with him?
Yeah.
Nope.
No, or other people with him there.
Wait, like other dudes?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
So watch us.
All right. With other dudes.
Well,
So, ich brauche Ulti.
Jedes Mal, wenn ich einen Q
At least
treffe,
it wasn't on
die
camera. Don't do it, chat. It's not worth
Oh.
it. It's gonna be a problem later on. He's
okay.
pretending like he doesn't care, but that shit
gerade
fucking
eigentlich
hurts.
auf dich wehen und du bist mit einem
Bodycount?
Schritt nach hinten gelaufen. Okay. Out of rage.
What? Not just rage.
Einfach refeeded.
Yeah, there's no way it's 2. That's
Nee, nee, das war schon so mit Absicht. Das hast du schon so vorher angekündigt.
Karenina.
Ich wollte so ein krasses.
Karenina?
Ich weiß auch schon wieder nicht, warum die jetzt schon wieder so ein Team haben. Ich weiß es heute einfach nicht. Was soll das machen?
How old are you?
20.
20, okay. Where are you from?
Bolivia.
Okay.
Da können wir rein, Boys.
Exotic. Okay. And then highest education completed?
High school.
High school. Cool. And then
Mich
single
grad so
relationship.
heftig healed. What?
As fuck.
Gerade ein
You want
200er
to add
Heal
as
gekriegt.
fuck to it as well?
Wer macht den komischen Sound?
Selbst
She's talking to a couple guys. Okay. That's what I mean. Single as fuck is like, I got no options.
Oh no, Fiddle.
Or they all suck. What was that?
No options.
No options. Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
No, you have options. You just don't like them. Every girl has options.
No.
Come on.
Oh, das ist Sex.
At all? And then, cool. And then, go ahead, Sneako, your favorite
Wer
one.
macht diesen komischen dummen Sound?
Body count?
Sound.
I'm not saying.
Ja,
Naja, Fiddle macht es.
3.
Oh yeah, that's that.
Let's be honest. I'm banned. I don't give a fuck anymore. Can we have some
Ich hab den
honesty
Chat
on
halt
this
aus, ne? Ich
panel?
würde den so hart flamen, ne?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck
Super unangenehm mit meinem Ohr.
How you know, Sneako?
Mir ist ganz leise, ne?
No, if it's 2, if it's 1, if it's virgin.
If?
That's it now, eh?
Too much
Ich
wrong
hab
with this
Probleme
panel.
hier.
Alcohol, the lying, the bodies. No, no. It's a godless city. We need God back.
All right, what about you, Versace? What's your name?
My name is Yaidan, and I'm 24.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I am the CEO of Summer's Paradise. I have my own swimwear line.
Okay. You and every other girl in Miami, fantastic. Highest education level completed?
High school.
Okay. Where are you originally from?
Voll schade, dass ich hier keine Worts kaufen darf.
But like, did you grow up in Miami? Where'd you grow up?
Tatsächlich ein
A
Problem für
little bit
dich.
in Cuba. I came when I was 6, and then
Tatsächlich ein Problem für dich. Aber dafür hast du einfach
Okay.
Damage.
Single relationship, sugar daddy.
Weniger Cooldowns.
I'm married.
Married. Congrats.
Oh, she won.
How long you been married for?
3 years.
Cool.
Now
Basically
she's 4.
that,
Yeah,
right?
my 4.
Was it to get your citizenship or true love? No, just kidding.
Das ist
Just make a joke. All right, no, it's fine. All right, cool. Congratulations. Where's he right now?
Sleeping. He wakes about 5 in the morning. So he's
Okay.
sleeping.
All right, hardworking guy. What do you do for work, by the way, Bolivia?
I'm an international student.
Okay, so you're at full-time college?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you majoring in?
Flash for Flash.
The major.
Music technology.
Oh, music technology. Okay, all right, cool. What about you, Miss Black and White? Yeah. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Sandra Love.
Okay. Oh my God, another love. Are you also involved in OnlyFans?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How old are you?
I am 35 years old.
Okay. 35. What do you do for work?
I do several things.
Okay, which is?
Marketing?
Well, I do have my own
Block mich
business.
da.
It's a boutique called Bella Beauty
Wo ist das, Johannes?
Online, and I also have an app on iOS and on Google apps on Android.
Das ist
And it's called
problematisch,
Fashion
wenn sie
Express.
das
It's
macht.
like an Uber Eats, but for fashion shows.
Okay.
Smart.
Überlebt es.
Ja, Seraphim. Keiner von uns wird das machen
Highest
können.
education level completed?
Ist halt.
Okay. Where are you from?
Here.
Okay.
Die haben halt alle
And then,
Ultis ab, so.
Single relationship.
Ja, aber gut, die haben
I'm
halt.
in a relationship.
Die haben die haben halt so eine Wombo-Kombo, Alter.
Ja, deswegen du darfst auf alle nicht reingehen.
Because you don't like him like that, that's why.
Weil ich nicht so.
Because I didn't think you were gonna just ask me how long. You didn't ask nobody out. But no, I'm happily in a relationship.
Ask her how long
6
they've been
and a
married.
half.
6.5?
Yes.
Okay.
Alter, willst du mich
Single,
gerade
that's why.
verarschen?
That's fun.
Das hat
6.5 days?
6.5
Ich
years.
wurde dreimal interrupted. Ich habe es eigentlich perfekt gespielt gehabt. Ich wäre auf ihn drauf.
My body count?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
6 years.
What do you mean,
I've
what I
been
mean?
with him. That's my,
Ah ja, aber das ist.
that's my body.
You're older than 6.5
Das ist
years
so
old.
fett.
My body. What?
So you lost it with him?
Wow.
That's the reason for you?
Yeah.
This is very telling, by the way. Very, very telling.
That was easy.
I mean, this experiment. I like what you're doing here, Sneeko. I'm setting me up for a question. What about you? What's your name?
My name's Jackie.
Okay, Jackie. How old are you?
I'm 27.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
From Boston, Mass.
Sorry to hear that. That place sucks.
Fucking Boston.
Fucking Boston.
Kid.
Just
Wicked
kidding.
Pissa.
Are you actually from the city or what part of
I'm
Massachusetts?
from about 10 minutes north.
Which is?
Cambridge?
Woburn.
Where?
Woburn.
Woburn?
Woburn.
What is it?
Woburn.
Oh, Woburn. Okay, yeah. I went to college in Boston, so that's why.
Really?
Yeah.
You never heard of Woburn?
We pronounce it as Woburn, but okay.
Woburn. Wow.
All right. Okay. So 27, Boston. What do you do for work?
I'm a singer and I work at Bacon Bitch right now.
Yeah, Bacon
What?
Bitch. Wait, you're the you be swearing at the customers and shit?
Hell yeah.
Oh,
All
God.
y'all bitches.
Okay. All right. So you go in. Hey, what the fuck do you want to eat, asshole? Something like that.
Yeah, it's like, what's up, bitches? What are you celebrating? It's
But
your birthday?
you
Okay,
guys-
happy
you guys-
birthday, bitch.
It's in like a nice way though. It's like,
Yeah.
how are you, bitches?
Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
we're sweet bitches.
Oh,
Yeah.
strange. Okay.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, most of your clientele that comes in, is it men or women?
It's like half and half, believe it or not.
Okay, let me make it clarify. When the guys do come in, they probably come in with a girl, I'm assuming?
With a girl or it's bachelor parties.
A bachelor
We
party.
have like a really big bachelor parties that come in, like 15, like 20 guys.
Okay.
Damn.
All right,
It's
so,
fun. Bitches be twerking and shit. They like that.
okay, highest education level completed?
I have an associate's from UMass Boston.
Okay. Why don't you finish?
I failed my first semester of my bachelor's.
All right.
What were you doing with the time?
Huh?
What were you doing with the time? Partying?
No, my boyfriend broke up with me, so I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, you're
And I
crying.
just never went back to class.
Damn.
Emotional.
Damn it.
Chris was waiting for a minute to use that one. Okay, and then single relationship, what are you? Heartbroken?
I am in a relationship halfway.
Du wärst tot gewesen, oder?
Body.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Oh god. Listen, it's a lot. Oh.
No.
Honest, first honest
At least
answer.
she's honest
Yeah.
now.
I don't want to talk about it.
All right. College is fun, huh?
I'm sure you did.
Alles ready.
All right, go ahead. So I'll hit fresh. Can you hit the chest real quick?
All right, let's go. We have Juan and she says, shout out to Chris and Big Mo. Miss you guys. Good point. Tech is raising kids while moms are at the club getting D, and dads are burns, are bums. No accountability. Clip that. Okay. Gordon Singh says, fresh. Were you born October 1st too? If so, we have the same birthday. October 2nd, bro. Feta Piccolo says, glad y'all back in MIA. And Elmira is glad to see Christina because the UK Slags was rough, fam. By the way, I want to know if y'all listen to Ace Hood. I don't, but he's definitely a good rapper. Mike James, 323 says, check like me at
Ich kann nichts machen.
Memberships, money,
Die wartet
coffee,
jedes Mal nur auf
coffee,
irgendeinen Engage
coffee
und
juice.
kontert mit Ulti.
Chelsea, I'm sure they love you. Okay, Feta Piccolo says, I want to give a shout out to Big Mo, seeing the Red Pill Line interview. Keep doing your thing. And if they don't accept you at school, you're ready to top G producer. All right.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you.
There you go. We have Mike
Hey.
James again says, I agree. Such a beta. The threesome I had the morning of Fresh and Fit was really beta.
Bro, why are you
doing, bro?
justifying yourself in the super chest?
Yeah, bro, come on, dude. Okay, we got Yevon Simonis says fresh. I got intel on what was discussed in the war room. It was concluded that if you don't achieve and display a 6-pack by November 2nd, you're off the podcast. Okay. Face Reaction FNF says, who am I gonna cat slip in tonight? Call everybody. 5-star Sport Betting says, girls, what do you rate yourself 1 out of 10?
So
What's a good
Bullshit,
one?
ne?
We'll start here. 1 out of 10 out of looks. What do you rate yourself?
Hello.
I knew you were gonna say that. What about you?
I would say 100.
100?
100. 1 through 10.
Wow, 1 out of 10. Awesome.
10.
10?
10.
10. Wow.
I don't know, maybe like.
Okay.
Oh, no, you're 10.
Stop.
Yeah,
Stop.
10,
What about you?
honey. 10, honey.
10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what about you?
Are we talking about just looks?
Looks.
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay.
10 over here.
10?
10 for sure.
Sneeko, do the honors.
Okay. Now, who do you think is better at self-improving, men or women? It's an or question.
Aspect of, like, are you talking about self-improvement.
All right, let's go around the table real fast on this one. We'll start here and work our way back. Who do you think is better at self-improving, men or women?
Women for sure.
Okay.
Na gut, das ultet mich halt einfach wieder raus, ne?
Women. I feel like it's not a gender thing. I feel like it's a mentality thing.
No, it's men or women. It's just a.
Ja, ich kann in-flight
I'm going to.
Okay. Why? It's a self.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's more about mentality.
That's not the question we're asking.
Okay, women, I guess.
Okay.
Well, I would say both.
That's not.
Aber der war noch nicht genug Cooldown ist.
Okay, if I have to choose, women.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I would say men, and I think
Sure. Go right ahead.
because
See,
the
notice
women,
how she had to say, I gotta explain why. Go
the
ahead.
women will put the pressure on the men to make the change.
Okay. Now, what do you think women put forward when people are trying to get attracted, when you are showing yourself to a partner? What do women put forward, looks or personality?
Oh.
What do you think attracts men? Looks.
Oh, personality.
Looks.
Guys
Guys are
are
psych
Does
stimulated.
that hold a man? That's the question. Like
It won't hold a
looks,
man.
yes, initially, like that's what attracts the man. But what's gonna keep the man? Not just your looks.
Who said 100 again?
She did. I did.
100. Okay. What do you self-improve?
What do I self-improve?
Yeah. How do you self-improve? You also think that women self-improve more than men. I'm wondering how you self-improve.
Well, I can only speak for myself.
I know.
But as far as you said, looks as in as looks. Now, if
Yeah,
it's
1 through 10, you're
self-improvement, of course,
So eine
but
gute
when it
Rücken
comes
von
to
mir
self-improvement
aus. Ich mach
out
mal
of the
da.
looks
So the-
factor, of course, there are always.
Ja, die sind
growth
jetzt viel zu
within
gefeedet schon
myself.
wieder.
How?
How?
Well, if you're 100 out of a 10, there's
Well,
no
that's
Der Jump geht über mein Jump!
How she self-improves.
Okay.
You grow. How?
You grow by educating yourself and just.
Jetzt kurze
living
Frage,
life and becoming
findest du,
wiser
dass
as the day
Kiana
goes by and
15% von ihrem
experience,
Damage
you
mehr
grow.
macht?
Ja,
Because not
komplett
everything is
behindert. Ich
exactly
hab die schon
how I
dreimal
thought
catcht.
then when I was
Und
like
ich
what?
verstehe es nicht, warum. Warum müssen es also warum werden AOE wie Zix oder sonst irgendwas komplett totgenöpft in diesem Modus, aber Sessions, die dich einfach one-shotten können, die dürfen einfach hier spielen. Das ist einfach dumm.
Oh mein Gott, Viertel.
Jetzt war nix so. Ah, die haben auch alle 20 Sekunden schon wieder Ulti. Das die haben gerade Ulti gemacht, hat schon wieder Ulti.
Vor allem guck dir das Bild an, Assa.
Mhm.
Geht Muramana.
Ja, ich weiß. Wie gesagt, mir ist es ja scheißegal, was sie bauen oder sonst irgendwas. Aber es geht mir einfach tierisch auf den Sack. Eine Kiana mit 15% mehr Damage. Wenn die dich auf Level 3 fightet, kannst du Alt F4 drücken. Das ist einfach, was soll das? Man wundert sich, warum kaum einer den Modus spielt. Also nach 5000 Mal darum gebeten worden sind, dass sie endlich mal Patch springen, Alter, und nix machen. Der Drache, wenn er absolut nutzlos.
Nichts dagegen hat.
Ach, schade.
Alter, ist der bad.
Muss sterben. Ja. Schon wartet, aber ich gleich wieder Ulti.
Ja, 5. Aber es sollte dir ein bisschen herziehen. Der Viertel muss sollte.
Ah.
Das ist eine gute Ult.
Oh no, Husi drin.
Ja, ich hab keine Ahnung, ich versuche halt die Backline zu halten.
Naja, ich hatte halt noch keine Ult. Keine Ahnung, ich habe 3500 Leben, Kiana drückt mir einfach in eine rote 2500 oder so. Das ist schon...
Der echt, okay.
Naja. Gesagt, also Sachen.
Ist ja okay, wenn sie Damage machen, aber sie dürfen halt nicht so tanky sein.
Ey, also Johannes, bei aller Liebe, es ist mir scheißegal, ob die tanky sind. 15% vom Grunddamage, das ist ja alles. Das ist einfach...
Aber ich hab die 3-mal charmed, 3-mal pickt und wir haben die nicht killed gekriegt. Das ist das Üble. Ich verstehe nicht.
Das ist halt einfach jeder Drecks-Session auf 100% und fertig. Die sind schon so in neuen genug, die müssen nicht noch mehr Damage machen. Die leben vom Burst. Warum müssen die noch mehr Damage machen?
Ja, 15% ist ja utopisch. Also 10 ist schon übel viel, ne?
Und dann hast du so Champions wie, ich sag ja zum Beispiel, Ziggs macht 80%. Ja, natürlich macht Ziggs AOE-Damage. Man muss doch trotzdem seine scheiß Bomben treffen. Das ist ja nichts anderes, als wie jemand, der Point-and-Click wie ein Set oder sonst irgendwas macht. Das ist ja dumm.
Ja, die waren halt schon übel dominant am Anfang, die AOE-Ranged.
Ja, ja, natürlich. Aber dann passt doch eher was an den Stats an, anstatt an diesen Dings.
Ja.
Dann passt doch Mana-Regeneration an oder sonst irgendeinen Kram. Es ist... dass halt eben nicht mehr so viel gespammt wird. Oder passt die Items an, wie sie es auch mit Warmox gemacht haben. Haben sie ja auch gemacht am Anfang.
Ja, also ich finde auch, das ist die dümmste Idee, Flat Damage zu geben und Flat Damage Reduction zu geben. Das ist übel.
Das finde ich so schade, weil das den ganzen Modus einfach kaputt macht. Und 5 Leute mehr einzustellen, die dafür ein paar Patches in ein paar Monaten machen können, ne?
Hä?
Daran soll es eigentlich nicht scheitern. Wer spielt denn jetzt eigentlich?
Ja, den Pickband.
Kind of starved support role. Meanwhile, for Yagao though, does he want to lock in like
Ach,
skill
Cheeto
matchups like
wieder.
Akali or something like that?
Das
or
mag
go
das
with
Team jetzt schon nicht.
Ooh, I like the LeBlanc. That's an exciting choice. I'd like them
Free
to
loose.
lock away the Graves here. I think it'd be very, very important
Schade.
for G2 to be able to get some extra damage of the physical variety.
Warum zur Hölle lasst ihr Yumi durch? Ich versteh's nicht.
JDG because we've seen Renekton's used against them to
Yumi ist der Renekton. Und auf der Gegenseite sehe ich einen Sylas und einen Seraphim.
This won't be a flexible league. We haven't seen you
Will euch
guys
jetzt
do
nicht
it
enttäuschen,
this
Jungs,
summer.
ne?
Now it could be somebody who
Hat
plays
nicht
first
eine
time here on the
gute
world
Ult
stage, but
bisher, ne?
369 is a Renekton connoisseur. Well, this is going to be the greatest
Ja.
denial and pickup for Jankos. Of course, such a strong meta jungler right now in terms of the carry junglers. And with Maokai said you
Renekton Ulti geht so,
the
ne?
tank pool has been pinched.
And I think it's necessary to get it now, before the next round of bans, because you're already showing Seraphine.
Nicht so
having
bad
that
auf ihm,
more
aber...
supportive, you know, carry from the bottom lane here. So get Jankos on that Graves is going to be huge here. Matchup into Kanavi.
They will need frontline topside though. I
Was
wonder
picken
if
die
an
jetzt
Ornn
noch?
here for JDG is worth it.
Kommt doch irgendwas.
The answers into Graves, because
Wir
Graves
müssen
has become
Aphelios
so
spielen.
popular. A lot of junglers have been practicing these pocket picks. You know, the Nidalee has been used, but what, you can also take
Sie
the
können
skill
sich
matchup
Caitlyn da
of the
reinspielen.
Kindred. So a bunch of these games in Champions League immediately slammed down by
Maybe die Koreaner und die Chinesen können Caitlyn machen, aber ich glaube EU nicht. Ich soll das einfach nicht tun.
Die Frage ist ja, was gehen sie Toplane? Ist Maokai top dann? Gegen Renekton ist dumm Maokai top.
Run, einfach.
Das kommt noch hinzu. Das ist schon wieder ein Trundle-Angle.
Das ist echt eine Trundle-Angle, ja.
Yeah, the classic Akali going to be taken away, used into Silas quite often, as mentioned. So, what is going to be alongside it? The Bel'Veth taken off the board, of course, another favorite of Kanavi's.
I'm so sad too, because I really wanted there to be more Bel'Veth on the world stage here, but they answer with the Pike as well.
Jetzt pass auf, die picke jetzt Kindred. Sag's dir, die picke Kindred.
Kindred?
Ja.
Was? Für?
Yumi.
Ach, du meinst Dings.
The Talia, which could work in mid and jungle, and pair that with things like the Viego. So I think they have so many options on this full
Nee,
just in case of what they feel
bitte
most
nicht.
comfortable running into G2's trap. If this Alistar gets locked in, that's going to be a Seraphine 80 carry.
And I think it's the same idea as the Pike would have been, right? Your Seraphine, you can leave it by itself. It can
Oh, maybe ist das gar nicht so dumm, ne?
and you can go roaming around. Whenever you're playing versus Yumi, you can either go for kills in lane,
Was
or
für
you
die
can go
Silas
for
top?
roaming plays. Sivir also is
Die spiele Seraphine Bot.
you will always be able to get that headbutt pulverized combination with
Achso, Seraphine Alistar, ja.
Ich weiß sogar nicht, was ihr habt. Ich fand das Team, also ich finde das Team nicht schlecht. Seraphine und Silas sind beide Champions ohne Counter.
Ja, aber Matze, Sivir Yumi ist ziemlich auf Freewin bisher.
Warte mal, was ist das?
Okay.
Darius top. Sehe ich, actually.
Ja gut, Darius und Renekton ist okay, ne?
Ja? Vielleicht spielen wir doch mehr Champions, als ich dachte.
Broken Blade hat schon einen großen Champion Pool.
Der passt da richtig gut rein. Die haben da Engage. Der kann ein Match. Oh, ist gut.
Ja gut, der Graves ist halt einfach der Ausschlaggebende, ne?
Ja, der muss ja herkommen, sonst ist vorbei.
Weil sonst haben sie gar kein Damage.
Ja. Die Midlane hat halt keine Prio, ne? Das mag ich nicht. Ich verstehe das nicht ganz. Ein Toplane ist okay, Botlane ist auch okay, die sind even, ne? Aber du hast Midlane keine Prio und spielst einen Graves. Das verstehe ich nicht. Das heißt doch, du musst eigentlich Splitted Map, oder? Botside splitted.
Hast du nicht? Hat er gegen Salia, hat der Lia so einen harten Push, ehrlich?
Ja, übel.
Ich glaube eher, dass der wird die Talia die ganze Zeit fighten.
Ja, das kann aber die ersten 3 Level nicht.
Geht Ghost Flash gegen 369. Ballsy.
Egel. Perfekt, oder?
Bin gespannt. 369 ist stark. 369 ist nicht 369 der beste Toplaner von den Chinesen.
Yagao chose to go for the ignite, but has the spellbook, so he can swap the TP worst case in the mid to late game. But I think a lot of our focus this game, gentlemen, is going to be topside.
Oh, for sure it is.
Das hat JDG, die werden die ganze Zeit fighten und das ist bei G2 immer ein Problem. G2 lässt sich da immer verlocken, die werden sich die ganze Zeit auf die Fresse hauen und am Ende ist es ein richtiges Geinterziehen.
To Broken Blade on this Darius. Because I think it's going
to
be
Ah.
very important for G2 to be able
Actually, nee. Ich glaube, das ist G2.
It's so exciting to watch too, because especially from jungle perspective, with this many volatile lanes.
Der Sieg ist wichtig, ne?
Kanavi here,
Ja.
he could actually go play off of Talia early on. You get that flash Viego stun on a Silas when he's going off on melee minions, and you can definitely set up the easy seismic shove that way too.
Yeah, I'm just going to highlight this ward here that JDG have placed. Now this ward right here actually covers the Graves from doing something like a red and then going over the wall or coming around here. This ward spots out both of them, which could mean that Kanavi loses these topside camps and then innately cannot contest the topside. This covers that off.
Laberst du, das war, das läuft ab, bis der da oben ist.
In on red, trying to see about Kanavi trying to come to play with the Talia, that stun into seismic shove play too. So they know he's going to be wrapping around here off of Raptors. And we'll see if they both ping pong back up to the top side.
The only thing that's really worth mentioning in the bot side is of course.
Jetzt so traurig. Aber ich hasse Yumi Sivir so arg, dass ich's feiere, dass die Samira. Nee, wie heißt sie? Seraphine pickt haben.
Yeah, and is there a bit of a difficulty here with the fact that it will be a bit of an island towards the bottom?
Yeah.
Do G2 need to be able to win down there, or is it just about keeping it even?
I think the strategy is you can just have Flakked but 1v2 by himself on the Seraphine, focus on blowing up the wave, and get Targamas to even roam up to the top side too. Alistar plays to make it really spicy.
I like that. Get the cow out of the paddock. Make sure he's getting around there doing what he needs to do. JDG with a lot of shove here towards this bottom side, of course, will generally do that until Flakked gets, you know, an item or two. Siv's Ricochet still works relatively well, especially when you can get control of the wave, as Kanavi's going to take the blue buff. Broken Blade battling here towards the top side. Not winning out against 369's pretty famous Renekton at this point in time.
Yeah, really famous for his Renekton and his Aatrox is 369. So misses
got it
out on the Q onto 369. 369 actually going to step up, cool down.
He got the cannon though.
And as Broken Blade pushed the first two waves and he ran into the blue buff jungle and put a ward down, spotted Kanavi. So he's seen Kanavi come up here. He just needs to be very careful. He knows he's there. He has the information.
Well, the flash comes out. The ghost is there as well. Broken Blade definitely wanted to get out of there. Yankos on the Krogs at the moment, not going to need to assist just yet. As Yagao full health going to take caps below half.
It was a beautiful game of chicken, because like Kate was saying, they have that information there, so he's waiting for it, he's expecting it, and still, JDG, 1 for 2 on the summoner spells, because the ghost also popped there, and Kanavi did not flash follow, and here they're going to meet up in the tri-brush again.
Yeah, well, let's see whether they can actually get the kill. No spells, like you say. Yankos is going to get over here. 369 a little
Renekton ist doch tot. Der hat kein Flash.
Das ist ein Double Kill, oder?
Double. Darius, bleib mal in der Range. Raus da, raus da, bitte, 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 bitte. Oh!
Aber das war, weil Broken Blade keine Eier hatte. Warum ist der nicht... Der hat doch den Reset durch das Dings gekriegt, die Triumph.
Gets the counter kill after G2 score.
It's a bloodbath up here as we expected. Caps was matching Yagao, but Yagao got there first. The single from Kanavi was beautiful, so Yagao can flash forwards and follow up. Broken Blade is going to lose a lot here, and let's not forget, he doesn't have the TP, so he's going to lose around a wave and a half.
Caps? Machst du irgendwas?
369 will get a demolish proc. I think you'll lose another wave as well. The one that's coming in is 369 just going to proxy this one away.
Oh, it's so fun. When coming in from Champion Select, both teams are saying, yes, we will fight the top triangle of the map.
Yeah.
Send everybody up there. And this is the second meeting of the junglers.
Look at the bot side, actually. Hope's looking for the enemy jungler. He's going to Krugs, wondering if Yankos is there. So Kanavi finds him on the top side, but because 369 has no flash, they just
Weiß nicht, guck mal, der ist doch... Warum geht der jetzt nicht dahin?
And it looks great for G2 initially, but it's Yagao coming up here, and Yankos over chasing that comes back to bite them.
Exactly. They don't have the extra vision there. Then they...
Nee, Yankos muss da weggehen.
Ja, Jankos muss auch weggehen, aber ich fand davor war der Engel kurz da.
It was a really good initial play from G2 though, with the flash from Jankos to be able to start out basically an isolated 2v1 there and take down 369 for the first blood.
And this is where the map will kind of devolve into madness because Yagao has no flash, so that's another option for Jankos. Caps having the flash means they have really easy gap.
Das ist halt ein ganzes Level, oder?
That's something that G2 invest into.
10 Farm.
For a kill, so now G2 can start to play through mid to top side. JDG will need to cover it.
Really good point, and because JDG I think will be expecting that too, they can have Kanavi with the stun from Viego come with his flash and see if they can set up the counter. It looks like he's going to finish up on his wolves though, and they're going to give that opening on the support roam timer.
Yeah, Targamas trying to get towards the top side now. Had a little bit of a look around mid lane, but he's going to book it towards the flashless Renekton. Of course, still has Slice available. Apprehend. Broken Blade just walking towards the Crocodile. Does find it there as Targamas is going to turn around, looking to come back. Jankos in the area as well. Kanavi can come up and try to assist. 2 versus 3 at this point in time, but a Weaver's Wall is available here for Yagao. Not quite yet, almost.
Yeah, you talked about this, Atlas, getting the cow out of the paddock, just getting him towards the top side so Blackhead can kind of farm in this 1v2. It looks like he's safe for now. Sivir Yumi, very low dive pressure. The problem is the Alistar will fall behind in levels if he doesn't find a play soon. See if Yagao spots him out over the wall, doesn't decide to ward, and Caps with the mid push means it's very hard to make a play here.
Yeah, I think that's really important that JDG are able to actually breach this first window of the support roam timers that we've been talking up from Champion Select. Nothing, if there's no action during a desynced roam timer on supports, that's very good for JDG. So Targamas gonna have to walk his way all the way back bottom, and they're gonna make the swap here. Look, Flackhead going mid on the Seraphine.
Interesting. So that means that Caps will be bots without TP. And that means contesting Herald becomes a whole lot harder in a minute's time. I think G2 are actually going back on that idea and saying, you know what, Flackhead, come through mid and try to look for a little bit of vision, help Caps get some kind of control around this mid lane, and then go back towards the bot side with the wave coming in. Herald will be contested by both of these teams.
And Flackhead bringing a
Schön.
with him too, off of that reset.
Schöner Trade.
Almost semi-support
dive den.
coming through with the extra vision through the river
Wie
because
zur Hölle outfarmt er den?
mid lane are so important. And that's
Ja.
why these two
Der Renekton.
cohorts here
Ja.
from G2
Weil 3 Leute ihn gankt haben.
with the bottom one, with the top one
Der
as
hat dem
well,
2 bis 3 Waves
and
denied.
see the next move from JDG and answer.
Yeah, Caps taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane. You guys found a couple of shoves against the G2 mid laner. And I want to address the cat in the room, gentlemen, because there is, like, we've been talking about.
Hab ich denn da im Early alles verpasst, Alter?
Alles.
Sort of this late game battle is concerned. Yes, very, very good into the Sivir is the
How
Alistar.
big is the cat? Is it a great cat?
Well, it's on a book.
Tiger?
And books aren't generally that large, but they do a lot of winning here at Worlds 2022. Is it going to be an insurmountable problem? You know, that's what I'm worried about here.
I think the Enchanter match is on the Seraphine, right? So the scaling, as in, will it be favor in favor of Yumi? The Seraphine can kind of negate that and even it up until the late game at least. I think the issue with JDG's comp is they don't have any point-and-click hard engage in the sense where they can pick someone off at the blink of an eye. Yes, they can pop the on the
Die haben literally Renekton.
but G2 have a lot of dashes to escape, whereas G2 have the
Der
Alistar.
beste Point-and-Click-Stun im Game.
Ja, aber der hat, also der kommt ja nicht ran.
It makes sense. JDG need to play the map well with the Talia ult.
I think what we're seeing right now is some really
Stimmt
good
schon,
timings
also
from G2.
G2 ist schwer zu lockdown, bei denen hat jeder Champion Dash.
Guarantee the Rift Herald for themselves while not giving up the Dragon. Important for them to be able to focus on those neutral objectives.
Ja, Darius ein Dash und
Ja, der
jetzt.
braucht kein Dash. Er will ja rein. Aber du willst ja die Backline, du willst ja den Graves, du willst die... Seraphine ist safe mit dem Alistar. Silas hat einen Dash. Alter, was macht Caps da?
Caps macht einfach gar nichts.
Er lässt sich von jedem Ding treffen.
Ja, und das ist ein Shit Engage. What? Die Saubasti.
Ich hab's gesagt. Ich hab's gesagt, das ist einfach wieder Bullshit.
Achso, die Botlane, die Botlane von Dinges, von G2 ist halt auch einfach, die sind so schlecht.
Nein, die spielen halt immer so Scheiße. Sollen aufhören mit dieser Seraphine-Rotze, ey.
Die müssen das aber spielen gegen Yumi Sivir.
Das Problem ist halt einfach, Lass halt keine Yumi offen.
Richtig, dann darfst du nicht offen lassen.
But it was really Yagao and the cow, 1 for 1 behind enemy lines, and it leaves Caps pushing in the mid lane there. That's an extra timer. That's not a good 1-for-1 trade there for Yagao, because G2 are going to be able to start up Baron off that due to their mid pressure. Caps easily shoves that in, and another objective for G2. Good snipe from Hope here at the very end, though.
So this is G2's full combo. Everything lands, except they can't get the kill. Ignite's down, everything's down, but I think the heal was held by missing until the Ignite fell off, then he popped it. Hope with the lethal tempo, weaving an auto-attacks and dodging away from Blackhead spells, and then this Q just does so much damage. Blackhead with no flash gets taken
Ich
out.
verstehe auch die Decision nicht, das kommt halt auch noch dazu. Warum ist der Flash von Blackhead so spät? Flash doch einfach vorher raus. Also, klar, er alleine halt mit seinem Monster-Damage halt gegen eine Yumi. Das ist, weiß ich nicht. Warum denn?
Sag's echt gern, ich glaube, das ist noch fein sogar, ne? Der Silas hat ein Mythic, Ding hat keins.
Ja, aber das ist halt, also, klar ist es okay, aber es ist halt einfach trotzdem unnötig, weißt du?
Ja.
Das sind halt einfach, das hat nichts mit dem Matchup zu tun, das ist einfach Mechanical, einfach komplett reingeschissen. Der Alistair flasht raus, warum bleibt Blackhead dann da stehen und will das traden? Gegen Civil Yumi, das ist dumm.
Ich muss aber ehrlich sagen, ich habe auch nicht gedacht, dass er die fast killt, ne?
Ja. Oder sind wir ja nicht für zuständig, ne? Das zu denken.
Come on, warum? Der ist tot? Was? Okay, das ist gut.
Ich sagte halt, wie es wieder ist, ne? Der Einzige, der wieder nicht gefeedet werden darf, ist die Sivir.
Der Graves darf aber eigentlich auch nicht gefeedet werden, gell?
Ja, aber...
Und der kriegt gerade eben Midlane. Ist die down? Nee.
Doch, das ist normalerweise.
Nee.
From the European representatives
Maybe
here, as
down?
Kanabi's going to turn up, denies the actual full take of the turret.
Dankos.
We've got a battle on the top side of the map. Broken Blade gives him the thumbs up one more time as he walks away. 369 hemorrhaging a little bit, but he will survive.
So fun to watch here. Both junglers, you know, Jankos went, actually, we're going to have another play right now as Caps and Jankos coming up for the dive on 369. They know he has no ultimate. He does have flash, though.
Yeah, clears out the minion wave very, very comfortably as well. And if 3 people...
Er hat die Wave one-shotted.
Bring 4, I think, is going to be the answer. And Broken Blade just standing just barely out of turret range. Caps picks himself up.
Oh, Caps. Okay. Okay, sorry, nichts zu sagen.
Vom Renekton, das ist natürlich sehr gut, ne?
Lass Bot down gehen, nehmt Blades top. Ja.
It's all about the timers here because bottom side, JDG were making a play at the same time. So that's why Caps is like, hey, we can't wait for these minions. We have to go now. JDG are taking bottom side resources. We need to get this kill off, and they do take down 369.
Yeah, let's just look at the map
Der
right
Mythic,
now.
wenn der
Look at the
Mythic
reverse
hat,
down,
dann
this
wird's
is the main thing
Zerstörung
we
jetzt.
missed out on. Yagal's hovering down towards his
Wer
bottom
denn?
of the play, seeing if he can impact
Der
the field,
Darius.
but he has no flash, of course.
Ja, er müsste Dings haben.
Flashes forward with the chains, despite the knockback, he buffers it to make sure that connects.
Ja.
And then we saw the double kill in bot for
War das?
JDG.
Ja.
Bot lane ahead for
Wie?
them. Top side though, that's a 2-0
Er hat auch den
barrier,
Kill
so
oben
with the
gekriegt, ne?
Strikebreaker
Oh.
Ja, er hatte zwei.
Caps is ahead as well.
Ist so übel, gell, wenn du eine Lane gangst und die Lane einfach immer noch verliert und immer noch verliert. Silas? Silas? Tau? Ich hätte genommen.
And he also has Ghost and Flash and Yumi with double defensive summoner spells here to protect himself. And if he can spell shield the Seraphine ult that's bouncing off all the allies' melee's heads, then it could get...
Ja, gut ist das G2 den ersten Trade, das ist schon mal nicht schlecht.
Just mowing down melee champions.
Yeah, I think it's I think Broken Blade
Und der zweite ist Wind, auch richtig gut.
Noxian guillotine just resetting over and over. And you can layer Apprehend over a big headbutt Pulverize, right? There is like a wombo combo for G2 if they can actually close the gap and get in on top
Gebt den
of
Herald, das
JDG,
ist okay.
which can be very, very difficult with things like final
Weiß nicht, ob
chapter
den
and
geben muss.
Spellfields.
Wir müssen uns es nicht, aber...
Hovering around this Herald. They don't have TP, let's not
Oh.
forget. No
Teleport
Broken Blade, but
gekriegt.
369 does.
Yeah, Caps getting enclosed on here as he just
Caps?
managed to dive away. Kanabi
Kick
running
Caps?
after him, and Caps just out of position this
Oh,
time
come
around.
on.
JDG just take away the mid laner.
Yeah, I think that was a little
Teleport
bit
gekriegt,
of,
aber...
gamble there from G2. They know Broken Blade has Flash Ghost. There's no way he can join. So I think they were just hoping for like a win on the smite there, and they're trying to distract him to buy Yanko some time. But Kanavi gets the smite. They get the Rift Herald.
Big mistake. They're going to lose a lot for this. So the Herald's going to crash on mid tower. JDG will get the mid push. They can contest the Dragon as well, which is spawning because Caps has no TP. And Broken Blade has to give up the bot push. But 369 is top. He has no TP. Broken Blade gets caught out.
Yeah, Seismic Shove is going to connect there as Kanavi slinks into the mist. Broken Blade trying to turn it around.
Der stirbt nicht so schnell, der stirbt nicht so schnell.
That is only going to be one knock up there from Tagamas, who does have to run
Oh,
away
das ist
with
egal.
that ultimate, and now is the time where Hope could find an option. Doesn't have the ult available. Did have to flash there as well as Tagamas. Man, that was very close.
Saving Private Broken Blade worked out there from Targamas. Has to invest the flash and the ultimate. So, as expected, JDG will pick up this Dragon.
Yeah, it was pretty rough there for G2 because they were hoping, maybe with 369 stuck on top side, they'd be able to get some window for something, but they end up losing so many extra big cooldowns for themselves here with Broken Blade on this Darius.
Yep, remember, LEC fans, and is Rogue versus Top Esports. You get another shot at the LPL
Round
if this
2.
doesn't go right in our Mercedes featured matchup. As, okay, Caps back towards the top side here. It was another bit of a saunter past JDG issue, and hopefully he's not going to be doing that one again after the things went wrong at the Herald.
I mean, Caps is definitely the big hope here for G2. He is 50 CS ahead on the Silas, has a stopwatch for big playmaking ability here, and as Cagel's alluding to, a level lead over Yagao as Yagao finally just now hits level 11. So we'll see if Caps can bring it back there for the European squad.
And Caps is going to have to be the side laner here for G2. Flakkid is the mid lane wave clear, and Broken Blade, hang on a second.
No sub?
Yeah, is going to come through here, and not a lot of mobility on good old Darius. And Broken
Weiß
Blade
ich
is
nicht.
going to try and fight this one out. The Apprehend's going to hit a few, but it does not matter whatsoever. 369 picks that one up, gets some revenge.
All of G2 are top side. Broken Blade, not sure what he was looking for there. Walks into the bot side. River has a pink of his own. Maybe he was trying to put a little bit of shallow vision, but now G2 looking on this top side. 369 no TP, but Yagao clears out the wave incredibly quickly. Caps not going to run past the tower again this time.
Yeah, Yankos walks over a ward here, so Yagao knows that he made the right choice.
Meanwhile, looking mid here, again, the story for JDG, this Sivir, so strong, especially with the Yuumi. They push mid and rotate over to bottom. Really nice two-lane push from JDG. Good macro here where you see G2 focusing on top side, push in mid, rotate over to the bottom side where 369 already has it up at the turret, and they instantly get that objective.
Yeah, really good macro there from JDG as you highlighted, Kobe. I mean, G2 will get this top tier 1 as a trade-off, but obviously inner towers are worth more gold, and this will be G2's first tower of the game. That's how much control JDG have had on this. All outer towers gone, bot inner is gone. They can push the waves in deeper, put wards like that on your screen in the middle of the lane to catch the rotations of G2 and be one step ahead.
And it means with those types of wards, your jungle is no longer yours for G2. JDG are going to mine everything from it. Blue buff Gromp taken away here as soon as it spawns. Kanavi waiting around. And it is going to be a very dangerous team fight, fellas.
Yeah, this is a rough one, and it does feel like that Herald fight, the first real mistake that G2 made this game. Ever since that moment, JDG have just not
Oh ja,
stopped.
bei uns
They
regnet's
have
auch,
not
Matze.
stopped. They have not let
Das
G2
ist bei
back
euch
into this
angekommen,
game,
ne?
and I think that is one of the reasons why this team is so incredibly formidable, right? It takes that one mistake, but then they capitalize and capitalize and capitalize.
JDG have been so controlled, and they did not balk at this Darius pick. They were like, Darius, it's okay. I'm on my Renekton. I'm so comfortable here with P69 on this Renekton. They dealt with the top side map really well. The roam from Yagao, the ganks from Kanavi super early on. Even with G2 getting that first blood, they were able to salvage the situation. And now, Renekton ahead of CS here by quite a substantial margin, a full item complete here as the Death Stance comes in for 369. He is feeling very confident.
Yeah, really ahead in the items, and that's what top teams will do. They'll punish your mistakes in an instant. You know, they get the pick onto Caps, your mid tower's gone, your bot tower's gone, Dragon's gone, Broken Blade's being picked off, they have to save him, then he walks into the bot side river again, JDG pounce, and ever since they make these plays, they can snowball them into bigger and bigger leads. Then the bot tier 2 is gone, so JDG sitting in a comfortable gold lead, 1 minute 40 seconds on the next Dragon, so quite far away from a soul, and JDG's Baron damage, not the quickest, but their skirmish incredibly strong if they can find a pick.
Yeah, speaking of which, inside the enemy jungle here, JDG just going to steal away this Brambleback by brute force. They're not going to be able to get any kills, but do manage to locate the jungle, take things away, and get control of this Baron pit as well. Outside of that one pesky little ward there that did give a bit of information over the G2. But still, the map's starting to get real dark.
Yeah, and you're now going to start to see the drawbacks of having a top laner with Flash Ghost. Because it's so much more difficult to play the later game when you have to deal with Baron on the other side of the map, and the split pushing becomes so much more tenuous. It's basically like, Caps, okay, your teleport is so critical. That is our biggest cooldown, and his side laning is going to be imperative.
Yeah, it's almost like a Hail Mary play, because once that TP is gone, your side lane pressure is gone, and you're forced to make plays and forced to fight into JDG to stop them from being able to control the sides. And with the Merc Treads and the Death Stance, I think Caps will lose against 369 as well, so it's more of a catching side waves game here for G2, catching mid waves. 35 seconds on this Dragon. I'm not too sure if G2 will look contested. Second Dragon stacked up, doesn't hurt you too much. You've got 10 minutes to find a Dragon yourselves. Just hope we can see how much damage it does already.
All right, Kadril, as your hopium dealer, I'll give you a mission for Targamas right now. The Alistar, if he's able to sneak through a bunch of control wards into one of these brush and pull out that engage instantly for G2, I feel like that could be your snap moment. JDG, though, they've controlled vision so well.
Missing is doing so much damage here. Oh no, Targamas gonna have to ult pretty early. 5 seconds on this Drake, like you guys were talking about. It's very important here. Weaver's Wall going to come through. Yagao feeling a little bit feisty, not going to be able to find too much, but JDG, full control of this Dragon. They can take it whenever they want.
G2 just going to give it straight away. No Alistar ult, the poke coming out is too strong, and this is the problem that G2 have. Face checking into Talia Yumi is so dangerous because they can just keep chunking out your health bars at such short cooldowns every time you walk up. I think you're right there, Kobe. The Alistar needs to find different angles. Coming from head-on is never going to work. He needs to channel his inner Ignar from Europe to find these crazy Alistar flanks.
Ignar from Europe?
When he was on Misfits, he was great at it.
I would say hide on bush is the strategy here for G2 now.
All right, well, 369 is going to discover Caps, or is it the other way around? They're able to do a fair bit of damage here. Lands on a 369. The Apprehend pulls him back. That's a dead Croc. Is Yagao going to get flashed on? Broken Blade. He's feeling himself. All right, not just going to run it out. It's okay. 1-4-0 in favor of G2. Bought some time, bought some space.
A lot of summoners blown as well. I was ready for that fight to just continue into a big skirmish, but Yagao manages to get out despite the Stridebreaker landing. But look at the summoners on JDG.
Yeah,
their mid-bot side just lost everything.
Caps accepted the mission. Caps on the
Johannes bald in Bankrupt war in Sibirien im Knast.
Was?
Hat er gerade in seinem Intro von dem Video gesagt, dass sie den in Sibirien in Zelle geworfen haben. Nach der wahrscheinlich der Ding-Aktion, oder? Nach dieser Hangar-Aktion kann das sein.
Der hat halt danach gleich Videos weitergemacht, deshalb. Wenn dann nur ein paar Stunden.
Na, aber der bei dem Intro von dem Afghanistan-Video sagt er, wenn er hat sich versprochen, wenn er da rauskommt, was hat er dann, wie geht's weiter?
Dann geht's was?
Warte. Er hat sich selber versprochen danach, er wird nie wieder ein Dodgy-Land besuchen. Jetzt ist er Afghanistan.
Das ist wohl Definitionssache, ja.
See whether they can transition this into a victory, because the gold lead is pretty irrelevant at this point in time, right? 3,000 gold at 23.5 minutes, not going to be an issue.
Infinity Edge complete for
that's big issue.
Every item strong on the Sivir with a 60% crit. And I think we're starting to see how G2's comp functions. Run at them is basically the only way they can make this happen. And hoping Yagao having no flash, we'll see if G2 tries to punish that. I can imagine
ich glaube, die haben den Damage gar nicht mehr.
Just sprinting at them while 369 on a side lane with the Dead Man's Plate, with the Darius Ghost, could be enough to catch up, but with the Sivir ult of their own, they might kite back. Flacket TPing to the mid tier 3. Maybe they were scared of a Barons out there, so they were calling all members to this top side. Still no vision. JDG have started it up. G2 are unaware.
Yeah, they do have an avenue towards this Baron pit. Of course, vision available for JDG, down to half health. A lot of damage available, like you guys say, onto this Baron. They are just going to back away. No flips this time around. Targamas in a bit of trouble. Slinks into the mist, does Kanava. He's running very quickly. Targamas looking to turn it around, but only finds one knock up. Oh, just gigantic!
Alter,
Also wenn das kein Teamfight wird, dann weiß ich's nicht. Die Sivir.
To escape, final chapter available here for the Silence in G2! I think they've just done it, they found a team fight in Mega Sequel Baron! It's 3 kills, Jankos is
So, jetzt lass die Sivir einfach weg. Baron, gut.
G2 are gonna go towards this Baron while the Silence fight. I think they can secure it.
They did it! They did it! The fight behind the red buff. G2 are able to take down Baron. Hope and Missing are going towards mid, though. They want to crack open this mid inhibitor tower.
It was JDG who were the ones who forced this. They started up the Baron. They ran into this jungle, and it's Flackhead who lands a huge Seraphine ult into the Darius E to pull them all into the meat grinder of G2. Caps wasn't even there. He was flanking.
Yeah, the Baron is going to go down. It is going to be the tower falling in the mid lane. But here is that wraparound. Secret Agent Count. Targamas gets the knock-up. Headbutt is going to be spell
Wenn die
shielded.
Sivir noch
Keine Ult.
und die Yumi, dann ist das richtig big.
Killt sie? Dann ist okay. Big!
Mission success. The secret agent. They trade a kill across, but that's
Even jetzt, oder? Ja.
Da noch der Drake direkt, oder?
They did it. Look at this wraparound. And the overchase, they all clump up here for JDG.
Oh my god.
And look at that Seraphine
Das ist natürlich, der Fight wäre noch anders ausgegangen, wenn Broken Blade die Ulti durchgekriegt hätte, ne? Wenn er den Resetter drauf kriegt.
Ja, hat er es nicht gekriegt.
Nee. Der hat den Dings.
blöd von JDG, dass sie ihn so...
Der killt da 3 Leute, wenn er den Reset kriegt.
Ja, der killt da alle.
So they take out the enemy jungler, just open up an easy way. Look at those reactions!
The triple encore apprehend was not what I was expecting to win the team fight for G2, but I'll take it again if they've got another one. That was such a great team fight. Now with the Baron, let's see if G2 can push for more advantages.
Caps also stealing the Yumi ultimate can be really big too.
Really difficult.
Der ist jetzt aber auch big, ne? Der Darius ist es richtig.
Cat versus Cat could even it up though, and they're gonna get that dragon.
Yeah, for the first time this game, G2 have a gold lead.
Vor allen Dingen ist das
JDG gonna control this
Ocean-Ding.
top side of the map as they give up the Drake.
Ist
Still
richtig
10 minutes
gut.
away from Assault on either side. They're looking for this top
Ding
tier
wäre noch
2.
besser.
No TP on Caps and he's on the bot
Mom.
side. Maybe it's gonna be a
Ja,
trade tower.
klar,
We'll
aber
see
ich meine,
if G2 can slow down
der
the
Ocean ist
recalls,
schon
though,
nicht
because
schlecht in
Caps
der
just
Comp.
started hitting onto this tower. Targamas
Ja,
taking the
gegen
base.
Yumi auf jeden
Gal
Fall.
similarly.
Could just be a trade. And if trades just keep going like this, you could imagine that G2 are pretty happy about it.
I just filled up all the hopium canisters, baby.
When
We're
you
right
said
back
you were
into
the
it.
dealer, I was expecting it to just be a bit of a sham, but like this stuff's
works.
real good.
Great.
Oh, it worked,
5-star
baby.
review.
All right, Seraphine. Yeah, I mean, Seraphine, we had so much of this in North America as well during playoffs. You know, people were joking about Seraphine, CEO of North American playoffs, scaling and dominating so much with these big, clumped up melee comps, but you saw it right there. Especially if the enemy clumps up in a jungle fight.
Yeah.
When you can bounce that ultimate off, you get that giant opening for yourselves. G2 are able to push it through, and now back on even footing.
Yeah, definitely, and slightly ahead in levels. I think that's the biggest thing here for G2. Broken Blade's up a level, Jankos up level, Caps is up 2, and Flackhead's ahead of Hope right now in experience. Jankos even split pushing, taking these side waves, getting really strong on this Graves. Baron buffs off in 10 seconds. They have this one
Is
wave to play on
Jankos
for a
big?
top tier 2 if they so choose to do so, but
Jankos
yeah,
is big.
They're just making this wave crash. Looks like they will probably back away. Caps' TP has just come up if they fancy themselves a fight though.
Yep. Bit dangerous there for 369. Decides not to take the short way over. Does in the end as he gets a bit more information. G2 slink back into the fog of war as Kanavi has collected up his cat. He's going to take it for a walk. Cats generally don't enjoy that, but he is going to do it anyway. Caps here towards the bottom side. And he's just going to continue the 1-3-1. And I really like how G2 have side lane, because that, I think, is a large reason why they have these experience leads.
I just imagine Atlas now, the hipster, walking down the middle.
I tried
of
it.
the
My
street.
cat's not into it, man.
Sunglasses on.
You did try it. At least he tried. Put
He's
forth
a
the
rescue
effort.
cat, you know? I thought that he'd be okay with it.
All right, we're about to get into the side laning we're talking about previously, though, where G2 have to send Caps. The teleport side lane usage here for him. His teleport is available. He's level 16 now with all that extra experience funneled into him. The Silas is so critical, and there is a ward he could teleport in onto.
Oh, the apprehend over the wall.
Oh!
As well as the knockup comes in. There's the flash.
Seraphine ult ist wide. Oh!
Are there enough cooldowns
Weg, 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 weg. Raus. You said fine. Good.
And that is always so dangerous. Only the Ghost used. Yeah, and it's a flash from Kanavi. Couple ultimates used on either side. We'll see if JDG wants to take this fight because the Encore is on cooldown. The Alistar ult is down as well. So that really helps JDG in getting through his front line and maneuvering.
Ihr müsst von hinten drauf. Ihr müsst von hinten drauf.
Open inhibitor for
Oh,
G2.
sie
They're all
machen's
trying
nicht.
to recall as quickly as possible. I think they'll pick this one up before G2 arrives.
Yeah, I was very confused because there's 2 minutes on the Drake. Like, what are we fighting for in that river? But JDG did look for it and then realized they could possibly take this inhibitor. G2 make it back and the inhibitor
Okay, ich
just
hätte mir gedacht, dass das reicht.
survives. Broken Blade looking for his opportunity. Deadman's plate in his hands as well.
I think one of the most critical cooldowns is that Seraphine ultimate, and when that thing whiffs there for the team fight, you can tell Broken Blade, he's flirting with the flank, but you don't actually want to get that engaged without Flackett's ult ready for another big team fight.
But you said that, Atlas. There's no objective, so they're just fighting over a vision right now. And G2 thought they had a pick. Caps wasn't really there in time, so they couldn't fully commit. And when the Sivir can stack up her lethal tempo and start free hitting with the Ghost and ult, you really can't outstop her as G2 if you don't burn through their front line. So now they're setting up some vision towards this top side. 50 seconds on the Baron. And we'll see if G2 are the ones who decide to rush it and try to burn it down and maybe look for a turn with Target Master's flash onto Kanavi.
Yeah, if you can control the vision and force them to come through either of these small corridors to line up for one of those Seraphine ultimates, then you can enable yourselves a really, really easy team fight. But JDG trying to get in there and clear some of that vision out themselves.
Yeah, some of the problems here for G2 are, though, is that they just don't have enough damage for the Baron quickly enough, right? Like, this is a team that does not have a conventional AD carry, and so bursting down the Baron when JDG are out of position isn't really that much of an option.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they do start it up, they have to look for turns or forcing 369 TP and then backing off. This will really help him in the side lanes because he's on the bot side of the map right now, and that means that Broken Blade can push out that lane a lot easier. But with 40 seconds
Einfach
on the
nur
Dragon,
Drake, oder?
I wonder if G2 just put a little bit of vision around this Baron just to make sure
Boys.
that JDG don't try
Was
to
that schon?
sneak it under their nose.
Ich mach einfach nur
Take a
Drake,
5v5
oder?
around this Dragon spawning 30 seconds. Puts soul points for either side. Midwave contest here from G2.
Weiß nicht.
TP trying to find Yagao on the left-hand side of the lane there. It's not going to find him. Pink ward dropped and see him take a base.
Yeah, big zoom out comes on forward here as Kanavi.
Hat der TP? Ja, der
Camouflage,
hat TP.
369
Ja.
on a split
Die
now
müssen
towards
forcen.
that bottom side. And Yagao is going to regroup with the rest of his team. Of course, we
kann es eigentlich nicht
okay,
wissen,
we're
ob
going
sie
to
das
try. We're
forcen
going to
können.
give it a crack. Try and
Müssen
burst
sie,
down
jetzt
this
haben
Baron
sie
as
sein
best
TP,
we
die
can.
könnten jetzt noch
On the
turnen.
side of G2, JDG probably know exactly what's going on. 369 teleports in, like you were talking about, Cadril. They do manage to get that summoner spell, but G2 are
Das
still
sind Graves
on
spielen
it.
nicht Frontliner
Looking for
hier.
that turn opportunity. Blackett, great
Turn.
positioning there. Safe up towards the north. As Targamas on the flank,
Nochmal.
spotted out by Yagao. That's
Wieso
a
die da?
decent little snare
TP,
on the
was wollt ihr
369
mehr?
hunt has been popped. The Baron is still leashed. Targamas has now used the ultimate, now wants his opportunity to get in. There's the knock-up, so much damage on the Caps, but he goes golden.
Fine, it's fine.
And the shutdown for Kanavi. Caps goes
Oh,
down.
nee.
Targamas survives for so long. Yankos is massive in this fight as well. It's Broken Blade running his way.
Wie zur Hölle hat gerade Broken
Damage ist noch da.
Still huge. So JDG are still very scary, but G2 just want another fight.
It's absolute mayhem. What the hell is going on? G2 stuck on that Baron for so long. Caps was 20% HP before the bloody fight even started.
It was Yankos, the hitman in the backside, takes
so the
out
Drake
Yagao
halt für die,
and
ne?
the Yumi himself, and then escapes
Oh, ne.
down to the bottom side. So it is 3 members still alive for G2. Yankos
Okay.
is going to finish his recall there, though. Even though he does have smite, he's not going to
kannst
stick
da-
around for this deal. And JDG, without perfect information,
Perfekt.
they don't know. They're not going to burn it down.
Geh über die Wall
With
einfach
the
nur.
DPS they had, they could have done it, but they didn't know where Yankos was, and that smite sniffing around for the steal.
So they dropped the Dragon, waiting for respawns. Yagao has the Talia ult if they want to make a fast play onto this Baron. Flackett respawning with the TP. We'll see if they
Yankos.
decide to start it up. A lot of
Yeah.
pings
Yankos.
down here. I think G2 are
Okay.
cautious, a bit wary as to whether JDG are going to do it. And yes, they are. Flackett
zombie
TP coming
ward.
in. Yagao TP on the spellbook coming in. Kanavi's almost here with missing. The 5v5 round 2 is on the cards.
Comes G2, half the health bar on the Baron, they just pull away. JDG,
Gut.
that was their invitation to the
Teleport schon
Thunderdome.
wieder gezogen, plus
G2,
Simbi-Ult
they
ist raus,
definitely
ne?
accepted it.
We're in a game state here with no TPs on either side, so
Sind
grouping
wir
mid is the only play
Nee,
for both of
Targamas.
them. And Dragons up, G2 look position towards it. Targamas.
Oh, could be in trouble here. Does
Okay.
it?
Oh,
Caps diving forward as well.
Das ist noch nicht schlecht.
Huge.
nee, es ist nicht.
Doch, ich glaube, das ist gut. Jankos! Warum soll ich nicht bei Jankos? Oh Gott!
Genau das, was dir halt fehlt. Du hast kein Damage, um die Sibyl zu breaken. Es ist einfach so.
Das war's.
Takes that from G2, running straight to the base.
The hope
Einfach. Das ist halt einfach der Unterschied. Das ist so unten los.
JDG now pushing towards Nexus turrets. I'm pretty sure that joke has been done many times before. But man, G2 made them work for it. JDG will remain undefeated in the group for their first week at groups. What a game.
Ah, sie sehen nicht schlecht aus. Ist okay. Ist okay.
Ja, aber das ist wieder, ich sag ja. Ich weiß, ich finde das einfach nicht gut, wenn du einfach keinen ADC hast. Das ist
Dread it, run from it. Hope still arrives with the Sivir to mow them all down.
Aber die Frage ist halt, was müssen sie so dringend bannen, dass sie keine Yumi bannen können? Das ist halt die große Frage.
Ja, gut, die haben Matrix rausgenommen. Ich bin auch für heute raus.
User disconnected from your channel.
Ach, Johannes, bis morgen also.
Morgen.
User disconnected from your channel. Disconnected.
Get in.
Yeah, it does. Tarkmas gets really low HP, but then the Encore hits Yagao on the side. He gets taken down, but Hope is just doing so much damage. Free hitting from the backside. Really skirmish-heavy game from both sides. It looked like it was going the way of JDG. G2 finally get the gold lead from a miracle fight in the jungle, and then a very questionable Baron force, which we were all confused how G2 even won in the first place. And then round 2 came in mid.
That was, I think, the hardest teamfight I've had to commentate for a very long time. You know, getting the focus in the right area was difficult because there are about 11 different areas that you could focus. But man, that was an incredible game to start the day. Thankfully, we have enough energy and we have our Hopium salesman to keep us going.
Got any more for me, buddy?
Would you like another? Because we've got round 2 of LPL versus Europe coming up right after this.
Okay, after we go off camera, you need to dose me up.
Yeah, we might need as much as you can offer us here as well. So having a look, yeah, Sivir did a whole lot of damage here this game, but I just don't think that the numbers that will be coming up on your screen are necessarily the most important here this game, because on G2's side, doesn't necessarily look great, but a lot of these fights towards the late game definitely were closer than those would tell you. But if you can't make it to San Francisco for the World Finals, you can watch on the big screen with friends and family at select theaters near you. Use the QR code below to grab those tickets. And now, Shox will be speaking with Yagao in a few short moments, but we are first going to head over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much, Atlas. It's JDG getting it done against G2 in a very, very back and forth game. But I do want to start on the draft because we had talked about what would be G2's approach. Talking top side and how they had gone for it before. The Darius comes out. Left unbanned this time around. And Broken Blade picks it up.
Yeah, I think it was really cool to see the Darius come in, right? Because you look at that composition, you got a lot of AP. We need something that's AD heavy. With the Gnar gone, Darius goes into the top side, and I was like, hey, this is really cool. They're going to start playing around it. But then it started to kind of fall apart a little bit.
Yeah, because even though it tied into both of our points, because Caps, I think, also had a lot more agency with this, even though the bot lane didn't really need to do a whole lot, because even though I always prefer Sivir Yumi when it comes to scaling, Seraphine and Alistar in terms of utility still enable the rest of the team, G2's bot lane took more risks than were necessary, and I think that that might have actually, if you see how close that game was, be something that they're going to look back towards and be like, oh, if we played a little bit more disciplined and then to give Hope those resources, might have changed the game.
Look, it's the LPL special, right? You mind game the bot lane into giving you the extra 2 kills. We saw the Fnatic yesterday. It's going to be G2 again today. But honestly, like, this is where I was looking going, okay, Darius is in a really good spot, right? He gets the early kill. He's going to get the reset, going to be in a fine spot. But the thing was, because Broken Blade didn't actually go for the reset here, it means that then he ends up missing out on this big wave that's about to crash in a moment as well. And this was thanks to Yagao having that roam. And part of the downside of Caps having agency on the Silas is that he isn't going to be able to match the push from something like a Taliyah, and that's where JDG were able to use that Taliyah to start to get the roam top, to start to cover some of the deficiencies that were going to happen in this Renekton Darius.
Yeah, in general, got a question. Yanko's kind of continuing to contest Kanavi there in the top lane. When you know that Taliyah's roaming, because Caps is following, and that is kind of what puts Broken Blade into a tough position up there. Even though he gets that initial kill, he's far behind in CS, and this this is what we're talking about when it comes to the bot lane, picking up tons of kills for that Sivir and kind of accelerating her to her late game state.
And I'm so glad to see Hope having these kind of pop-off moments, right? Like this movement that he had on that play to pick up the kill on the bottom side. Hope is someone that, I mean, us in the LPL were big fans of in 2020. He had phenomenal performances on things like the Varus, but we never really got to see him achieve much because he got replaced by Viper. Now that he's come up from the LDL, he looked fantastic on JDG.
Additionally, a lot of these players have in common Kanavi is there. And in terms of damage, you know, it's a Viego who went for off-tank very quickly. But in the key moments, when he was able to set the rest of his team up, I think had a really big impact. Regardless, though,
is that
not the cleanest game?
Classic JDG gold graph right there. That is so
they still win.
Classic.
They still win.
I love how none of JDG's games so far have been convincing, but we're still like, they could win the whole thing.
But they are still 3-0.
This is the thing, right? We saw the big play on top side where we're consistently after second dragon getting these picks on top side that kind of set up a lot of things there. Then you're looking on the fight in that jungle as well. There was a lot of moments where JDG were making mistakes, and they need to clean that up for the next.
Might not be clean, but they are getting it done. As Atlas promised, we're heading down to the stage for the Horizon post-game interview with Shox and Yagao.
Thank you very much indeed, Yagao. Congratulations on a fantastic victory, which was incredibly exciting to watch from a viewer perspective, but I can imagine a bit stressful. What would you say the challenges were in that mid to late game?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。作为观看者而言，毫无疑问是非常精彩的一局对决，但是可能。